What's up, Stu?
And watch the live streams. The last video I did, the hotel times. Man, you already know what it is. Check with him. That's the life, man. But Kevin gets you a whole damn lot. I'm super tired. The all jokes aside, blessed to be here. Today is Monday. Happy Monday, beginning of the week. Let's get these videos back out. First and foremost, thank you for everybody who tapped into the lives. Yes, Lord, as they would say. I did 2 lives yesterday. One, where I just dropped the StreamYard for everybody, for anybody. Yeah, I think that's the one.
Afterpay has joined Cash. Take the same buy now, pay later solution for your business, powered by Cash.
Yeah, that's what you got to be on. People say they love their subscribers, they love their viewers. These bigger channels, they're not going to drop their StreamYard link for just anybody to come on. One, because they stand a chance of being exposed by somebody out there. And two, everybody seems to just be worried about views. Nah, y'all watch me, you're more than welcome to come kick it. So once again, thank you for everybody that jumped into the lives. And if you did not catch both the lives last night, take some time today to show some love over there and watch the live streams. The last video I did, the Old Chow Hall incident, I talked about this guy by the name of Chief. Today we're going to tell Chief's story. And I had to get this right last night. Somebody hit me up and said, do not say Indian. It is offensive. We prefer to be called indigenous people. So I'm just going to say Native Americans, and if that offends anybody, I am sorry. I do not intend to offend anybody. I understand this is y'all's country. We were here first. Someone came along and tried to claim it. Never will I take that from you guys. But in today's story, Chief was a Native American. I can tell you the tribe, if I think hard enough. Pawnee, I believe it was Pawnee, something along that. Anyway, we are going to get into Chief's story. Chief was a big man. I did not do time with a lot of Native Americans. Virginia does not have a large Native American population when it comes to incarceration. But I did do time with some. And for the most part, the ones I met were either very laid back and stayed to themselves, thorough for the time, any time that it came time to get busy. The ones I ran across had no problem fighting. Chief falls right in that category. With all that being said, you know how to see, you know how to break things. So, let's relive it. Quick recap of the week. Last week I put in 76 hours at work. I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired. I don't have the option of getting tired. But when I get tired, I must push forward. My tribe, my family, my people, the guys at my house, they depend on me. I have nobody to turn to. So I have to get out there and I have to go get it. I gotta get it to make their life that much easier. And that's what last week consisted of. I did these long hours. I worked 17 hours one night, following night it's 20 hours. And I still took the time to jump on other people's lives, between jobs, doing this, doing that. You're talking 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, just trying to show some love. long, long week. My body is still feeling it. I am not as young as I once was, but I've still got the same drive that I've had since day one. Took some time with the family, went to Busch Gardens this weekend, Saturday. Terrible. Shame on you people for letting that many people in that park all for $1. Shame on you people. We drove an hour and 7 minutes. The entrance, just pulling in and going to the little booths where you pay for your parking. We have season passes. From the entrance to the time we parked was over an hour. An ocean of cars as far as I could see in front of me. All you see was brake lights. Insane. Over an hour in a line to go into a haunted house. And then the average wait times on the rides were an hour and a half to 2 hours. The lines were so long, you're talking an hour to get food. Why did y'all take everybody's money like that, knowing the park was filled to capacity? Thank God nothing happened. Because had something happened, somebody fired off a gun in the air, children, people, all types of people have been trampled to death because the place was packed beyond capacity. Terrible, terrible time. It was a blessing to be able to go out with the family, but the kids look forward to the rides. They're so excited to be in the amusement park, only to get there and thousands of people. And y'all know damn well y'all should not have let that many people in. And to the people that were running around drinking, acting a fool, y'all need the dog slapped out of y'all. Kids out there, y'all sloppy drunk, stumbling around, acting stupid. That is my recap week. Picking up my son from school. Let's jump into today's video. Now, for you guys that don't know, I love to travel. You go back and you watch some of my earlier videos. We've got videos from we're out west, New Mexico, California, Venice Beach. I love to travel. One thing I noticed very quickly in being on the West Coast compared to the East Coast was how many Native Americans are out there. A lot. Mexico has a large Native American, indigenous peoples population. It was beautiful, amazing, to say the least, to see that many together at once. And it's not something you see out here. Nobody can really say the last time they seen a whole group of Native Americans hanging out together. I'm trying hard not to say Indian. Being out in New Mexico, I seen a whole lot of natives. It was, like I said, amazing. Seeing a whole bunch of full-blooded Indians riding down the highway on old school motorcycles, no helmets, long black hair just flowing in the wind. I've never seen anything like that except for we go back to the days of prison, to the days of incarceration, the days of my stupidity. And I get to thinking about the guys that did time, Native Americans that did time. There was a guy named John that was my hawk, he used to look out for me. He was big into the whole, juggalo scene and all the horrorcore rap. But aside from him, there was another dude, and let me paint the picture for the guy that I'm about to talk about that went by the nickname of Chief. He would not be the only native that I ever met with the nickname Chief. I've also heard that is offensive. That was his nickname. He walked up and introduced himself. He introduced himself as Chief. Chief was, at the time, in the pod I lived in, probably well over 6'5", 6'6", 260, if not bigger. Quiet, stayed to himself, didn't bother nobody. Chief, like a lot of the guys in there, had a drug addict.
I saw that my PR got approved, but there was test failure, and I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like, oh, I gotta go to like Bill Kite and like look at the test logs, I just like so I can just look into the skills tab and I just be like, Bill Kite, okay, sick. Someone just like already figured this out for me. So I was like, okay, I ran up the command to get a token, now it fixed my PR, and I am so lazy now. And I didn't want to go to get up to check if my PR merged, so I'm like, yo, did this merge? And then I would have archived it last night, but I didn't just now because I figured I might want to show you guys this, but that's awesome.
QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance is required. Take control and talk to a doctor today at quick.md.
Came to prison behind his drug addiction. Came to prison behind robbing pharmacies. She told me that he went to the pharmacy and, like he'd done many times before, stuck the place. But he said he never had to display it. Just made them that he had it done. On some occasions, he even wrote notes, told them exactly what he wanted them to put in the bag. But he goes to rob this pharmacy one day, and by now they've shown his picture to all his local pharmacies, letting them know that be on the lookout for this man. He said he did his normal routine, come to the store, walk around, pretend he was going to buy something, wait until nobody was really looking, wait his way back to the pharmacy, and then he would either pretend that he had a weapon or display a note telling them what he wanted. If he didn't display a note, pretend he had a weapon, and all the oxy, the big bottles is. And each time he went up without a hitch. So on this day in question, he says he goes in there, he finds out later on that they were on to him. They knew what he looked like, they had surveillance pictures of him. He goes in there before he can make his way back there, he's just inside the store mingling around. He said as he walks up to the counter, she's off to the right beside the register, and he overhears her telling him, yes, I'm sure it's the man who's in here right now. Y'all need to get here before he sticks me up. Chief said he wasted no time. Said he jumped, didn't do his normal routine of acting like he had a gun, didn't do his normal routine of pretending anything or handing the note. Said he jumped straight over the counter, grabbed the girl by the shirt and said, take me where the oxys are, take me where this is, take me where this is. Grabbed the bag from back there, he started filling the bag up. He said on the way out the door, customers tried to intervene. They tried to stop him. There was an older couple getting in the car next to him that tried to stop his getaway. This old woman tried to hold his car door shut as he was trying to get in. He said, I was so amped up that when I snatched the door, she flew across the parking lot. He gets in his car, goes to make his escape, and he doesn't get far before police locks him in. He gets with a whole pile of robbery charges, and then the woman, I think he said he got an abduction charge because he took and physically moved her, or was it one of the two? He physically moved her from one place to another. He had her on a whole bunch of time for that. Assault, she got banged up, hurt herself, something in her arm when she felt senior citizen. The man got so much time that his days pharmacies or businesses other than living inside prison were gone. Life as he knows it is now over. He said he thought the courts would have some type of leniency on him due to the fact that he was using this as addiction. Not only was he doing the pills, but he was trading and selling the pills at the time to get dope. This was before fentanyl came along and all this manufactured stuff. This was when heroin was still a thing. When guys could buy heroin and know that it was either heroin or would have nut in it. They didn't have to buy it, worry about it being straight fent. It was a different time. I met Chief in 2009, 2010, 2010, because I was a 200 body at the time, and he slept across the way from me on the top tier, a couple of cells down from the guys that I've talked about before, John Edgar, aka Too Cool. At first meeting him, he did not speak much, he didn't talk much. The man stayed to himself. I never really had any interactions with him until he wanted to get this tattoo on, which was related to his trial. No problem. After he gets the whole rundown, his crime, prison, how all those laws mine.
I think my liver is failing. You think so?
That's no wrong. The man was never going home to to say the least.
That's not
And
good.
we're doing this, and he brought me this certain, it was like a dream catchers, feathers, and all these different things entwined and woven into this tattoo he wanted, which took up a large majority of this man's arm. I ended up having to redraw this thing 3 times because his arm was so damn big. And you're talking, this is a big, big tattoo, but when I put it on his arm, it just looked small. So I would get irritated that I had to redraw it. I'd have him come in the cell, I'd put a piece of paper on his arm, and actually took 2 pieces. I took a sheet of piece of paper, and then took another and used some deodorant tape, the sticky tape from the deodorant, put it on there, and I ended up tracing out the shape of his arm, and finally get the pattern out. Well, it's sitting in there and tattooing on him, I come to find out that this is going to be hard for a lot of people to believe. This man actually did time with my father. As he's sitting there and I've got him leaned over, running the gun and wiping and tattooing, he's looking at the pictures on my wall. And this was during the time when he tried to come to terms with what had happened to me growing up. He tried to make peace with my father. So for like a short period of time, I kept a picture of him on my wall. The only picture that I've ever had, and I still have to this day, which is at home in my prison photo album. He's sitting as I'm tattooing him. He wasn't uncommon for guys to look at pictures on the wall, family pictures, children pictures, friends, whatever, cards I got from the holidays, and he's looking. And he asked me, how do you know that? And I look at the wall. And usually when somebody would say that, they'd be referencing Philly. There's a lot of people in Philly for them getting locked up. I see talking about Philly, he's like, nah, the dude in the top right corner. I said, that's my dad. I said, Dad? I said, yeah, it's my dad. He's like, well, I did time with your dad. Way back, way before I ever thought this case, I did time with him. I said, I ain't doing time with my dad. And he's like, I did. He told me things about my dad I didn't know, things that my dad had said. But I didn't know a lot of details. Like, you know your dad boxed, man. He's a fighter. I said, yeah, I'd seen him fight in the past. I've seen him dust and beat. I was like, no, he can fight. He used to fight this thing called the Smoke. Now, Southampton, this is another place. My dad was at Mecklenburg County, Southampton, in the war. He said when I did time with him in Southampton, he would fight the Smoke. And I'm like, I've heard about Smoke. What's the Smoke?
Investment taxes, including crypto, can be complex, and they're always, no matter what your portfolio looks like, H&R Block knows about all the regulations that you want.
2 men got an issue. Instead of stabbing and killing each other, the prison came up with the smoke. The smoking was on the weekends they would go inside the ring and put on gloves and they would aim. It's like I watched your dad fight a bunch of different times. So I thought that was really cool that I was locked up with somebody that long time ago. Chief goes on about his business. The cellmate I had at the time would get high here and there. I would get high here and there as well when it came to the pills. I'll pop a pill quick. No shame in my game. I've never been one to snort a pill or shoot no pill or no. I'm not going to all those extremes. I'm just going to pop it, get the effects from it. But he used to deal with my cellmate on these oxys that he got from this guy that had cancer. If you had cancer in Greensville, you would go to the pill window and they would give out oxys to these guys that had these that were terminally ill, that had cancer, that had these certain, issues. And these guys would in turn go sell those pills. Those pills were worth their weight in gold. To get an Oxy 80 and take it back to the population, or you can bank on it. But the guy who was getting them from Chris did not have an understanding to how much these pills were going for, what they were worth on the streets, or what he could have got for in prison. So he's got a contract where he's selling them cheap, $20 a piece. Every now and then, Chief was junkie all the way out. He would spend all his commissary in every last dollar he got on these pills. He would come to my cellmate and let my cellmate get on from time to time. Get on means let him jump in the loop, let him get in line, let him get the pill, because he didn't want the man to start dealing with other people. So before he let him go deal with somebody else, he potentially lose connect. He go to my cell, he go, damn, man, let me borrow $20. I said, what the hell? No. I know what you need 24. Let me get the bill. So my cellmate, so it was well known what Chief did, what Chief was into. Chief was on some next level type stuff. Chief was actually shooting. He would put him in a little medicine cup, crush him, take him to the microwave. I'm not sure of the entire process. Whatever he did required a medicine cup and him microwave the hell out of it. Because there was times we could wait in the microwave like, bro, come on, man. And be up there with that pill crushed up inside that microwaving the hell out of it. Until he got into whatever he needed to do to be able to shoot it, right? So at the time, Chief had this younger black dude that was a known gang member in our pod as a cellmate. I told y'all in 2000, this big ass gang thing popped off, and a whole bunch of the Bloods got scooped up. It got shipped all across the state of Virginia to supermaxes and higher level prisons. This cellmate fell right in the ball. He gets a new cellmate. The cellmate he gets could not have been a worse cellmate. He gets a cellmate that is into the exact same things he is, that everybody knows, is always on the yard chasing dope. This dude would buy Thorazine, Trazodone, Seroquel. He was a full-fledged junkie, full-fledged crash test dummy. I mean, just the type of dude that would eat 20 aspirin if he thought he could get high from, right? And I remember talking to Tuku, and he was like, oh, this ain't going. I told you Tuku was my dude. He didn't live far from Chief. He said, that's not going to be good at all. What you mean? He's like, Chief got to do the cell when he gets junkied all the way out. You know, Chief gets on with Chris that gets the OCs, so it's just not going to end good. It comes to a time where Chief stops coming and asking my son anymore does he want to get it, because now his cellmate, which is junkied all the way out, has got a way of maneuvering his people on the phone and having them send money here, send money there. The boys' people had money, so when Chief didn't have the money to get the pill, his cellie would get it. Well, then doing things for people, they start to get entitled. And I know for a fact, I didn't hear it, but I know how the inmate population goes. I know the rules. I know that Chief had to have told the man, I'll let you get it this time, but don't you ever go behind my back and try to set up nothing. Don't try to cut me out the deal, because if you do, there's going to be problems. I've heard that speech said from one man to the next man when it comes to somebody having a plug on it, time and time again. If you step on my toes and try to cut me out the picture, or go behind my back and coffee them, me and you are going to have problems. So I can always tell when Chief would let the silly get him one, because the dude was always high. But for some reason, when he would do those 80s, when he would shoot that 80, he would be next level high. I'm talking sitting out on the bench in the day room. The dude didn't have a TV, didn't have no electronics, didn't have no food. Every bit of everything he got went to in the name of getting high. So he would come out and watch the TV in the day room. This dude would come out and sit and watch TV and nod all the way off. Be itching, scratching, taking his towel, running across his back with no shirt. To the point that dudes used to have to tell him, hey man, you're drawing hard, like drawing a lot of attention. Chill out. This would only happen a handful of times. I've seen him on maybe, I'd say 3-4 different occasions, sitting out there on bleachers, in front of the TV, but not watching the TV, kind of incoherent, just sitting there, passing time, bored, nodded out, doing what he was known for doing. Well, the dude, Chris, I told you, has cancer. It gets worse and worse and worse. This dude was going over, they were pumping him full of different pills, different narcotics. He would go in the morning and they give him the Dilauders and an oxy. Then he'd go at lunchtime and they give him something else. And then in the evening, they would like double up on certain things to get until breakfast. Chris had cancer. He starts getting sicker and sicker and sicker to the point that they come and get him and tell him, pack up or take you to South Regional Hospital. He's got to leave the prison and go to the hospital. He had a bunch of these pills saved up. You can't take them with you. They're going to pack his property up, chances are he'll go to the hospital and die, which he did go to the hospital and die. He never returned. He died in South Regional. So he comes to Chief with these pills. Here and there over the span of months. He's been snagging one, put it aside, put it aside. He's now got a handful of oxys. Chief doesn't have the money to pay for these oxys, so he goes to his cell and tells him, if you can get the money, I can cover my half, and I'll get it to you when I get it to you. If he doesn't want to do that, the chief will just go find somebody else to do the deal. But he wants all the pills for himself. He wants them all to be in his cell. He doesn't want anybody else to get their hands on them. It's just the greed that comes with men. This younger dude makes this thing happen. Somehow or another, he gets his people to do something. He gets on the phone and they convince this dude Chris, which they probably never sent him anything. They knew he wasn't coming back. But they convinced the dude Chris that yeah, the money's been sent. You can get your money, don't worry about it. Now Chief's got all these pills. He gaps him up. Chief had a spot. And I'm not going to talk about the spot because it's a spot that's still used to this day. I've never heard another prison channel talk about how putting out one load the spot up. Chief's got this hiding spot in the cell where he hides everything, and so does his cellmate. So did I, some other guys. We had this one particular spot that's infamous, like I said, that I've never heard spoken of.
He got me over $900,000 for my case.
Oh, baby, come. We're the love. Young boy gets his pills, Chief gets his pills, everybody's happy. A little bit of time goes by, and we start hearing that the two of them aren't getting along. Chief is accused of this dude of stealing. Supposedly, Chief didn't put his bills up. Don't put his bills up. Now Chief's counting his bills.
I thought I seen somebody out your window. Sure you did, Stu. Is Nico in there, or did he go do cat thing, go outside? Yeah, I think he's outside doing cat things. What up, Sleep Stream OG Nickel? What up, fool? This is not a sleep stream, bitch. This is a fucking chill stream. If I fall asleep, I fall asleep. I don't know what to tell you. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'll slap the shit out you.
And the youngest telling him, I'm not giving you none of mine. You call him, I ain't steal nothing from you. It went from the room calming down, us being able to hear what was going on, to them arguing, to it sounding like a construction site. The door is closed now. There's an open slot cut in the door that you stick your arm out of. It's maybe 18 inches tall, probably not being able to put your face through, so maybe 5 inches wide. We can hear Chief up there. He's got his hands on the young boy. And at first there was a bunch of yelling, there was a bunch of screaming. Chief's got it. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? And it goes from him questioning, and you hear the light thuds and sounds and the punches, to it sounding like he was taking this boy's body and trying to knock walls. I mean, you can hear the echo off, and they lived on the second floor, so he would slam this boy. And mind you now, concrete ceiling that separates the cell upstairs from the cell downstairs has got to be every bit of 12 to 15 inches thick. As he's slamming this boy, you can feel the echo. It's almost like bass inside the pod. And this is a large open room with 43 cells in it, 86 inmates, one guard booth. You can literally feel almost like the building vibrating what he's doing to this boy. Punches hurts the boy bad. We locked in for count, and as we're locked in for count, we can all see the door. Chief's door is not open since this whole situation's happened. We got maybe 15, 20 minutes before we lock down for count, and that's it. We look up before they call, 20 minutes till we're locked down for count, 20 minutes till locked down for count. He's got that little medicine cup, he's got these pills crushed in it. There's something very different from every other time than he's ever went to the market before. Chief has blood all over front of his jeans. Chief has blood on his face. There's blood on the side of his neck. There's blood all over his shirt, his hands, his fists, his forearms. It legitimately looks like he cleaned an animal off in his cell, like he butchered some type of animal. The man has blood all over him. And his only concern, I guess he knows he went way too far. He's hurt this boy real bad. There's no hiding. The guards come through for count. They're 100% going to see what's going to happen because the man can't stand up. And Chief's concern at this point was getting hot. He needs to shoot these pills before the guards come in and take him up out of there. Why he didn't just keystone or suitcase or move him, I don't know. I'm not Chief. He goes to the microwave, the better part of 5-10 minutes, he's at the microwave, and he shoots up to a cell and shuts the door. By now, we all know that when these cars come through the counter, all hell's broken. We have not seen the sign of that young boy just in that cell. Jackhammer that sound like a human ping pong ball, that sound like a human bowling ball that was being dropped. He had that boy up there like a rag doll, making him touch every wall in that cell. And I tell you, I can't reiterate enough how big Chief was. The man had hands like damn bear claws. If he was reincarnated as some type of spiritual animal, he would be the Yeti. He would be Bigfoot. He was a ginormous man. To take a punch from him would probably fracture your entire face. He could take the average man, pick him up by his throat, like Jason in a horror movie, and just hold him in the air like there was no problem. Chief goes on in the cell. We all know when he's going to get hot. He goes in there. I guess he does his shot. And I'm on the bottom too, so they come by my cell. When they go by my cell, then they have to go up the staircase. They start at the first cell here, and they work their way all the way back down. They get over to where Chief's cell is, and I see them walk by, and they back up, and they lean towards the door, and they say, "Hey, you need to get up off the bunk and stand for count." Chief has got his back turned to him. No response. Hey, cell such, you need to get up off the bunk and stand for count. No response. Third time I'm telling you, comply with what we're saying, get off the bunk and stand for count. If not, you will be charged. Stop count. You're hindering and delaying count. We're going to call officers in. Get up off the bunk and stand for count. The man doesn't move. They go to radio. Maybe he told them, I broke him up real good. But whatever he said, it took the guard from radioing to starting to stare through the cell. They go ahead radio and they stop count. Another guard comes in and goes with that second guard, and they go on about finish the count. And the first officer of that chief said what he said to stay there until the sergeant and lieutenant showed up. They opened the cell door, no sooner they opened the cell door, the first thing they did was handcuff Chief and bring Chief out the cell. Chief got short-cut hair, couldn't have long hair at the time. So picture a man of that size, really dark complexion when it comes to being a Native American man, strong, square-on jaw. It's not racist, don't hate me, I'm just trying to describe what the man looks like. And he's standing there up against the wall, cuffed up, covered in blood. He's so high that he's just kind of like leaning his head on the wall. The guards are talking to him, asking him what's happened, and he's not saying nothing. He's just, I don't know how many of those OCs he did. I don't know if he had some left and did his, or after he just crushed his young boy, he just took his and went and did them. They take Chief up out of him. They don't move this boy is hurt to the point that they're afraid to put him on board, they're afraid to do anything. After Chief messed him up, he took him and just put him back on the bunk and covered him up with a blanket.
Is that Carl's Jr.'s Western Bacon hand-breaded chicken sandwich? All white meat, crunchy, tangy, and just $5.99 for a limited time. No fucking way. How's Clowns for that angry redhead to eat that? Only Carl's Jr.
Introducing Cash App After. It's the same buy now, pay later solution for your shoppers, powered by Cash App.
You guys are funny.
Starts with unlock a network of over 50.
In a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, it went from being 2 officers in your account to up to probably 30, 40 officers, medical, different nurses, doctors, higher ups. When I say higher ups, I mean people that really had power within the prison are all outside the cell. They really led Chief off to the home. They stayed in that cell for a while before they finally got that boy onto a board, up and out of there. And that would be the end of that whole situation. We come to find out Chief broke his arms, several of his fingers, fractured his skull, did all types of messed up stuff. They said that he had dropped him on a stool, possibly broke his back. And we had a dude in my body at the time that worked in the infirmary that come back and told us, like, the dude was out at the main hospital for a long time, for like several months before he returned back to prison. And we came back to the prison, a young dude. That's the dude that worked in our pod, that worked in the firm, returned and said, yo, you about killed that dude. Like, that's that dude's brain up. That dude's not talking. He's in the infirmary. They're spoon feeding him, changing his diapers, and he's not the same. Chief pretty much beat that boy in the cell to the point that he left him mentally disabled. Here's the sad part. You would think after that happened to that dude that with him not being all there no more, not able to take care of himself, that he would go ahead and go home. They ended up sending him off to a prison that could deal with guys that had more serious medical needs, more serious medical issues, where whatever sentence he had, I didn't know a lot about the dude, don't to this day, other than Chief damn near killed him, left him brain damage in the cell, but they didn't let the man go home after what Chief did to him. They shipped him off to another prison where there was more people to take care of him, and he would stay and serve out the remainder of his sentence. I didn't foresee that coming when it came to Chief. I knew that with that man being that damn big and being quiet the way he was, that he was dangerous. It's the quiet guy, the guy that doesn't say much, the one that always stands back and watches everybody else. And a lot of times you need to be discerning. You know what can happen with this guy and that guy because you've seen what they do time and time again. And with the guy that's always loud, you know what he's known for. The Chief, he was so big, comfortable with the quietness that it made the man almost just scary and mean. When I tattooed him, I remember as I was stretching the skin on his arms thinking, damn, this dude is huge. Like his chest, like looking at him sideways, this man had to be this long. Tells me about the robberies at the pharmacies, him being Pony Indian, talks about his family members and how he wished he'd go back and do this again. Talked about his addiction and how he started getting high, and the things he did in prison. And we really didn't have many conversations after I did that tattoo. The most I would really hear him say would be come by himself to get with my cellmate and make a little transaction with me. This all goes back to a couple different things. One, not getting money. Two, I've told you, leave the drugs alone. Watch the people who do it. The sad part is that none of us really believe that boy took anything from the Chief. We think that Chief got high and miscounted how many he had left and then accused this boy of doing something that he didn't do. I don't care how crazy to steal from a man of that caliber would be suicidal. Not to mention the young boy still had some so we have to gain.
Everyone looks forward to my viral sleepovers.
Easily beat him to death.
Yeah.
Somebody's son, somebody's brother, somebody's.
You guys want to hear me snoring so you guys can snore and go to bed?
And on DOC's behalf, now you're not going. I've told you before. When they send you, they send you. And you will not come home until your sentence is done. And the only way you're going to come home
You're
early,
not coming home till your sentence is done.
So
Cabrón.
yeah, that was Chief's story and the
Cabrón.
story of the missing kid. I can only imagine what he did. I've seen
Wake Splitter is a cabrón.
flip out or freak out before, and it's always a bad. Especially 9 times out of 10, it's not somebody that big going against somebody of the same size. It's usually a guy that big going on somebody half their size. And this dude was lucky if he was half the two size, man. It's Monday. I'm now home. Get inside the house. I hope y'all enjoyed today's video. More videos on the way. Look for more lives. Make sure you go back and recap last night's live. I love all y'all. I hope y'all have an amazing week. Let's get this week underway. But anyways, these jail institutions, these detention centers, these prisons, they're just crazy world. It's out of a already crazy world we live in. And then as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Well, you know entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Hi, who are you? I'm Kyle. I'm from Philadelphia. Hi, Kyle. Hi, Princess. Are you single, Princess?
Every office has a naysayer. It's me. The office naysayer loves going against the majority.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform.
Hello guys and gals, me Mama Max here, and on January 17th, 2024, my best friend, my bro, Mutahar Nas, YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers, created his most serious video he might have made in his entire career on this platform, by defaming me after asking for his help on one of the most serious of cases. Thanks, Mutahar. I can tell by the red light that this is in fact your most serious video you might have made in your entire career on this platform. And this is my response.
It's a video about someone I, and many in the community, consider a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a rival. Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations.
My name is Spencer, and I am a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, the leader of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. This video is our screen for action.
A 16-year-old girl from Wyoming, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child posing as a will of God.
How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. I'll say with the evidence, like, appears at least, it feels like there's definitely, like, a bad, it's like the worst I can see is somebody taking advantage of people, like, emotionally, sexually, physically. There was legal shit that happened, right? Now I'm finding out that there is evidence, there could actually be some serious evidence, I believe, hiding behind here that can cause some serious justice for anybody involved in this situation that feels that they've been wrong. Look, there are real people that I think need to work. There ain't no way any dumbass is falling for no vampire Twilight shit. And for that considering, I am giving my full support as much as I can. Because I just want to come out and just be like, fuck you, I think your own life great. Whether that be emotionally, I'm not laughing, bro. I'm howling. And providing whatever form of financial, like, benefits that I can.
Fuck you, Exploder, you fucking chump.
There is no fucking retribution. I'd be so fucking mad at this story. I'll just be like, listen, Camden, I'll write you a bad fucking check, because this is not fucking cool at all.
It was so fucking heartbreaking hearing Muta sit there and say that.
Me, Mutahar.
Camden's defamation trial. How do you think that it makes
Me,
myself and
Mutahar.
other survivors feel when you're saying that? It is okay to think that, but you're going publicly and saying that to everybody else who you haven't spoken to the others. I'm just trying to understand, why would you do that without talking to us?
Dude, this is the most
Ooh.
viewed race video on YouTube, right?
Ooh.
Just to be clear, this is when
Ah.
these jokes hit a lot harder.
Ooh.
And it's a lot more.
Ah.
This isn't a fucking Netflix show.
Oh.
This is a serious, heinous crime.
Do you think it's too late, Nick, to get Spencer and Captain on like a set, and I come out dressed up like Maury Povich, and we do?
For a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics. Present this with the respect it deserves.
3D ultrasound.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
but
happy.
Batman's
So you see, I'm seeing 32% of the fetus is still currently lodged in there, Batman.
Of course, Master Wayne. I'll run this through the back computer.
And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect?
As the police report states that their allegations from her own mother saying their allegations that her grandpa,
Me Mudahar.
I'm just saying, no, dude, the funnier reality is that they just
Me Mudahar.
They were black or Chinese.
The Mudahar. The Buddha Bar.
This is a serious matter. Please present it seriously.
I feel so bad for laughing at this.
This is why everyone likes my show better. We don't have to pretend we're taking it serious.
These girls have to sit there and basically realize that their entire story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time.
Yeah, we're making a podcast, and we're just having like just rape victims on the whole time. Who's our first guest here? It's like, well, this person's
This is why I know what show to bring them on.
Our first rape victim, let's bring in Spencer.
Who's the next high profile victim we're gonna have on this podcast?
This Sunday night.
The biggest victim of them all.
Oh my god.
Gets raped by 1,000,000 men.
Like, he had convinced me to have someone bring me to his house. He beat me and then me.
But you know, the transformation process is really dangerous on your body, especially because you're young. So from there, she had me like put stuff in my body and told me to pretend it was like I was 14.
During the midst of it, I tried to scream. I was screaming no and screaming for help. And he put his hand on my throat and choked me and told me that if I kept screaming, he would kill not just me, but my family too. When it was done, he got off of me and he went across the room and he looked at me, saw me crying, and he said, "What just happened?" And I looked at him and I told him, "You just raped me."
Dude, I just miss gang in this universe, bro. What the
All I've seen is a character here that has made a mockery out of serious investigations, covered things with no due diligence, and this kind of a thing ultimately leads to collateral damage for everybody else involved. Making claims like this and causing a big mockery of the situation ultimately puts the case that is being built at risk. Speaking with more of the victims after this call myself, I feel very disgusted hearing any more about the situation and the things that have been alleged to go behind it, which is why I'm doing my due diligence to at least try and help these victims out. But privately, not a public spectacle like Max is doing.
We are real. You can't do Gerard Davis, whatever you may or may not have done. I'm not really sure.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable.
Mudahar, I thought you were going to be serious. If you didn't want to make this video because it makes you so uncomfortable, why did you continue to make multiple videos on this topic despite the cyberbullying and cyberstalking that you're causing to both me and the survivors?
I would very much like to point out that moves are going on to Tommy C and Lyrics. That brings more people that dislike it, that dislike Max, out. There are people that are literally cyber stalking survivors right now.
You also attended up to 12 hours of live streams with your commentary buddies talking shit about us and the case.
Full-time audience is like the most retarded audience on YouTube. You could fucking feed them the biggest load of bullshit, and 9 times out of 10 they'll believe it.
I don't think you're being serious. I think you're being quite dishonest, actually.
But at no point is anything that I'm going to be doing anymore regarding the situation public. I'm never going to be making a follow-up video. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and it's been 7 days since I covered a pretty wild story on YouTube. Now, since then, it's been quite an explosive, trending topic with multiple videos coming out on the daily, many even from channels that I am very good friends with, channels like Oopavit or Socket. A lot of content creators, even some that I've worked with on this project, have made follow-up pieces regarding the situation. Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and today we're going to be looking at a pretty interesting update regarding Mama Max. So about 7-8 months ago, I covered this individual who used to be a good friend of mine.
So not only are you repeatedly lying to your audience, but you are also choosing to defame and destroy someone who looked up to you like a brother, just because I made some mistakes in how I presented this case. Since you have done everything in your power to ruin my life, I think I'm going to enjoy these next 3 hours with you.
Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things.
So this is a smear tactic called poisoning the well. That is to prime the audience with adverse information about me from the start, in an attempt to make his claims more acceptable or discount the credibility of my claims. So Mudahar introduces his most serious video he has made in his entire career on this platform by immediately labeling me a liar. He is doing this to position himself as the heroic, objective truth bringer who makes very serious videos, whilst I am the evil liar who lies about everything, both professionally and personally. But unlike Mudahar, I am actually going to prove to you that he is a liar.
What the hell is going on?
So you literally admit you shouldn't be.
I'm smoking weed like a
I
leprechaun.
also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today.
You are a little bitch, so let's get it on.
On the subject.
You wanna.
You seem to have a very different opinion than you.
Wah, wah.
Like, she was much rougher than I was. She was like, ain't no way you dumbass is falling for no vampire Twilight shit.
Wah, wah, wah.
Disrespectful shit I've ever heard a respected influencer say about cult survivors. It's also a harmful stereotype that has no basis in reality.
And the biggest vulnerability? I'd be going, I'm too smart. It would never happen to me. I'm too together. I know myself. I have good knowledge and education. And what I'm saying is, it happened to me.
You're not immune to cultic influence. Nobody is. And I know some of you are thinking that'll never happen to me. If you think you're not susceptible, you're more susceptible than you know.
You know, people have the idea that the people who get into cults have some kind of mental problems, and that's absolutely not the case.
But it could be anyone. They could be any race, any socioeconomic level. They could be rich, they could be poor, they could be young, they could be old, they could be highly educated or uneducated. But what I've seen, if I were going to pull a consistent thread through many of the cases that I dealt with, it would be somebody who's not happy at a particular point in their life. These people were not dumb. They weren't illiterate. They were sophisticated, well-educated people. So I think if we think that we're not vulnerable, we're not really being honest with ourselves, anyone can be had given the right set of circumstances and time.
So judging from your public statements about this case, it is quite clear you are not an expert.
Me, Mudahar.
Fucking moron.
And how this girl was 16 when she was that old at the time, yes.
Me, Mudahar.
I don't want to be the asshole here, but when I was 16, I had a job at that point, so I don't know how it's called in the vampires.
Well, you're Indian, you're smart.
Yeah, apparently not.
As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff. Mostly lighthearted.
You know, like that lighthearted.
With April 15th coming, doing your own taxes doesn't have to be intimidating. Be H&R Block online. Just
Lighthearted red rooms, lighthearted child pre-rings, lighthearted Epstein documents, and lighthearted zoo sadism.
Daddy's hunting for a while. He knows what skinning an animal is like, let me tell you.
You know, all that lighthearted stuff.
And yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped.
I actually agree with this. These types of cases should be handled by the appropriate channels like law enforcement. However, the victims of this case already tried reporting these crimes to law enforcement with no success. And so they decided to reach out to me to help cover their case, which is something I've done many times before. And so have you.
And given the fact that kidnapping is actually to be to an extent. So in conclusion, I gotta say, look, this video is a hard video. But what I do know about this video is we're all responsible. There's a YouTube community who needs to raise awareness. It's on. Given that I'm on this platform, the strongest thing I can do is raise the awareness. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mama Max. Now, Mama Max is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children.
And in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Some Ordinary Gamers. Some Ordinary Gamers is a channel with several million subscribers. Let's plays, commentaries, reviews, hardcore raging. We're just a team of ordinary gamers. What did you expect?
Throughout his career, Mama Max has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews. But what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community.
Throughout his career, Mutahar has covered topics such as his Deep Web Exploration series, hentai reviews, but what most people know Mutahar for is videos where Mutahar claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community.
Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EDP-445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact.
So I can't really speak for other creators, but I think Mutahar is accusing me of never working with law enforcement. He does not provide any evidence for this claim. He just says it. But this has never been true. He's even helped me out with previous cases where we literally made reports to the FBI and NCMEC together. So here's my typical process, okay? I begin recording everything on OBS when I get on the platform. As soon as I confirm I am talking to an adult that is trying to groom minors, we create a mega drive and upload our recordings to that drive. We then link that to an FBI cyber tip and continually update the drive with evidence until the investigation is complete, which is usually when we have video evidence to support our claims.
Wig splitter is a bitch ass trick. You fucking spick. You ain't shit.
However, even
You
if
suck
have
dick
evidence,
cause you're
depending on
gay.
the jurisdiction,
Straight
nothing will happen.
maggot.
Even
You
EDP-445,
can't hack
who you
it cause
literally
you're a
say is
fucking
a
faggot.
high-profile case, was let free.
You're like
Because
Bob
guess what,
Saget.
Mutahar? Even when crimes
You
are
suck
committed,
dick for
we
crack.
have evidence that crimes were committed. Which, by the
You're
way,
like
never
that.
said for
You
me.
like to suck dick for
Predators
crack
still walk
cause
free
you're
in
like
many
Bob
cases,
Saget.
and there's multiple reasons why this
Motherfucking
happens. The
faggot.
quality of the crime, the standard of proof, the investigation,
Can't
and
hack
the
it.
prosecution. There are so many things that can go wrong,
Stupid ass bitch.
Which is why Wayne Barnett, a serial predator that we
Serial predator, motherfucking predator.
without serving any
Another,
despite the fact that he literally admitted to committing crimes and is still committing crimes to this day.
Committing
In
crimes
advance to no success.
to this
Which is why my
day.
videos have a call to action at the very end.
Okay, what's going on in there?
So an individual named Camden Gerard Davis, more than likely resides at this address. We believe that he is trafficking minors and has child on his devices. I'm actually a previous victim of his, and I have substantial evidence related to this case.
So I actually have tried working with law enforcement many times, and I've encouraged others to do so as well. But I guess since I didn't put a text graphic at the beginning of my video, which objectively proves Mutahar has in fact worked with law enforcement for these videos, that must mean I never worked with them.
And it's caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns.
Ah, yes. Evil people walk free because of me, Mama Max. It has nothing to do with the countless historical and systemic issues with CSA cases that enable predators to commit crimes without consequence. No one else should be held accountable for these problems, not even the predators themselves. Mama Max is the primordial source for why predators walk free.
When in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law.
In realistic fashion, law enforcement involvement does not guarantee that a predator will be arrested and tried in a court of law. It can take months, sometimes even years, of reporting a single predator before an investigation even begins, especially in cybercrimes with anonymous offenders.
That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book.
I can't wait for you to provide some type of evidence to prove this theory of yours over the next hour of your video. Although it's hard to distinguish which sins I've committed, when you don't even source the exact book that I'm supposedly breaking the rules of. I understand it's a figure of speech. It's actually another ad hominem tag, but he continues to discredit me by using vague black and white terms instead of providing any facts up front.
In the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today.
I don't see the world in black and white terms like good and evil. I recognize that reality is far more complex, and predators suffer from unresolved trauma caused in their own childhoods. Rather than resorting to tribalistic labels like good and evil to justify the harm we inflict on one another, we should start prioritizing restorative justice and invest in mental health resources to break the cycle of suffering.
90% of people who are murderers in this country have a whole conglomeration of what are termed adverse childhood experiences that set you up for a brain that has a whole lot of trouble with empathy and impulse control and long-term planning and things of that sort. And then we invent words like evil.
So why am I talking about him so negatively now?
Because you were harassed by cancel culture to disavow me after I fake canceled a very popular YouTuber just to bring awareness to a case I still believe was of great importance. And although I did make mistakes, and I do take accountability for those mistakes, unlike you, who is too pathetic to take any accountability for your own actions in this situation, you want to pin the blame of everything on me. And it's arguable that you have been more vocal and have had a much greater impact on the outcome of this case than I ever did. And then when I try to hold you accountable for your own actions, you try to tell everyone that I'm shifting the blame. And that's actually what you are doing. That is why you're talking about me so negatively.
Car accidents can be very scary. It can feel like the road crashing down all around.
Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations.
Oh, my videos were a mockery.
Human trafficking and destructive cults are not just issues in distant lands or plot lines in crime shows.
But yours and your friends were not.
We're not going to make you look bad about
He's gonna make us all look bad.
She got a message out and was like, oh, actually, I'm really good at that course. So choke something when they released it. Yeah, I haven't seen Ghost. I would rate this one.
Wait, she said she looked great in the stall?
Yeah.
Oh, she's still retarded.
Yeah, dude, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse. Topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on.
You see, you keep saying that, but you continue to speak as if you are the expert.
I am not an expert. That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book because I'm not an expert. As I've said, I am not a key expert on. Look, I'm not an expert.
If you are not an expert, then why do you continue to speak on this topic as if you are the expert?
Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis.
This is true. Real victims continue to exist on a daily basis. So why then did you ignore them and prioritize covering Sniper Wolf drama that is already getting covered by everyone else, when these real victims were just asking for 15 minutes of your attention?
So let's get started. This is a story how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this.
So that concludes the introduction for Mama Max as a complete fraud. Let's review what Mudahar said here. He claims that this is his most serious video. He then lies about not wanting to make this video, which then, why did you make it? He doesn't consider me a friend anymore, same to him. He poisons the well for the audience, saying that I'm a liar, and apparently he is not. He then admits he has no reason to be poisoning the well. He's not an expert on this topic. He makes lighthearted content. He sometimes dips into serious stuff. He's not an expert on this topic. He doesn't think we're equipped to handle these topics. He gives an overview of my channel. He implies that I hunt for clicks and revenue. He blames me for systemic issues with CSA cases. He spreads misinformation about law enforcement. He says I committed every single sin in the book. He claims my videos are a mockery of serious investigations, even though he never had a problem beforehand. And also he seems to think he and his friends are exempt from this criticism for some reason. He's not an expert on this topic. And victims continue to exist on a daily basis. So out of this entire introduction, I think he only states 2 facts. I would say that him not being an expert is factual, but technically expertise can be viewed as subjective, so I'll give him that one. But he made some very big claims for this introduction, yet failed to provide any evidence to support these claims. But Max, that's what the rest of the video is for, and we will get to that. But he did spend the entire introduction just assassinating my character before providing any facts, to set the stage for the audience on the story he wants to tell, which is actually the opposite of objective, a word he really likes to label himself as.
So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd,
23rd.
2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord.
Actually, our story begins much earlier, in January of 2020, when I first met Mudahar Amas. And being a fan of his content, I really looked up to him. Immediately, I could tell that he likes to talk about himself and brag about his achievements, which was fine. He's a very successful influencer, and there was a lot that we all learned from him. He loved getting drunk with the boys.
That's alcoholism.
And he would often gossip about other YouTubers, despite pretending to be friends with everyone. But there was one time he got so drunk, he started heckling customers at one of the bars in the San Antonio Riverwalk. And we actually got kicked out because of it. Afterward, he started drinking at one of the hotels, and he was talking about his self-hatred and suicidal ideations, but that only made us all the more supportive and caring of him. I became closer with Nexpo and Night Ducks due to our geographic proximity to each other, but I would occasionally check up on Mudahar or ask him for advice regarding certain projects. And whenever we did see each other every year or so for YouTuber events, he always paid for drinks and food and was very generous with his money. Maybe a little too frivolous. I don't make as much as my peers since I don't take sponsorships, and I stopped producing merch, and I don't make any ad revenue, so it was difficult for me to keep up with their lifestyles. But seeing them was always worth it. I have many great memories with these guys, but over time, Mutahar was clearly becoming more and more self-centered. Specifically, I remember at VidCon 2022, he would disrespectfully make decisions that went against the group. He started spreading the rumors about Night Dogs, calling him a predator that abuses his kids. He was slandering and making fun of Blink and Lightwave. He started calling Blame It on Jorge and Sakura Stardust vomit-holics who can't hang in his mentions, and he didn't want to hang out with people under a certain subscriber count. He even kicked out my friends who weren't YouTubers, even though prior to this weekend I had gotten an Airbnb specifically for these friends to join us. But then Mutahar got a new Airbnb, claiming it didn't have enough capacity for my friends. But then popular YouTubers like Kelly, the Acme, were more than welcome, even after being over capacity. This is a group chat between me, Nick, and Ryan on that very occasion when I hopped the fence of the Airbnb because we had no way to get inside, and my partner at the time was having a seizure. Ryan told Mutahar, and apparently he was furious that I did this. Do we have a plan for getting back in the house, or for anyone to lock the front door? Sorry for the awkward situation, boys. Just trying to keep my girl happy. I fucking hate this. You're good. Just a weird situation. I don't even know what happened. This is what happened. Buddha told us to get an Airbnb. A month had passed trying to get on a call with him to find one. And since he had been so unresponsive when we were only weeks away from flying out, I got an Airbnb that was close to everywhere we wanted to go and had the capacity to satisfy the needs of everyone we wanted to hang out with. Buddha then immediately got a new Airbnb an hour away, and did so without talking to any of us about it. And now that we are here, he is calling the shots for the plans, even though he can't commit to a plan, changing his mind to pick up Ryan, even though he fucking offered. And then come to find out there is only one key for 8 people that belongs to the one person who is the least responsive and communicative out of all of us. And since my girlfriend was having a seizure, missing herself in the car, I figured hopping the fence was a justifiable action to get in the goddamn house. And since he has been inviting people to the property the entire time, either with or without our knowledge, including a party that we were only informed of because a guest told us about it, I thought it would be fine if I had 2 quiet people sleep over, since their hotel I booked for them would not let them check in. And now they're upset because I didn't ask if I could have these people sleep over. People who wanted to cook for them, people who helped me clean the house, notice the 5 to 10 bags of trash in the garbage cans, notice all the chairs from the backyard on the outside, notice the loaded dishwasher, notice the clean towels in the dryer. That was all of them. I'd appreciate if y'all didn't tell him any of this. It does piss me off, but I don't hate Buddha. But at the same time, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I believe this was the last time I ever saw Mutahar in person.
AI music is now on Artlist. Create studio-quality, commercial-ready songs for every video production. Generate songs from a simple text prompt, and even add a reference image to truly guide your vision. Easily set the genre, mood, and video theme to make the music you want every time. To get AI music from all the leading AI tools, go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
Hey Holmes, find me a 3-bedroom home in Atlanta, near Whole Foods. Show me the kitchens. Ready to see what you will find with Holmes, eh?
Things between Mutahar and myself were still amicable until my last project. And that brings us to October 23rd, 2023.
Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that generates significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for reaction channels. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored to consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidence
Yo, 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 motherfuckers. What do you gotta say about that, bro? You know, you know. If you don't know, now you know.
I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says it's good to hear from you as well, bro. Glad it's been a few months. Hey, Muda, just wanted to let you
Hey, Muda. Hey, Muda. So true to smoking the funky Buddha. Oh, God, diamonds shine, diamonds, but Ruga's on a Ruga. I sleep the husband to sleep, so call me Freddy Krueger. The Oogie Boogie Moogie Man, give me that Ooga Booga. You don't deny it, no passing by it, you gotta try it.
I'm not sure why he's making it seem like he was so busy working on much more important projects when the actual videos he uploaded during this time don't quite match what he's talking about.
Head on over to manscaped.com and get your hands on the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra today. Now, 12 days ago, I made a video in regards to the Metal Gear Master Collection for traveling across Japan for free by begging and hiding in train toilets. Maybe he's on like a really important video called "No, I'm talking about that beer."
Now, I'm not trying to throw shade at him for making lighthearted content. That is perfectly fine. But when he's tricking his audience into thinking he wasn't really available for doing it,
I wasn't really available for doing it.
Besides the very important topic that he's covering, he's just lying. He's just trying to make me look like an asshole just because I am following up with him, which is perfectly normal in every professional and personal setting.
I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this community know if you need to absolutely contact me, have.
So I actually do have Mudahar's personal phone number, but I chose not to call or text him about this in the event that he was busy with other things, specifically so I'm not crossing a personal boundary or spamming him.
That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically.
Well, allow me to provide that for you. The group chat was just an attempt to have open communication between creators about the project so they can ask questions and we can address any concerns all in one place.
So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks Mudahar, it's been a bit since we caught up. And I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe you could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you because I believe in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard, and will continue to seek influencers who have the power to do something heroic. Watching the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down. Now, obviously, at the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilty.
Technically, ChatGPT is the one emotionally guilty.
Into speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's why I was trying to communicate with you, buddy. That's what communication is for.
And also because I'm working on another video for my channel as well. A very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on.
Just for context, here's my point of view.
One thing that I don't like is recently they released the PlayStation 5 digital disc drive. Muda's latest video on Xbox third-party accessories is uninformed backend research in this guy. Now, if you go to TV's website, you'll find out, whoa, they got a Black Friday pre-sale. Activision was ballsy enough to put a goddamn playable terrorist attack mission into a video game. But I told you, karma is real. A scumbag has finally been sent to prison. It's a video where apparently, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm defending XQC. Now I know that I crap on the Metal Gear Master Collection. Part of me doesn't really feel bad for NFT users because they have shown a consistent pattern of stupidity. GTA 6 is finally announced. Boogie himself is a liar. Boogie himself is a manipulator. Do you want to get a share of that $12 billion pie? $12 billion. Please, a little bit. But when you blow your load, you have to a very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on. Because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today.
So why does the evidence need to exist in the public before it's worth your consideration? The survivors wanted to share their evidence with you in their private server that you signed an NDA to protect. And during your time there, you did not speak to anyone, or ask any questions, or conducted any investigation whatsoever. It seems you took a glance, you did not see any CSEM, and subsequently leaked disinformation to the public that there is no evidence, that you later changed your mind about.
The fact that throughout this entire situation with evidence, like with witnesses and whatnot, that there's now finding out that there is evidence, you just haven't established timelines. It really feels like you haven't put in your full effort into the space.
And of course, he shifts the blame to me.
Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation.
Then why agree to watch them when I asked if you want to see them? I can't help but notice you coincidentally keep leaving out context in your video. But when you actually show the full context, the conversation looks a lot more normal. This is something he does throughout the whole video.
This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait.
And I was 100% transparent about that from the very beginning of the video, which you failed to show for some reason.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation.
To draw eyes and then shift attention briefly to the story Max is covering, and then focus on cults, disinformation, and artificial intelligence in our world. At this time,
there's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry. This is kind of a different type of automation where it's going to go through on whatever schedule, whatever cadence, picks off one of the top Sentry issues. So what this type of automation does is it allows us to focus on what is going to make the Codex app great to use and useful and joyful, and all of the things that, like, bugs and things that fall through cracks that, like, aren't quite as fun to figure out, at least for me. That stuff can happen kind of behind the scenes.
Hey, it's Nate Bargatze. Get ready for the dead air because the new Breadwinner trailer starts. If doing this makes you happy, you have to go for it.
This is a big opportunity. I'm going to give you an offer. But Nate, you have to stay home and take care of the kids.
Yeah, I could do that.
Really? We're all gonna die.
I'm right here.
I love you guys. Dad, the door is locked.
There's a window in the back, we'll crawl through that.
Dad, you're going the wrong way.
To your school.
To any of our schools. None of our schools are. I'm gonna tell them.
What?
You're gonna hold on.
Night chores. I mean, like, this is supposed to take.
I respond back.
Huh. It's almost like I hypothesized that you guys don't care to respond to things until drama is involved. It's almost like that was the message of the video.
Yes, such stories often receive a fraction of the attention to the latest internet scandal.
Huh.
Max, I've seen your latest video and I've caught up with this whole situation.
That's a lie.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know if, like, the guy that he's talking about, Cameron Gerard Davis, may still even be alive, you know?
I think recently someone who wasn't related to the investigation found that he got like a parking violation or speeding ticket in September of last year, confirming that he's alive.
Huh.
I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer.
Then you clearly haven't caught up with the whole situation.
Without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper account.
But didn't you just say?
I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation.
And now all of a sudden,
I don't know anything in this situation.
so which is it?
I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel.
Not anymore, because you and your friends kept bullying her.
where she posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult that we are going to look into. It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure.
I agree with this. The original plan was to upload this podcast in unison with the documentary, which did have the structure we were looking for. However, Spencer wanted to make a trailer, and everything thereafter was highly reactive due to the pace of the situation unfolding.
This is a serious matter.
Yes, it is.
And I have no issues covering it.
That's a lie.
Is this something that you would now make a video on your channel to talk about?
No, I wouldn't. I would like the victims to seek proper restitution, but going in this manner isn't the best.
But publicly ridiculing us on the live streams of people that hate me, who you literally call slop tubers, is better?
I mean, at the end of the day, like I told them, like, hey, I will work behind the scenes and fucking build the story with you, like, to present it. Nick? I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence.
Then why didn't you?
Why would you do that without talking to us?
If their claims are as solid as it's being depicted, and at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video, he wasn't a legend, he was actually materially accusing them of
interest cult led by a child predator.
So these were very, very serious accusations, which need to be matched with very, very serious corroborative, ironclad evidence.
And in some ordinary gamer's video, Mama Max is a complete fraud. You weren't a legend. You were materially accusing me of being a fraud.
Because I always really play something super carefully. Like, I'll never say somebody is a scammer or like a or something, unless I have something that I know is 100% core, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I know that I can get away with saying a lot of things.
What Mudahar is doing is called special pleading, applying standards, principles, and or rules to other people or circumstances, while making oneself or certain circumstances exempt from the same critical criteria, without providing adequate justification. So Mudahar says that I can't make these claims without presenting very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. Yet he does not apply this same rule to anyone else, including himself. Because if this is in fact what you actually believe, and you're just going to start creating universal rules that affect freedom of speech, are you going to start making videos on why Dan Schneider is innocent? Because there is no very, very serious corroborative, ironclad evidence to prove he ever committed any crimes. So the point you are making literally serves to silence victims who have been wronged, yet have no evidence to prove a crime has been committed, which is
yeah, Vaughn's missing out.
crimes against children, like on Cake Messenger, that keeps everyone anonymous and deletes all of its own data, which was the main source of communication within the cult of Camden.
One of the things that's the hardest to suspend disbelief on is this is a cult leader, allegedly, right, that uses social media to groom children, who also has no online footprint.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, like, and that's one of the things, because even last night I was looking up, like, Hammer and Gerard Davis, and it was like, this guy's not alive, you know? I consider myself to be pretty good at finding, like, shit in fractions purposes of the internet, but I consider myself pretty good at it. Could not find shit on Hammer, Gerard Davis, or that cult, which I think is incredibly suspicious.
I know more about Camden's family than I know about Camden through this investigation. And I don't know a single fucking thing that he's done definitively. And that's absolutely the problem.
Okay. So the fact that this predator is intelligent enough to keep his online activity anonymous, to the point his family is easier to find than he is, goes right over these stupid people's heads, which leads them to assume he isn't operating a cult because they can't find anything on him, which is something we already made clear on the 5-hour podcast they did not watch. These fucking idiots have clearly never investigated anything beyond the surface. There are global cyber criminal organizations that are so sophisticated and advanced, even multiple government agencies will struggle to expose them, just to find they are operated by a single person.
The videos you produce don't damn
Camden. Maybe this is why you couldn't find him, because you couldn't even get his name right.
A lot of the screenshots don't punch hard since they're on screen for less than a second and lack the required context. If you want this person to be damned and attract the attention of a broader community, we need to sit down and piece this together, out from beginning to its current stages, in a damning but digestible manner.
I agree.
The story has a beginning, and we need to start there.
Well, there was a 5-hour podcast we never bothered to watch, so...
And that's where I'm going to leave these messages at, okay?
No, buddy. You don't get to just cherry-pick DMs without consequences. I'm going to leak everything. I informed Udahar of my project. He agrees to participate. I ask for his thoughts. He doesn't respond. I follow up with him. He doesn't respond. I follow up with him again, and he finally responds. He explains why he was gone, confirmed that he's still interested. I apologize for my sense of urgency and ask for 2 things: a conversation with the survivors and his advice. He doesn't respond, so I make a video requesting for influencers to listen to the survivors for 15 minutes. He doesn't respond, so I ask for feedback on the artificial drama of Charlie. He agrees to watch. I keep him in the loop. He doesn't respond. I finally drop the video, and he finally responds. He claims to have caught up with the whole situation and gives me some feedback based on his limited understanding of the situation. I thank him for his advice and invite him to the server. He requests to call in during a live stream. This is the first time he actually talks to me about this case, and it isn't much. I thank him for his feedback, and he doesn't respond. He goes on live streams with people that hate me, and I ask to chat with him privately. He responds only to bring up CSEM allegations on the YouTube drama subreddit. I explain the Mega Drives to him. He ignores what I say and thinks that the cult survivors have CP on our server. I explain to him that that is not the case, and re-explain the Mega Drives to him. He claims that Mega takes down CSEM from a fingerprint match, which is not true according to Mega's actual policies. I re-explain the Mega Drives for the 3rd time and share a video timestamped with what I'm talking about. I try to understand what did who say regarding the Mega Drives. He says the Mega staff. I explained that I was not in charge of the Mega Drives. I passed my evidence to my team, who uploaded it to Mega. I then explained to him that I'm open to answering more questions, and that there's a lot of misinformation spreading around, and if he can just platform me or the survivors to give our side. He doesn't respond until I start streaming again. I thank him for his input on stream, but explain.
Thank you for your input on stream, Punto.
While we appreciate
You know you
your
are a
advice discussing these
hoto.
sensitive matters,
Loco.
settings is uncomfortable for everyone involved.
Study the
Me, and especially the survivors. We prefer to handle such conversations privately, aligning with our initial request for discretion. We should continue these crucial discussions in a more confidential setting to respect and protect our survivors' narratives. Your cooperation in this would be greatly appreciated. We're also concerned about your recent appearances on Tommy C. Lyric Streams, where you've shared views that contradict our case, especially after reviewing the evidence we provided. This has led to misunderstandings, with people now downplaying the evidence. We urge you to help correct these misconceptions, just as I'm addressing my own errors. Your careful consideration on this matter is crucial. And he doesn't respond. I had a call with Nextaku, who told me to apologize to Udahar so that maybe he'll start to listen to reason. Udahar explains that he is working on a video trying to get to the bottom of this situation, when he has literally made no private attempts with me or the survivors to get to the bottom of this situation. But he finally offers a one-on-one call.
I vape, but I don't like need to vape, you know? All I do when my friends do it, or on the weekends.
I explain my conditions, requesting Spencer's participation, that he answers all of my questions, that I will be recording the conversation, and that he will need approval from the survivors to appear in this conversation before releasing, as per his NDA. He asks why is the call covered by the NDA. He then requests drama tuber Nicholas Diorio to participate in the call, and that he wants to prepare for the questions that I have for him. I answer his questions and explain why the non-disclosure agreement that he signed to protect the stories of the survivors would include a private call where we are talking about the case. We set up the call, and he tries to find reasons to breach his NDA. I re-explain the purpose of the NDA. The purpose of the NDA is not to inhibit your opinions. It is to protect the survivors and their stories. You are allowed to disseminate the evidence to the public, but you have to get the permission of the survivors first. It is their evidence after all. You do not even need my permission, just theirs. And I then explained why I name-dropped him in regards to the fact that he was looking into the evidence, because he was already publicly discussing that he's seen the evidence. He tells me I should have conferred with him privately. I tell him, Buddha, I've been trying to confer with you privately for the past few months. He then credits himself as being the most helpful person to speak on this case, and claims to be objective. He then says, I'll do whatever I can to help out in trying to have him prosecuted. I reply, I value your contribution and thank you for it. However, you said yourself that you might not be fully informed about the entire situation. Critiquing a case without thorough knowledge of the ongoing events is counterproductive. Cult psychologists, who are experts in this field, have approved the videos. And with all due respect, I place greater trust in their expertise on this matter than in yours. With that said, your support would mean the world to us, and I thank you for taking the time to sit down with us to discuss this, as we should have done from the start. We've all made mistakes here. Let's take this time to fix them. He says, well, that's what I aim to do tonight and in the next few days, talking to everyone I can about this situation, and lays out what is interesting. I thank him, and we get ready for the call. We have our call, and Spencer re-explains the events she already went over in the 5-hour podcast that they did not watch, that then derailed into loaded questioning and baiting for emotional responses, shouting over us while we were trying to answer their questions, which resulted in us shouting back at them, literal misrepresentation of actual facts, and Mudahar sucking his own dick, calling himself objective and that he's been helping out more than anyone else. Mudahar covers this call later in the video, so we'll come back to this. Mudahar tweets out that the call did not go well, blames it on me, as if him and Nicholas had no impact on it whatsoever. I tell him that I saw his tweet and implore him to wait for his own sake. He then asks for incontrovertible evidence that is going to vindicate this situation. I then give a very long response, which I'll read out to you. The growing amount of evidence is the evidence. The growing amount of survivors reaching out are the evidence. The consistency and complexity of the testimonies are the evidence. Please be patient while we are working with law enforcement before we continue our public campaigns and seek more survivors. If you see
Every day he posts real photography, and that gets spammed, and they would then upload those images in front of children.
Free chat rooms. Chat online with adult, gay, lesbian, teen, singles, cams, and more, including.
So we're gonna go in there and just see what happens.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hi, who are you?
I'm Kyle. I'm from Philadelphia.
Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Princess. Are you single, Princess?
Maybe. Why?
Because I am single, looking for a relationship with you. That I've been single for a while now.
But you don't even know what I look like.
realize, and I am very old.
I'm 13, is that okay?
Of course it is. I love it. It's cute. It's sexy too.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah. Are you white or black or mixed?
I'm white Latina.
That is sexy. I love it.
Can you drive?
Where are you from? Yeah, of course I will take you anywhere you want. We have to in my car. We can hold hands, kiss, and touch each other.
Maybe if I get to know you more.
A few messages later, and he moves us on to Discord.
How old are you again?
18, princess. And you?
I'm 13, is that okay?
That is okay. I love it. It's sexy, princess.
Do you have your driver's license?
I do.
Can I see?
I have to get another one. My wallet got lost. I have to get my driver's license back from the DMV. When I get back, I will show you, okay?
When will that be?
That'll be tomorrow or this weekend.
Okay.
Okay, princess. What do you look like?
Can you do a video call real quick?
Yeah, princess.
Will you show me your face?
Yeah, show me yours too.
And that's when I called for the first time. At first I was very nervous, but there was something about him that made me feel comfortable, and maybe vulnerable. He always made me feel really good about myself, calling me pretty and that he loves me. And I liked that a lot. But unfortunately,
He was grooming me.
yuck.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, baby.
Hi. I can't hear you at all.
Obviously, you got the message I sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you wrote I'm a minor?
Yes.
Is that your first? I'm sorry.
What are you doing now, baby?
Sorry. One second, sorry.
I know.
Can I see you real quick?
Huh?
Can I see you real quick?
Yeah.
Turn your camera.
Yeah. There I am.
So he got his face, his voice, and his penis. Confirmation that he's trying to groom minors. Now we just need one more thing.
Can I see your butt and pussy. I am so horny right now, okay? In bed, I could rock hard. Just imagine how hard I am. I'll pick you on butt.
Well, you're cute, Kyle. Once I see your license, I will send you naughty stuff.
Thanks, princess. You're cute and sexy. I will love that, okay?
Just because I want to make sure you're not lying to me. I've been hurt before.
I am not lying. I will not hurt you. We will be together forever and ever until we get married and I want to get you pregnant.
Okay, I trust you, but I still want to see. So, you didn't go to the DMV this weekend?
Okay, I trust you too. I did.
Oh, okay. When do you get your license?
It was in that moment when we realized he lied to me. Not only was he hiding all of his personal information from me, his 13-year-old girlfriend, the very same person he claims to love and cherish. But I could also see from his signature that his name was not, in fact, Kyle.
Why are you hiding your info? I thought you were going to be honest.
I am honest. I don't like people looking at my driver's license information because they use that against me and get me in trouble.
So, you don't trust me?
Is that I don't trust? Is that if I show my information to anyone, if you get me put in jail, I'm scared, I'm afraid. Besides the bank or my mom.
I don't understand.
I am very protective when it comes to my personal information, especially my driver's license. Any I have. I just checked. I don't have any baggage for work. Just my vest and my walkie-talkie.
Why would you go to jail?
Because I say that is because people online can use that to hurt me.
Why would I hurt you?
I know you won't. I'm just saying when asked for someone's driver's license, that means they want to get someone in trouble with the law.
I'm confused.
I'm just saying that because I know that you won't hurt me, but I'm just saying that I just don't like sending people my information like that. And I don't want that because I'm just very protective of my information. That's all. Are you horny, princess?
No, I don't trust you anymore.
Why don't you trust me anymore? Protected all my stuff, especially when it comes to my ID. I'm sorry, okay?
I need to think.
Think about what?
You said you were going to show me, then you hide your name and your age? That makes me think you're lying to me.
I'm not lying to you.
Why are you in the dark?
Baby, because it's dark in my room.
Open the windows. I want to see you.
I love you so much.
Prove it.
Okay, I will prove it to you. I love you so much. I want to hug you and kiss you and make love to you and touch you while you're sleeping. I will take you very everywhere. We will hold hands and kiss. Yeah, baby. See how much I love you?
Is your real name Kevin?
Yeah, what is your real name?
Winnie is my real name. Why did you tell me Kyle?
Because I don't like using my real name on the internet. That's why I said Kyle. You have a beautiful name. I love it. Cute.
Okay, we need to be honest with each other if we're gonna be together, okay?
Okay, baby. Yeah.
If you show me your ID, I'll get back with you. Deal?
Deal. Yeah. I'll show you while we're on video call.
Nothing. Are you showing me now?
I am 18. And to literally no one's surprise, this ain't his first time. On December 30th, 2012, Kevin Osborne O'Brien Lee was arrested by the Chester City Police Department. He was charged with a first-degree misdemeanor under Code 18.6301.81, corruption of minors. This charge is used when an individual over the age of 18 engages in illegal, immoral, or sexual behavior with a person under the age of 18. Judge David Griffin initially set a $500,000 bail. 5 weeks later, Judge Patricia Jenkins lowered it to a $250,000 unsecured bond. And on January of 2014, Judge James Nyland Jr. granted a motion to suppress Luke's statements. His own words were thrown out, wiped from the trial public record. By May, the court removed the entire Delaware County DA's office due to a conflict. The case was handed over to the Attorney General. On August 25th, 2014, he took a negotiated guilty plea. His sentence was 5 years of probation. No prison time. Just a piece of paper telling him to stay away from children. He wasn't even required to register as a sex offender. And in Pennsylvania, mugshots are protected under the Criminal History Record Information Act. So to be clear, he was already caught preying on minors. He confessed to his crimes. And then the system wasted your tax money and government resources, letting him suppress evidence while also keeping his face hidden from the public. And now here we are 10 years later, May 28th, 2025. We caught Kevin trying to groom minors in the kids' chat room on Chad Avenue under the alias Japanese Boy, moving his victims to his private Discord, Cool0866, where we engaged in multiple video calls revealing his face, his penis, his voice, and even his government identification. And for almost an entire year, we've been reporting him to the FBI, NCMEC, the Pennsylvania Attorney General's Office, and his local police department, providing multiple hours of evidence of criminal activity.
This includes the transfer of unsolicited, obscene material to minors, requesting the creation and distribution of CSAM, and online enticement attempting to meet with his victims.
Is it 34, right?
Yeah.
You're sure it's okay, I'm only 13, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Why?
Because it's very sexy and it turned me on and that I can pick you up and hump on you and then grab your butt and push you all over. I'll definitely pick you and you'll love it.
Kevin, my dearest Kevin, did you miss me? I cannot fathom how you still walk this earth a free man. You were shown mercy more than once, yet you continued, committing abominations, preying upon the innocent, and walked the very road that led you here, to me. Now there is no corner dark enough to hide you. From this moment forward, every living eye is now upon you, and every soul you have harmed shall rise to bear witness. We see you. If you have information regarding his criminal activity, you can report him at the link below and refer to his case number.
And that was just the first one.
You heard me say? You heard me say? If you're sure about it, please, come on. Show Dad what you got. It's not you. You told me you were going to show me. You're going to open your camera. You don't open your camera.
Toodles.
You already know.
And now for our feature presentation.
Hey guys, today we're going to be speedrunning Getting Groomed in the kids chat room on Chat Avenue. This won't take long, I promise. If you want to see more Getting Groomed on Chat Avenue speedruns like these, please make sure to smash that subscribe button and hit the bell icon. I'll be uploading new Getting Groomed on Chat Avenue speedruns every day.
For the rest of my life.
We look fuckable. We love big older cocks. Is it wrong to want to fuck you? Do you like dick? Do you shave? What's your body look like? Never touch cock? Have you been fucked? Did you touch yourself before? We're virgin. I want to make babies. I'm 9 inches long. Have you ever sucked a dick? Have you ever seen the guy's private parts on cam or in person? Have you ever tried to come before? We're color babies. We like to do masturbation. Hello, how are you doing? And I am touching myself. Would you like to watch? I think we could get along. I'm really into girls your age, to be honest. I'm not really 16. I'm 25. 26. Is my age okay? Yes or no? 32, I like younger girls, especially pretty ones like you. 34. I'm 36. Hope that's fine by you. 47. 5, I guess. Not again.
This video presents evidence of ongoing criminal activity occurring on Chat Avenue and its subsidiaries, including KidsChat.net and TeenChat.org. Preliminary reports have already been submitted to multiple agencies, with the United States Department of Justice, the UK National Crime Agency, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, among other organizations, including the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children. No CSAM is stored, distributed, or involved in any form, and no real minors appear or participate in this operation. The documented interactions involve an adult decoy acting in the role of a minor within this investigative sting operation, and at no point does the decoy engage in explicit conduct or exchange illegal material. The owners and administrators of Chat Avenue have been notified on multiple occasions, yet have consistently failed to respond or take meaningful action. Most importantly, there are real children who are active and unprotected on this platform. Predators using these chat rooms are often repeat offenders who evade law enforcement and exploit the platform's lack of oversight to find, groom, and prey on new victims on a consistent basis. Chat Avenue is, by definition, a pedophile ring, which has posed a clear and ongoing risk to children all over the world for the past quarter of a century. We believe that these sites and its owners should be investigated, charged, and shut down by authorities.
Chat Avenue began in 1999. It was one of the first free public chat room websites, offering instant conversations for anyone about anything.
My profile picture is on my vibrating toothbrush without the brush head, the part that's circled in red. I'm gonna put it on my peel. It's gonna feel so good. Do you want to watch me have juicy sex with it? I love having sex with my vibrating toothbrush.
Are you okay?
In the beginning, there was DigiChat, powered by Java Applet software, where the only thing keeping the conversation from getting weird were the 5 minutes waiting for your browser. Then came 123 Flash Chat, the golden age of ASL requests, the universal greeting for basement-dwelling degenerates. And finally, we have PHP Code Chat, a modern script that became the main reason for why moderators are the most in-demand unpaid job in the chat room market, adding webcams, voice chat, and mobile access. But their structure stayed the same, like a nightmare that never ends. And the main thing that remained the same is the advertising. From the earliest archives to the present moment of pain and misery, you can see sex ads populated right next to banners for the kids' chat rooms. That's inappropriate. They also employ a VIP membership system, marketed as harmless perks. These features create a dangerous power imbalance, which can appear to younger users as a sign of trustworthiness or verification. Combined with the platform's virtual gifting features, can mimic classic grooming techniques. Despite profiteering off the sextortion of its youngest users, Chat Avenue claims to be one of the safest chat room communities, with the advanced AI tools to protect children from exploitation. But in reality, those safety systems are a goddamn joke. It's almost like they couldn't even spot a rapist if he walked into a candy store butt fucking naked with a name tag labeled Little Kid Phone. First of all, I couldn't even count how many users openly upload penises as profile pictures. It was fucking disgusting. And the problem is so goddamn bad, even the admins can't control it.
Okay, I am the admin on staff. I'm pretty sure most know me by now and have their opinions about me. Some good, some bad, some horrific. But I am what I am. I don't plan on changing anytime soon. You either like my style or you detest my style. Either way makes no difference to me. I managed to get the job done, and I think, patting myself on the back, I have done a pretty good job. Just look at the fact that prior, there was like a penis PFP in every third user on the user list. Not to mention the fact that there were nasty names. And if you look at it now, it has drastically improved. Unless you live on a planet denied. Is it perfect? Of course not. Will it ever be perfect? Of course not. This is the internet. You will never have perfection. There will always be issues. That's just a fact. It's how we deal with the issues that make the difference. We now have a flag report system in the chat, and I highly suggest learning to use it correctly. Do not report things that do not need reporting. That's just a waste of staff time. and just another way to allow the bad people to get away with their activities long. Remember, a bat can still see in the dark.
And most of the moderators from the kids' chat rooms are also underage themselves, who are illegally exposed to disturbing predator messages, content, and harassment while trying to police their whims. Notably, in the moderator applications for the kids' chat room, literally one of the requirements is the ability to take some abuse if necessary. So they are recruiting volunteer children to subject themselves to criminal activities and child abuse. Language filters also barely work. People can bypass them just by spacing out words, which is common practice. Predators can also create new accounts in seconds, even with the same username that was banned. Like, just look at this shit. Hey, everyone! This predator tries to groom, gets kicked for like 10 minutes, and then continues grooming. Chat Avenue specifically mentions CSAM over and over on a kid's platform. That is not a normal rule to have unless it's been a recurring issue, which it is. Here's just one example out of many. Within my first day, kids chat forums, under trending content, it literally says thread. The fuck you mean ban KOS known CP trend? I'm confused. I've never done this shit. Okay.
You know, I never thought you'd say CP either. That's until I found out that you have 3 other banned IP addresses, and that I remember all 3 of those times you were banned. 1. You were Jenna/Chanilla back then in 2020 on Kids Chat Avenue, and that's the account I found you trading CP on. You complained on forums about your ban afterwards, saying you would never CP trade when there was clear evidence that you did. 2. In 2023, you went by Kaylee and Maddie, also had a brother named James, all under the same IP address. CP trading is a permanent ban, so banned you on all 3 of those accounts. You then went on forums to complain about that ban. 3. Earlier this year, you named yourself as Chanilla as a username and used Crystal as a forum username to complain about the same KO CP trading ban. Seeing a very similar pattern here. 4. Here we are now, back to Jenna aka Chanilla, another 13-year-old lesbian girl from North Carolina, just like all of these other times. Totally not a coincidence that every single time you come back to Kids Chat, it's the same pattern. The fact you haven't even changed your ages in 5 years, too. I think we all know who you really are in that case. Anyway, if you want to prove you are not this person, please explain your other 3 IP bans. Otherwise, ban stays, as patterns are too similar to ignore.
Oh my god. So not only are we just openly talking about trading CP on a kids forum like it's another Tuesday, but the kids chat app is also admitting that this user is a known CP trader who has been IP banned 3 different times over the course of 5 years, because apparently there is clear evidence they have been repeatedly distributing CC on kids chat app. Regarding their law enforcement preservation policy, the site openly states data cannot be stored indefinitely. Account info is subject to auto deletion depending on whether it is a guest account or a registered user account. Once data is deleted through user action or automated processes, retrieval is not possible. Notably, the auto-deletion process remains unaffected by data preservation requests, search warrants, or subpoenas. In other words, if a predator deletes their data, it's gone for good. even for moderators and admins. What the fuck? And this is not a case where they were simply unaware of it. For over 2.5 decades, survivors, parents, moderators, digital protection groups, and child safety advocates have raised alarms about grooming and exploitation occurring inside these chat rooms. Reports sent directly to the owners. They were notified repeatedly. Users all over the internet often describe the site as unsafe, so you don't even have to take my word
This is probably one of the most vile websites ever created.
Number 1 Shep Avenue. You are being warned. The exposing of children to pedophile grooming is illegal and could potentially be extremely dangerous for children. We are requesting for you to remove the site as well as the app. If you do not remove it and continue to allow children to be exposed to pedos, we will stop you one way or another.
You let us swallow.
What? Why? Yeah, what is he talking about? What the fuck? Oh shit.
I'm pretty shocked to see the words kids among other words like college, sex, and adult chats. This just doesn't feel right and set at all for me. I seriously question the legitimacy of this site because of that reason alone, and I would definitely not let any kid I was responsible for use this website.
There's one guy here who's 47 years old, less than a minute, who wants to talk to a child in a teen chat. And I only said hi in the chat room, nothing else.
Holy shit, dude. You jumped in a chat room, you called yourself Ashley 13, New Jersey. Literally less than 10 seconds with a 47-year-old wanted to have with a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah.
You decide for yourself. Is this okay for teens? And so what we need to do is either get them to be legally required to go 18 plus, or they can completely shut down. Somebody needs to be held accountable for this. They're hurting kids.
Hi. I'm 13. I don't know why I'm here.
KidsChat.net is pretty much a kids chatting website. Well, it's supposed to be. But it's dog shit.
Some of you may even remember. 5 years ago, myself, along with other creators, documented widespread pedophile activities and systemic safety failures in the kids' chat rooms of Chat Avenue.
So some of you may have seen the video that both myself and Ryan did, but most importantly, Mama Max did, on a website called KidsChat.net. It is a haven for predators.
The owners responded.
Recently, it's been brought to our attention that a video was created with accusations directed at the owners, administrators, and moderators of this very website.
It's such a dog shit website.
We usually don't respond to such crap. Just continue to make this website better. 5 years later, I'm back for more, of course. Seals my mouth around your tight penis. Pushes my tongue deep inside, twisting it around in your ass. However, with a little extra time, we thought it would be appropriate to send a message in response to the channel and its author that was posting false accusations and defamatory remarks about this website and its staff.
And this YouTuber is Mama Max. Now, Mama Max, a fucking amazing YouTuber.
I have gathered input from several of our staff members for this writing. For this blog's purposes, we will call the video author Mr. X.
Hey, that's me.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today's video is sponsored by Friendship. Friendship for my homie Mama Max. Now if you don't know, I'm close friends with a lot of the horror guys on YouTube, Nexpo, Night Docs, Mama Max, all these people. They're great people, good friends, close friends, personal close friends. People that I have met in real life, good people, people that I have chugged good old pints with. These are close friends to me. And when one of them gets treated dirty, your boy's gonna stand up for it, because that's what friendship is all about, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you don't know who Mama Max is, he's a great channel on YouTube. He's probably, in my opinion, a fucking apex content creator. Guy makes really, really well done internet docu-style content, and it's actually impressive how well he's made it. So lately, some of his recent videos have been him sort of targeting pedophile rings on the internet. Now, this is Kids Chat, which is the world's largest chat for kids. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are the #1 source for free chat rooms and informative blogs for kids and younger teens. We welcome all boys and girls. Alright, let's go with that. Ooh, high intent dating platform ads? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I want to get from, let's just call myself, Dong Diddles 14, right?
The hardest thing I've lost as to how someone can jump onto this site as a guest when you need nothing but a username, age, and a gender. That's it.
Here you got one. PM for naughty pics, girl. See, what the fuck?
For a site that so happily boasts its security and moderation, this is a critical excuse for user verification.
I love how they have a bot that says we have a zero tolerance policy for overage users, right? Like, hey, shit, help us eliminate predators and shit like that. So they go over there. And literally, not just underneath it, they've got who wants to play dirty truth or dare on board just girl.
If you boast so heavily about moderation and security, then why was it so hard for you to find any way to directly report to individual users that were DMing you? It isn't there. There's no report button.
This is a general room message for everyone. A warning to all pedophiles. We have this room monitored 24/7, and we do work with all law enforcement agencies worldwide. If you have a problem, please seek help before you find yourself in prison. My pussy is wet. Oh yeah? Because that wouldn't be allowed on a kids chat. 24/7 moderation, sure.
I've reported this to the CNBC and the FBI. You can only hope that they investigate this and shut it down. This is not a place for kids. This is not moderated. There is no verification. And this is not a safe space.
I feel like in the grand scheme of the things, Max didn't do anything wrong. He definitely went after people who were, in his own video, wanting to fuck a 13-year-old.
Yes, if you have been following recent events regarding Money Max and his personal life, you can see that clearly he has issues. Not going to get into the personal details, but this loser has zero given what illegal and embarrassing things he's accused of. He should not have any voice on anything. How can anyone like this be believable? As we have pointed out, he made life narrative not true. BTW, does one single individual get accused of horrible things by 5 different instances? That's pretty much every inch. Hello. At some point, you gotta realize that you are the problem, not the victim. You POS. 2024 update. Money Max is pretty much now hated by everyone in the YouTube community. Just Google the story. He has been exposed as a fraud. If you read our blogs from back when he was actually respected, rightfully so, you can see we already pointed out his inconsistencies. The guy was just doing everything for clicks and money, and probably other sinister deeds. Just Google those related to sexual exploitation. He does not give a damn about kids and their safety. He has been exposed as a fraud by multiple highly respected content creators. I hate to say it, but told you so. What a loser.
I was saying there will be an update video to the kids chat video that I personally did because I've been digging really hard. I've found some really crazy stuff, and this update video is not going to have a satisfying resolution. In fact, the problem is far, worse than I had ever anticipated. It's bad.
And if you think that's bad, I have a testimony this time from a victim and predator of child outreach.
I guess like I was your age when, I first began exploring my sexual side, and I suppose I talked to older women online. Perhaps maybe for some of them they weren't actually older women, they were just maybe guys, because I never really thought at the time anything they sent that maybe wasn't real. But I was young and naive, so I went through with it. At the time, I would mostly go into like old chat rooms, because I would go in there to like find people to roleplay. I did things with them like either talking flirty or intimate on call, sending pictures and videos, and just those kind of stuff. And I realized it's why in some ways I kind of love the way I am, and you kind of regret it.
So you like anything around kids chat?
In some ways, like, yeah, I would say yeah, because obviously it led to how I am. That was one of the places I was on before, when I was younger, and maybe it was nostalgia that made me want to go on and see how it was like. It was pretty much the same, not really different, the same layout. Honestly, hasn't really changed. More, like I said, just around there just to see how it was. And then I saw, you, or at least your account, and I don't know what really came over me to like reach out to you and talk to you, and those urges like maybe driving me. There's also, I guess, the age difference between us. I still feel that that conflict, whether knowing that this isn't that the way I feel and what I'm wanting to do to you isn't good. I suppose, yeah, it did lead to the way I feel now, and it's why I feel conflicted, because I still know what happens. It can be seen by others as very wrong, or that you're a bad person. It's kind of like a mental disorder or a condition. It can range from like depression to social anxiety, self-confidence, trust, a delay in emotional and mental development, and just so on and so on. Sometimes I get worried on whether I might act on how I feel towards you, because I knew how it impacted me during my development, and I wouldn't want it to do the same to you. Hello?
Hello.
What things did you get from me?
It's because you wanted to come visit me this week, right?
I mean, I asked if that's something you'd like. I just don't know what you need from me.
Yeah. Well, we're due at the week. Did you want to come?
I don't know, maybe Friday.
I was just gonna ask what you wanted to do when we met up,
I don't know, we can do whatever. Like I said, we can do whatever. I don't know, I guess wherever you would maybe like to go.
taking shopping?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you needed?
Well, just one thing. Before we meet, just because I don't know, it's just my boundaries and I don't want to get like kidnapped or anything. Is you really deep or your license or something?
Yeah, I can show you that tomorrow when I get the chance. It's late.
Okay.
And I'm tired, but yeah, I can show it tomorrow.
Okay.
Amy,
Okay, how's that?
so it seems to be working pretty well.
He's talking about my webcam.
Yeah.
He's doing this unprompted, by the way.
So tell me,
Sure.
do you like me?
I mean, yeah, you seem like a nice person.
Are you okay that I'm younger than you?
Oh, are you okay that I'm older than you?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Do you like older men?
I like you. Well,
I like you too.
Diego Nathaniel Diaz. I don't hate you. I feel sorry for you. You were a child once. And that makes this harder. Because the truth is, you're a victim too. Most of you were. Kevin. And all the others. I see the same pattern every time. Little boys in the bodies of men, broken and twisted. I wish our system could correct it, repair the damage, but it doesn't. The childhood trauma, it runs too deep, and you failed to heal. Maybe one day, science and medicine can fix you, but that day is not today. So until then, you will be watched, and you will not harm another without the whole world knowing. I just wish you ended this cycle. I know you want to, and yet you don't. You're still active, logging on every day. I know I'm not your first, and I sense I won't be the last, but I will be the worst. We see you. If you or a loved one is a victim of Diego Nathaniel Diaz, you can report him in the link below and refer to his case number.
So not only is Chad Avenue responsible for harming thousands of children, but they are also creating more child predators. let's just make sure we're all on the same page here. We're dealing with a platform that hosts a network of chat rooms. Many are specifically for children. A platform that claims to be one of the safest communities online, boasting 25 years of operation, when in reality, it has no meaningful protection systems, and in fact even utilizes auto-deletion processes that actively erase evidence and allow crimes to go unpunished. Monitored only by a very small group of volunteer moderators, many of whom are kids themselves, leaving them exposed to risks that no child should ever handle, let alone any human. And all of this is controlled by anonymous owners who have taken deliberate steps to hide their identity and avoid accountability. Someone who, instead of addressing any of the systemic problems with their platform, just deflects from criticism like an immature child, whilst continuing to profiteer off of the crimes inflicted on its youngest users. And now, there is decades worth of evidence showing that this site functions, by definition, as a pedophile ring. And the worst part, there is a community of real children who are surrounded by legions of serial predators, broken and disturbed men, bombarding them up to hundreds of times every day with the intent to commit crimes. And these kids have to witness things that no child should ever see. Many are exploited, scarred, and traumatized for the rest of their lives. Some even become predators themselves. It is a cycle of suffering perpetuated by Chat Avenue. It doesn't matter if it's an organized criminal operation, an abandoned honeypot, or if the owner really is just a negligent dipshit. I made these videos because this needs to end. And I finally found a whistleblower. I started looking for anyone associated with Chat Avenue and found a connection through two browser extensions, ModUtils and ChatUtils, unofficial moderation tools for Kodi chat-powered websites, built by Iridius Group, a privacy and security developer with an extensive history as a moderator on Chat Avenue. I reached out to them, and for the first time, they are willing to expose what's happening behind the scenes.
I do want to mention, I was a moderator in voice chat for 1 year, and then after about a year or so, I joined up with gay chat, and I'm an active gay chat mod, so I just wanted to have that background. You know, I've been on the platform since I was 14 years old. I'm very open to what's been happening to Chat Avenue. I'm not okay with 99% of it. I do have perspective as to why the mods do a lot of what they do, and I think that perspective is very helpful. However, there's some stuff the mods just can't control. I do want to note that the moderators you can see in chat rooms and voice chat rooms and all of that, those are usually teens or kids themselves. The admins usually are adults, but the actual the moderators are usually the age of the chatters. I wouldn't be surprised though if Chatmaster was appointing admins that he was just friends with outside of Chat Avenue. Definitely does know some of the admins and mods personally, because we have had some bad admins in the past that actually were pedophiles that would make things a lot worse. So they try to keep their jobs to prevent, like, you know, getting fired and a pedophile coming in, because it's not always an active moderator that gets promoted. Sometimes it's, I don't want to say it's a random person, but it's someone that Chatmaster knows, not always a good person. I will say that it is a very frequent theory that Chatmaster has sold the business more than once. So like the Chatmaster now probably isn't the Chatmaster back from 1999. This would be way before me, but at one point in time, the all age rooms like voice chat had sex ads, and those were absolutely not in voice chat when voice chat first came out. There was no sex ads anywhere on the platform either like a business opportunity opened up at that year or the rooms were sold. And that new owner took over and put those ads there to make the company make more money. All I know are rumors. We have 2 accounts that we know of. We have Administrator and we have Chatmaster. Administrator seems to be the person that does a lot more of the IT things. Whereas Chatmaster, he's more on forums, but if you see Chatmaster say something, everyone in the room shuts up. We are afraid of him. He's the one we assume has all of the authority. But Administrator, as far as we know, Administrator and Chatmaster, they're allegedly the same person. This is something we talk about sometimes. We don't like it. We don't like not having a name to the face, not a face to the name or anything like that. We're not comfortable with it, but it is a reality we have. But I think the mentality he has about moderation leans more into freedom of speech territory. There's one example, someone said, should features be removed from chat rooms due to abuse by pervs? And he responded saying, why don't we just remove the entire internet? That would solve a lot of issues. We will never make the majority suffer if they put popular features because of a few bad users.
Okay, so to be clear, as a moderator, I'm sure you've witnessed CP being uploaded at times.
Every day, there is one specific spammer that logs on. He posts real child pornography that has text on it that's advertising his Telegram channel. And that gets spammed until a moderator comes on and removes him, removes all of the content, and then we forward the user ID to our admin, who then does a permitting.
They create new accounts.
Every day. They would then upload those images and our children. We have one admin per room in the majority of the rooms, and sometimes they do human things, like sleeping. And that seems to be when these spammers start up, is when they know the admins are sleeping. I think what the real problem with Chat Avenue is, he won't hire more admins. Some admins say there's a limit how many mods you have at one time. That's stupid. The fact that mods do not have 24-hour picks by Chatmaster's choice is stupid.
So I've talked about this with other moderators, but he is not implementing a system that scans messages for inappropriate content in kids' chat rooms because he values freedom of speech.
Chatmaster is so mother freaking stingy that he will not spend money on a custom developer to add features that he wants.
So I noticed he ignores, deletes the text history.
Oh yeah.
Is it deleted for moderators as well?
Yes, it does, sir. Yes, it does. It's become a thing where I tell people, do not ignore until you see them get picked. Because if you ignore someone, the DMs do delete themselves. And it deletes them from the system. It doesn't just delete them for you. Moderators can't see it. It shows up as this content has already been deleted. And this is something the moderator team is very angry about because when we first introduced the ghosting, we thought it would be an amazing solution for the child pornography spammers. Not even the ones that are posting actual images, just the ones that post like the links or the Telegram usernames. We thought, oh, we just ghost them. They don't know they're ghosting. So they'll just keep spamming this instead of creating new accounts, thinking they're getting away with it. And we can clog it. We found out that it doesn't clog it because the other people that are getting ghosted for doing the same crap are now, they're still interacting with each other. They're still engaging with each other, which is like opposite of what we're trying to do. It would be amazing if he would catch it, but we both know he won't. In the background code, I can find, there's one line of code, it's if statement. If the person is ghosted, set this variable exist in the SQL. If you just remove that line of code altogether, ghosted messages will never appear to anyone, ever. That is how easy of a fix it is to stop ghosting from being kind of useless. The fact that wasn't, he won't even look to fix it.
So on Chat Avenue's main page, they advertise that CSAM is automatically
attempted taking down?
I think there's 3 different systems that's being referenced on top of a lot of marketing jargon. Chat Avenue is protected by Cloudflare. They will automatically screen the website for child porn and block it. It's also very much so not perfect, but it is there. There's also, like in some of the rooms when you upload an image, it blocks the upload. I think that's also potentially being referenced. And I do believe there is a script running on the actual servers that looks for child pornography. And I think that system is also responding to that requests. I'd imagine those 3 together is making up that statement and also some marketing action. The automated systems we can never expect to work anywhere near 100%. And in so give the mods more tools to handle this. When we don't have it because Chatmaster doesn't want to lose money. It's not even about money. It's just about arrogance. I've read some reports of journalists that have talked to Chatmaster directly that say that Chatmaster won't even acknowledge some of the issues with the site because he thinks people are being too soft. If he got over himself, I'm pretty sure Chat Avenue could make a lot more money and be a better site to be on. She's never going to implement those features. The fact I had to go around and make a freaking browser extension to patch Chat Avenue to be an actual enjoyable place to be, again, it just blows my mind. It's insane. The fact that I can DM a 13-year-old and nobody would know unless a 13-year-old reports me? That is a Chat Avenue thing. You know, try pulling that crap on Roblox, and we see what Roblox is getting in the press. It blows my mind, and it makes me so mad. As like a mod, I do believe Chat Avenue is a great place. I've made countless friends. I would recommend meeting people online, generally speaking, but the fact that Chat Avenue is generally such a good place, that this arrogance stops it. It kills me.
So what do? Someone needs to be held accountable. Yet no one seems to know who Chatmaster even is. David Bazuki owns Roblox. Leaf Kate Brooks ran Omegle. Greg Barrow founded 321 Chat. But then there's Chat Avenue, an internet relic that has survived the rise and fall of MySpace, AOL, Yahoo Messenger, hosting thousands of users and millions of conversations over an epoch of internet time. Yet no one, not one person, has ever claimed responsibility for the platform. The most current lead is an open source intelligence investigation led by Clandestine, who uncovered the name of Daniel Yee from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. While promising, this name still does not have a face. When you look into the domain that hosts Chat Avenue, they are registered through Direct NIC, a commercial domain registrar of PNC Holdings. But they don't own Chat Avenue. They sell domains to private clients, designed to hide the identity of the person, entity behind the domain. They do not disclose who runs Chat Avenue, and by policy, they cannot reveal that information unless compelled by law. However, they did inform me that I should report through Cloudflare, since they actively host the website. After submitting a CSAM abuse report, they provide an additional domain host, OVH France, which is yet another domain registrar. Related platforms, including kidschat.net and teenchat.org, show the exact same pattern. Privacy shielded records, ownership details intentionally withheld, layers on more layers abandoned, but they're all fragments of the same network, the same structure, and even the same payment processor, which led me to the only company name I could find. Tomorrow Now Solutions. No public records, but we do have their advertiser ID. UA-273 123-68602. This is a unique fingerprint match to the owner of all these websites. Whoever Chatmaster is, this is the prime lead to their identity. They should be investigated, charged, and shut down.
Hello, Chatmaster, Administrator, Daniel, whoever you are. Remember me? Since our last interaction, I made a lot of enemies, but I never forgot about you. My one and only. You tried to destroy me. Many tried. But no one profiteered more than you. I believe you said I should not have any voice on any platform. Thank you for reminding me. My greatest weapon. This video serves as evidence. Just one out of thousands. Chat Avenue. Your chat rooms. Where predators prey on children every hour of every day. And you do nothing to stop it. And at times, felt like it was by design. Lives were destroyed. Cases were created. Monsters were born. And you called me a liar. Am I a fraud? No. I may not have your face yet, but I sure got you by the balls.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. If you also think Chatmaster should be formally investigated, just follow the instructions. Just kidding, that was a joke. Here are the real instructions.
In the description is a Google Drive document. This is a report with multiple sources documenting criminal activity on Chat Avenue. Just select all and copy. Then open your email. Paste the message in the body. Subject, whatever you like. Add the following recipients. Click send. If you have documented screenshots or recordings of criminal activity, do not upload anything that could be considered illegal material. Instead, bring it to your local law enforcement agency on a physical device like a flash drive. Then, tell your family, tell your friends. Chat Avenue's chat rooms are pedophile rings preying on real children. You may share this video or any other video that documents this. And most importantly, if you or a loved one is a victim of Chat Avenue and its subsidiaries, speak up with us. Never be silenced. Use your voice. Your story matters. We can do this together.
I was 12 years old. It was the middle of the night. I was playing Gary's, a random sandbox server GM construct, made with 4 or 5 other players. And on that day, a player with a strange name joined. He appeared at spawn and sprayed an image on the wall. Before I knew it, I hear a kid that I was RDMing. He's screaming on voice chat. I didn't believe him, so I went to the spawn, and there she was. She was my age, maybe younger, pale skin, orange hair, eyes red like she had been crying. She was surrounded by men, her face contorted into a forced smile, almost as if to say, help me. I'll spare you the remaining details. What disturbed me most wasn't just the image. It was him, the player. He stayed there, typing, claiming it was his daughter, describing everything he did to her, like he wanted to pull us into it, trying to infect us with his sickness. The other kids and I were scrambling. I tried blocking spray with a prop. The others were screaming to get an admin on. One was claiming to grab his IP to send to the FBI. He didn't care. He just kept spraying, kept typing, kept trying to drag us into his hell. I couldn't take it anymore, so I Alt-F4, deleted the cache folder, and uninstalled the game. I put on some YouTube to help me forget. But I couldn't unsee what I saw. It was burned into my retinas. That night I could barely sleep. I woke from night terrors, anxiety attacks, disassociation. I wanted so badly to kill that man, help that girl. But as a kid, it feels like you can't do anything. You're just lost in the maze of your mind. It feels as if it has been corrupted by evil itself. We all grew up on the internet. We've seen things we were never meant to see. The darkest depths of humanity that no child should ever witness. It stays with you. It changes you. It takes something from you. Some of us don't come back the same. Some don't. So if there's anything you take away from this video, I'm here to inform you that horrible childhood experience is Chad Avenue. Every hour of every day, 365 days a year, for the past quarter of a century. 5 years ago, my audience asked me to investigate one of their subsidiaries for predatory practices and cybercrimes against children, KidsChat.net. Within mere minutes, I was reliving some of my most traumatic childhood experiences. That one predator I met when I was 12, who is now everywhere, openly hunting for children, I documented everything and reported them to law enforcement, but I wasn't as careful as I should have been. And the predators followed me. They began stalking me and harassing me, sending me the worst material imaginable. So I fought back and uploaded my video. Chad Avenue didn't fix the problem. They retaliated, banning my name from the chat rooms, called me a liar and a fraud. Shortly after, communities formed saying the same exact things. And over time, as I made more enemies and public missteps, they weaponized that against me to discredit everything I exposed. Yet none of that changed the truth. KidsChad.net is still there. TeenChad.org is still there. ChadAvenue.com is still there. Hurting more children, creating more victims. Even now, as you are watching this video, some kid is logging in for the first time, and their life is about to begin, just like mine was. So if you are a victim,
we see you.
I've been through hell as well. You didn't deserve it. None of us do. But it's gonna be okay. You're stronger than you think. You're stronger than you can even imagine. But you must be brave. We may live in a world with predatory men in power, but our greatest weapons against them is the will to fight back. Never be silenced. Use your voice. Your story matters. We can do this together. I'm Max, and I'm also a victim of Chad Avenue. Hey guys, thank you all for watching. If you'd like to support these videos, you can donate through my Patreon or a YouTube channel membership. If not, that's okay. The second best way you can help is by just sharing the video. And I'll be here, doing what I do, because this is far from over. More videos are incoming. Thanks to @BestFoodAlex, Adam Alani, Andy Mata, Alien Babe Moonslut, Ambrose, Anarchy, Angel, Antho, B, Bale, Badger Actual, Balzeroni Ravioli, Bathtub Full of Meat, Benny Doe, Biblical Law, Big Boy Coming Through, Blood God, Bryce Churchill, Burr Lagan, Burning Briars, Casey, Kate Diamond, Caesar Munoz, Checkpoint Charlie, Chris Randall, Christopher Odom, Connor Topshaw, Cujo, Danny, Dan the Man, Dave, DB Cakes, Doggo Lua, Donnie Hellfire, DPIC and Danny, Earth Singularity, Elysium, Emily, Aeon Youngs, Emperor Franz, EP Nick, Ethan Dean, Felix Calderon, Femboy JT, Flux Drone, Forsaken Board, Fujisar, Gabriel Warren, Gage Mosen, Get Jinxie, Goth Space Cowboy, Hannah Hurst, Hadini Linguini, Hello Dolly, HHG, Holy Shirt, Holly Lyons, Icy M1, Indy, Jesse J. Hutchings, Jacina Paul, John Says, Jordan Miles, Joseph Cryer, Julian Wade, KG Okami, Kaiju XL, Casper Cragg, Kayla, Kendall Kubo, Kim A368, King Workout, Kostai, Kyrosine, Lauren Shade, Lagos, Leading Frost, Lex, Lil Ruse, Locked Peak, Luke Hale, Lion, Lydia Neal, Lynn Wicked, Maniac in a Box, Mac X Hunter, Mariana, Marley Red, Mary G, Masquerade Hellfire, Max Seipert, Max 2082, Nisha, Just a Silver Guy, Melanie, Miranda Wrights, Asylum True, Morgan Sugar, Morgan Dot Sugar, Mr. Coon 27X, Muff Diver Dave, Ms. Gwendolyn, Narski, Natalie Gannon, Nicholas Meckelman, Nina L, Minoni Box, Nix the Femboy, Omar Garcia, Original Getryu, Orlando Quesada, Padre Maxo, Panda Nation, Parzival Wolfram, Pepperjack, Philip Howler, Queen Moustache, Radio Silenced, Reed, Reptile Express 12, Rex the Realist, Ricardi B, Ryan Villani, Salem, Sam, Sammy G, Sean Campbell, Shadowin, Shady Artois, Strobigulus, Skya 69, Slippin, Small Ducky, Stephanie Feinstein, Steve Moreno Ramos, Steven Vasquez, Terry the Terrible Tallrat, The Milkman's Child, The Name's Fable, Touchpad, Trace Whitehead, Ty Ridenlauer, Uni, Phenomenon, Vivi Bell, Weird Little Plague Possum, Miley, Will Woodall, Willie the Will, Will's Army Baby, X-Chat 10, Zero Lost, Exo Widow, Scythos, Yoro Moro, Emu, Zach Valentine, Ziuxin, Zoe W, and Seaman C. Thank you guys so much. We could not have done this without you. I really appreciate it.
Raceway. All those months ago, now the Indianapolis Motor Speedway plays host to mixed class racing, 40-minute sprint racing, single driver race format with GT3 and GT4 cars, all racing across those famous bricks at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hello everyone, my name is Ryan Marine. Calvin Fish joins me in the Pits booth. Amanda Busey will be patrolling the pit lane for us. Time to wrap up the season, Calvin. We had champions crowned in GT3 yesterday, but GT4, that battle comes down to the wire.
It really does. Another win for Jason Bell yesterday, 3 in a row. Coming off a sweep at Sebring has put him into a really great position now. He sits 5 points behind Sean Quinlan. There's a 7-point spread between the first and second place finish here today. If he wins it, there is nothing Sean Quinlan can do about it. You look at the points right there.
Sean will start on the Jason round will start on the GT4 full, right where he needs to be, with Sean Quinlan behind him. Quinlan several positions behind as well at the moment, but those are the GT4 points as they stand. Still a lot up for grabs at the top of the order between those two who have been battling out all season long. You see the flags there, they are being blown about. It is a windy day here in Indianapolis, Calvin. How might that affect these drivers?
Well, certainly will. We've got a bit of a tailwind going down into that brake zone for turn 1. That will be a factor. And certainly the racetrack is evolving. We had a lot of rain here this weekend. Rubber is gradually going down. We had a big 90-minute, 8-hour practice session here earlier today. And they're just coming off a Porsche Carrera Cup run. So track is going to be evolving. So there's a bit of a guesstimate right now in terms of the setups on the race car. But certainly the drivers will need to be on their toes.
Yes, they will. Should be a ton of fun. This format, GT3 and GT4 together, plus GT2. We look at Elias Samos, GMG Racing, Audi R8 GT2 to the right of the screen. That's also in the picture. But mixing it up a little bit, going back to the roots of World Challenge in a lot of respects, it's proving to be an exciting combination. And let's go down now to Amanda, who stands amongst the race cars.
Well, it was announced last year that GT America would have its debut season here this year. Guys, we kicked off in Sonoma and finished it off here in Indianapolis with an incredible stop in Nashville. I can hardly anticipate what's going to happen next season. But you look at the battle here at the front between Memo Gidley and Brandon Reed. Brandon was able to run away with it yesterday as Memo went to the back of the grid for a tire pressure issue. But I'm fun to watch this battle, but you guys are right. This day is going to come down in that GT4 points battle between Sean Quinlan and Jason Bell. I imagine we're going to be talking about this one all offseason.
Jason's coming in with a lot of confidence. He certainly exuded in the post-race interview with Amanda yesterday, Calvin. I saw him in the paddock. He had a big smile on his face. He admitted he probably wasn't going to sleep well last night, but he's ready to go. This is what he set out to do at the start of the season.
He is. He's got the momentum. So often pressure got to Jason Bell in terms of getting these race victories. Now he's on a bit of a roll. But today is a different day. We talk about race-winning pressure. Now it's championship-winning pressure. Will that change the picture for Jason Bell? He's in a prime position. He needs a good clean start. Get through turn 1. And then just hit his marks. He's going to have Andrew Davis on the radio too. Just talking him through this race.
Back down to the grid.
And for the final time of the 2021 season, the words for drivers for Steven Garcia of FanDuel.
Drivers, start your engines! I'm James Grizzly, and this is the Volkswagen Test. If you're looking for a small SUV that's actually family friendly, this seems like a option. Find out why? Here's its full Capital One Auto Navigator review. If you just look at the on-paper dimensions, the Taos seems kind of mid-pack. It's longer than a Hyundai Kona, but shorter than a Honda HR-V, for instance. But look at this back door. It is huge, and it's the first hint that just how family-friendly the Taos really is. Once inside, there is so much space back there. Never mind all the legs. I was able to fit a giant rear-facing child seat back here and still have enough room in the passenger seat for myself to fit. For the subcompact segment, that is so rare. But also back here, you have proper air vents, USB seat ports, an armrest, and even a pass-through to the trunk. Fantastic. Cargo space differs by drivetrain. You get all-wheel drive, there's a little bit left. Now again, this seems to be mid-pack. But in terms of real-world usability, I was able to fit more luggage back here than in any other subcompact SUV, and in most cases, it wasn't even close. Never mind the subcompact Honda HR-V, I was able to fit almost as much stuff in here as I could in the compact CR-V. In terms of interior quality, this isn't up to the standards of the CR-V or pricier compact SUVs, but for the subcompact segment that it's actually in, it's above average. And the buttons in particular, they feel expensive. On the other hand, like other Volkswagens, this does have touch-sensitive climate controls, which are just hard to use without looking at them. But I do suppose it's better than being baked into the touchscreen. That would be worse. Now, speaking of the touchscreen, this does not have Volkswagen's latest tech interface. It's actually not necessarily a bad thing. Yes, it's only 8 inches, and yes, it's not as flashy, but unlike the newer systems, it's actually easier to use. To me, that's more important. And it still has both Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. The Taos provides a choice of either front-wheel drive or an all-wheel drive system that Volkswagen calls 4Motion. Now, they both come standard with an 8-speed automatic transmission and a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine that was actually upgraded back in 2025 to produce more power. It produces 174 horsepower and 184 pound-feet of torque. That is a lot for a base engine in this segment, and it does, in fact, feel punchier than the base engine in the Hyundai Kona, as well as the Honda HR-V and Chevy Trax. At the same time, its fuel economy is also very good. 31 mpg combined with front-wheel drive and 28 mpg with all-wheel drive. That's actually better than the Honda and the Chevy. As for the rest of the driving experience, I really like the steering. It's quite responsive, and the handling is composed. And in general, this feels more sophisticated than a lot of the other vehicles in this segment. Part of that is also the ride quality. It's very good. Now, it's not plush, and also there's quite a bit of road noise in here, so that is one area where the Taos reveals its lower price. And what is that price? These prices go from between $28,000 all the way up to $38,000. That seems a little steep. But this mid-grade SE starts at around $31,000. That seems about right, especially since it comes with a power driver's seat, heated seats and steering wheel, wireless phone charging, and all the driver assistance tech. That's pretty well executed, including standard adaptive cruise. So there is really good value here, especially when you consider that it has a 4-year warranty and all of this space. For the segment, for the money, this is a great choice.
I'm Steve Ballmer, former Microsoft CEO and a basketball fanatic. But more than anything, I'm a data guy. That's why I created USA Facts, to bring you unbiased and non-partisan government data on issues impacting the lives of Americans. I'll share with you the facts and data, all from our government. You make up your own mind. Who is responsible? Federal, state, or local government? There are 90,888 government entities across America. Woo! I sure didn't know that before we started. And I wondered, how is that even possible? What do all those governments do? How much does it all cost? It's our government, so let's explore it. The most recent nationwide data from 2022 tells us we have one federal government representing the whole United States of America, which does turn 250 years old in 2026. We have 50 state governments, 3,031 counties, 19,491 municipalities, which actually also includes Washington, D.C., 16,242 townships, 12,546 independent school districts, and 39,552 5 special districts like public transportation or water and sewer authority. That adds up to 90,888, a number that does not include U.S. territories like Guam and Puerto Rico, which have their own governing structures. Let's break it down. County governments exist in every state except Connecticut and Rhode Island, which assign local functions to municipalities, or the state retains those itself. 2 states have county-like entities with different names. Louisiana refers to them as parishes, and Alaska calls them boroughs. Municipal governments are local governments that are often called cities, towns, or villages, depending on the state. Townships are a subdivision of counties. You'll find them in 20 states, primarily in the Northeast and the Midwest. I grew up in a place called Farmington Township, just outside Detroit. Importantly, townships are not the same as towns, which are small municipalities. Municipal and township governments do overlap in 11 states, where residents can wind up paying taxes to receive services from both the township and other local government. That covers about 43% of the government entities in America. Now let's look at the remaining 57%, which fall into 2 categories: independent school districts and special districts. Independent school districts run public elementary and secondary education within specific geographic areas. We count them as government entities because most, though not all, operate independently of county and municipal governments. Finally, we have something called special districts, which typically govern a specific type of government service, such as hospitals, electric utilities, garbage collection, industrial districts, and, my favorite, mosquito abatement. Across America, people are subject to the jurisdiction of multiple governments simultaneously. For example, if you live right here, the geographic center of the continental U.S., you are, at a minimum, under the jurisdiction of the City of Lebanon, the Lebanon Rural Fire Protection District, Smith County, the Smith Center Unified School District, the state of Kansas, and the federal government. That's a lot. Now let's follow the money. Total government spending was $8.9 trillion in 2023, the most recent year for which data is available for combined federal, state, and local outlays. The federal government spent $5.1 trillion directly and sent another $1.1 trillion to state and local governments for programs that are operated at the state level. State governments spent $2 trillion and local governments spent $1.9 trillion. Both of those numbers include the transfers that they made to the federal government. Some major categories such as Social Security, Medicare, National Defense, Veterans, Foreign Aid, interest on the federal debt are the responsibility of the federal government. 43% of the combined government spending, to be exact. But let's focus on our state and local governments and where their work and costs are shared with that of the federal government. Over the last decade, 19% of all government spending, federal, state, and local, was to support individuals in need, meaning those with incomes below certain thresholds, people with disabilities, who are unemployed, and older adults in some instances. Examples include Medicaid, Section 8 housing vouchers, other housing assistance programs, and SNAP, commonly known as food stamps. 15% of spending went to education, 4% for transportation and infrastructure, 4% for the criminal justice system, and 3% for public health. Governments also have several smaller expenditures that make up 12% of spending, including agriculture, environmental protection, parks, election administration, and subsidies for some government-owned businesses like the Tennessee Valley Authority, Post Office, the Washington State Ferries where I live. To better understand which government entity does what, we had to play detective with it. and combine federal government data from the White House's Office of Management and Budget and state and local government data, which actually gets collected by the Federal Census Bureau. Let's start with the 19% of government spending that supports individuals in need, 83% of which is funded by the federal government. Nearly half of those dollars are federal transfers to the state, primarily for Medicaid, the health insurance program for low-income individuals, which is actually run by the states. States voluntarily choose to participate in Medicaid, and all of them perfectly do. The federal government reimburses each state for a portion of its Medicaid costs. The lower a state's per capita income, the more Medicaid cost the federal government finds it consumed. In 2025, 10 states received 50%, and that's the lowest possible match. The maximum possible match for the federal government is 83%, although no state received that much. The highest rate in 2025 is in Mississippi, which got 76.9% of its Medicaid dollars from the federal government. Federal law mandates that states with Medicaid offer coverage for low-income families with dependent children, pregnant women, and qualified low-income individuals over 65, or folks who are disabled. Think of this as the coverage floor. States have additional latitude in who they cover, what they cover, and how they administer their programs. There's a great variation in the income levels at which Medicaid support starts. Some states have traditionally covered a broader population than the federal Medicaid law mandates. There's really has been a quite wide variation in the income levels at which people receive Medicaid in various states. And to that, in addition, under the Affordable Care Act passed in 2010, states have the option to expand their Medicaid populations to cover qualified low-income adults under 65 without dependent children. That was a new space for Medicaid. All the 10 states have chosen to expand their programs, and the federal government pays for 90% of the expanded coverage in the states. For more on how Medicaid works and who is eligible, and upcoming changes from recent legislation, watch our series, Do You Qualify? A look at government support. So again, federal funding covers 83% of the spending on individuals in need. The other 17% came from state and local governments to fund their share of Medicaid, as well as housing assistance, food stamps, which states also have to provide support, and other programs. The next biggest category of joint government spending is education at 15%. It may surprise you to know that only 10% of all of education spending comes from the federal government. Much smaller than you might think from the way politicians at the federal government discuss the topic. That money is mostly allocated for K-12 lunches for low-income families, support for children with disabilities, and Title I spending, which provides additional funds to schools or school districts with high percentages of low-income families. The remaining 90% of education spending is paid for by state and local governments. The mix of that varies by state. Most states establish a target minimum level of funding per student. Property taxes are the primary source of school funding. In many states, money raised is distributed in such a way that poorer districts end up with similar amounts per student as wealthier districts. In some states, all of the money that is raised in a district stays and is spent in that district. In some other instances, there's also funding based upon the number of students with specific needs, such as disabilities or low English proficiency. Additionally, in some states, districts are free to raise additional funds beyond the minimum set by the state. There are some states, however, that fund their schools almost entirely at the state level, as is true in Hawaii. This is all very complicated. As for higher education, states kick in about 21%, and the federal government provides 18%, mostly through health grants. The remaining 60% comes from other sources, such as tuition, grants from non-government sources, contracts, and other things. Higher education institutions also provide revenue that offsets the cost of services, like the bookstore or the dorm. We sometimes operate hospitals, take in revenue, and spend to deliver services, much like a business. 4% of government spending was allocated to transportation infrastructure. The federal government funds 39% of that, while state and local governments finance the remaining 61%. The actual work is contracted by the relevant government. 4% for the criminal justice system. Most of that is funded at the local level. There are 6 times as many state and local law enforcement officers as federal officers, and 88% of prisoners are actually held in state and local prisons versus federal prisons. Local governments in cities and counties operate jails that are generally for people incarcerated for minor crimes or shorter stays. Prosecutors' offices are generally associated with counties. Public health accounts for 3% of government spending. 44% of that comes from the federal government to support agencies such as the National Institutes of Health, the Centers for Disease Control. The other 56 is from state and local governments, primarily to fund state public health. Let's close with a look at where government gets its money. In 2023, the federal government collected $4.6 trillion, the states $1.4 trillion, and local governments $960 billion. States took in 42% from sales taxes and 38% from income taxes. 10% came from corporate taxes, another 5% from license fees, such as the license to drive a car or run a business, and a final 5% was from other taxes, including property and severance taxes. And $1.1 trillion of federal money was transferred to the states. As for local governments, 69% of their revenue came from property taxes paid by homeowners, landlords, and other property owners based on the value of their property. Another 18% was from sales taxes, followed by 5% in income taxes. The final 8% was severance taxes, licenses, corporate income taxes, and other taxes. State tax rates vary, although 9 states have no income tax: Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Texas, Tennessee, Washington, and Wyoming. 5 states have no sales tax: Alaska, Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. The highest average rates for property taxes are in New Jersey, Illinois, and Connecticut, while Hawaii, Arizona, and Alabama have the lowest. Okay, so now let's step back and look at the big picture. Here's a painting that nicely summarizes the relationship between federal, state, and local government. In other words, it's a set of shared policy and financial ties. A bit messy? Is it good art? Is it good government? We'll let you decide. You may have noticed discussion about the federal government withholding some funds from state and local governments, and some of that is currently being litigated in court. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, signed into law in July of 2025, will shift some financial responsibilities from the federal government to the states as those changes are phased in. Stay tuned for updates. What's your take on this interconnected system of government? It lies in our Constitution. All powers not explicitly given to the federal government are reserved for the states. It's messy, but that's our system. At USA Facts, we give you the facts. You make them. Just the facts.
enthusiasm. Yes, cars lower to life, and we've got a field of GT4, GT3, and GT machinery ready to go. And they alluded to that battle at the front in GT3, and I'm excited to see what Memo Gidley can do with Brendan New Reed at that tire pressure issue before the start. Had to start back in the field yesterday, but still put in a time faster than the front row, did Memo Gidley.
Pressure that Pirelli make these teams run. Check on that Bentley right before he rolled up. Too low. They had to adjust that. By that time, the whole field had gone out of pit lane. That means you can't assume the original track position. Come through the field, early yellow, he's back up into the front end of this field, and then he had an issue with the hood coming loose. So let's see if they've adjusted that race car. Just needs to find about half a second to really threaten Brendan here today.
14 turns, 2.59 miles on this configuration of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. Let's take a look at it at full speed with our Porsche track preview.
Hi, this is Jan Helen, driver of the number 20 Brad Motorsports Porsche GT3R with the Porsche track preview here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Coming onto the front straightaway, crossing the famous bridge, and then into turn 1 from 165 mile an hour down to 50 for what is one of the slowest corners on the track, turn 1. Immediately going into turn 2, sweeper left, into turn 3, sweeper right, and then immediately into turn 4, long duration, right-hand corner, really fun part of the track, and then accelerating out into one of the faster corners on the track here, the sweeper right, and then into the carousel, which is turn 6, hard on the brakes, down to second gear, long wave here, wait, and then hard to set up for a good exit onto the back straightaway, again, second gear, and then almost touching the grass on the exit here, back straightaway here at Indianapolis, and then onto the back straightaway, hard into the brakes for turn 7, really good overtaking spot here, and then 8, 9, 10, right, left, right, a lot of work here in the car, and then all this whole section just using the curve as much as we can, and accelerating out of turn 10, onto the back straightaway here on the banking. Really fun with this Porsche GT3R, really feeling that downforce, and then into turn 12, hard on the brakes again, second gear, lots of second gear corners here at Indy, small lift, and then back to power for a good setup onto the front straightaway.
The Icon G2 ratchet lineup just got even bigger. New styles, expanded sizes, and tool truck quality at prices that make sense. Icon G2 ratchets, only in Harbor Freight.
I do not know.
Oh, I was asking an H&R Block tax pro. Is actual live human help for no extra cost?
It's gonna make doing our own taxes online so easy.
There's also this AI tax assist that's available 20% of the questions.
So you can pretty much get help whenever you need it. What do they know about crochet?
Do your own taxes online with H&R Block and get unlimited expert help and AI tax assist at no additional cost.
Really fast corner here, last one, and 4 coming back onto the straightaway. And that was your Porsche track preview here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
As you can tell from the video, it was wet earlier in the weekend. No rain in the forecast today or tomorrow. Nevertheless, plenty of challenge on this road course now than as exhibited in that video.
It really is. It's quite demanding. I mean, a couple of really high-speed stretches. Obviously, this front straightaway up on the speedway, Holman Boulevard between turns 6A and 7. So you can't trip out for that. But also some heavy brake zones where you can get some of that overtaking done. Lots of twists and turns. You need a car that's transitioning really nicely, really crisp on the front end, giving you that feel when you really carve some of these corners here. And also the compliance over the bumps. Jan alluded to that during that track preview. You really need to ride these curves a little bit here to find some lap time.
A great mix of machinery. McLaren, Bentley, Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini, all in the mix. Mercedes as well in GT3 and a host of other manufacturers in the GT4 class. Let's run through the starting grid for the final GT America powered by AWS race of the season. On pole, courtesy of the fastest race lap yesterday, Brendan Reed. You'll have Nemo Ginley alongside. Row 2 consists of Charlie Luck, the champion-elect in the GT3 category, both overall and Masters. You'll have Kyle Washington next to him at the start. Jason Harward and Andy Wilson make up row number 3. Row 4 sees the GT2 spec machine of Elias Salvo intermixed among the GT3 cars. Problems here for the Stephen Camber racing car of Sean Quinlan. Back up and running again. We'll get to the rest of the grid time permitting later, but this has big-time championship implications in GT4.
It really is huge. Hopefully it's just a quick reset, but I don't think he's going to be able to resume his right grid spots. He's got a lot of work to do, and I'm sure Jason Bell is probably getting that information. I don't think Jason can afford to rest on his laurels. He's really got to just focus on hitting that win, hitting that 7-point spread, which would secure the car, because you never know what could happen. Short the car back through this field, get a reset, get a yellow, compress the field. Here we see him. He's not at full speed right now. He's got drama here in this race car.
This is right great. Driving that is dominant. GT4 class and GT American season entered the weekend with a big points advantage. Only to see Jason Bell take chunks out of it. He had race 1 yesterday. It does not look like that car is up to speed. He's nearly half a lap behind.
Every day he posts real cover on him, and that gets spared, and they would then upload those images
Shut up, Tom. Happy Monday, happy Monday, happy. Take us get this week started. Got to thinking about a whole bunch of things as I'm a thinker. I'm thinking a lot. I got to think about it. I like to try to categorize my life. Sit down, write where I was at, see it, find a moment, something like that. I'm kind of close. Very nice. I'll set you up. I'm going to speak on this. Today we're going to get into title is finding out. So I started finding out somebody that been around as a tinker, lots of touchdowns, touch me against her will. But it sucks out here that maybe work was not checked. You can't blame me for that. Just like can't nobody take credit for checking paperwork out west. That's just what they do. We've got a program going to where you can get locked up. If you're on the east, I'll follow the East Coast politics. Now I am going to make sure that I know what happened around me. That I got it. But even if you're blind, you get tricked, especially back then. Say 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The fourth thing became so available for it to just tight. You really had to have somebody out in the world for the ground to go get them. And people will tell you, yeah, I got you, put it up for you, call it back, all man, get around to you. Yeah, I need you to find out about these people. I got you, all back. When the kids were good bad, my name was like, as hard, the streets will do things for you. While you're locked up. And then you find out that this dude told you he broke into a bunch of houses, stole cars, and all these other things. It's really pathetic. You know, being a father of those type of guys in those situations is different for me. Because I know what I'm doing so much people now, I know what I'm doing. They wouldn't make these videos for years. make videos about it. So I never liked anybody going through charges. I don't care what your excuse is. Everybody's innocent, nobody did it. Like I told you, I think I met 2 guys in all of my time left that did it, but they did some weird shit. But you never really know who they are. Today I'm going to get into a couple situations of guys that everybody thought was solid. The papers came by. They got exposed. See, the worst was when you're managed, when you're part of an organization or a gang, they find out that not only did you, not only did I do lied to them, lied to everybody else, you made them look like bad. You made it appear that you're okay with that weird stuff you was doing that got you locked up. So, that's what dark things in life, being exposed, when the word comes out, and the documents drop. Weird ass dudes in this world. How could you find a child or someone that's not interested in you? How could you look at a person like that? I guess if you're not wired like that, it's not for us to do. But let's get into it. You know, I don't think it's so much out there putting my little man up to school. Good times. So a lot of these guys make don't, especially with crime guys, with you guys, you don't know much about them. You look at them, man, looks like a killer. But he's a killer.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely.
Man, it's like a chomo. It's a chomo. You know what's sad? The basic description of a chomo is a little right. That's the truth. So if you go to prison, 7 counts of homicide, 19 years old, provided you're gonna hold your own to get to the 50s and 60s. By the time you reach the 50s and 60s, just based on the fact that you're everything is right now. The general census, the general population is going to think, everybody getting locked up, get somewhere. Let's take it back to the jail. In the jail, really didn't know why a lot of those guys went there. You probably go, see their faces all the time. The problem with the jail is, a lot of those cases make you lose. So you might be around somebody like not very fine, that person's locked up. Garage and move one day, and be like, there he is, there he is. And you gotta keep it. That's the story I'm gonna start off with. This jail I was in at the time, we had to go up this little staircase, and they had a higher platform, and that was where the feet went. So we go to 8. There was all these tables right there. And down at the bottom, you had 3 TVs, and they had these rubber chairs that sat in front of them. Some guys would go sit around there and eat their meals, and some guys would sit up at the table. Sometimes they would be feeding at 6:30 in the morning, sometimes they would go on 8, 97. On this day in particular, it's like 6:30, maybe 6:40. Reading the chat. I'm sitting up top, Petersburg, Richmond, early in the morning, really not making a whole lot of conversation. Hopefully, I meet a whole bunch of new guys who came in. I mean, a bunch of talking. 15, 20 faces. Jail flips monsters. Guys are always going on. Never consistent in the same for the most part. We're sitting up there eating, asking for something about trading something or not trading something. It's like a pancake for his board egg. Doing some type of swap or trying to swap it out with the dude. And there's an older black dude sitting a couple tables over from me. Angry ass looking. Midnight black, that's black. Freshly born pavement black, this dude is black as hell. Single group of dudes. Just came to the sneak and I'm talking to anybody. Then you got the dudes that don't watch TV. sitting here, not doing a whole lot of conversations, early morning status. And I feel the presence of somebody walking around me, so I look. And it's a shopper that was sitting down there watching TV. Walks to take no rest his lights to sleep. Fires off. Drops. Start just getting the 1-2 just walking over. Not a single one said these two had never spoken to each other, never had any interactions at no point in time. The shopper just comes up here, just goes right on me. Back and forth, moved this to his feet. He's a good sized man. After I was young, he just started, you know what I mean? Like, put your hands on me. He starts beating on me. That's his going on. We had a lot of talks about Santa Claus, nothing, just big young dude, 22, 23. All of them was about cars, the females, the cars he had. Come on, bitch, you're going out of jail. You ain't living like that. He won't live in the city. Sam was walking his shed. Sam was in like the baby wood. He didn't like having one of the horses in there. Things ran pretty smooth, but sometimes he really didn't care. It's great. Always, Dustin was very on about come up his table. Oh, he's on the posts doing damage. Sam is 6'3", maybe 6'4", probably 260. Muscle body, square head. Comes on over and the man's on there. Slings it. Doesn't not stop there. Doesn't pull the back up. Doesn't call the horses. Doesn't break the tells him over. Nobody else said that's Charles over. By now we got all stood up. We got ready to fight because it's going down. We sit back down. Dude rush over there. Over there, trade back, go items on the trade, grab his milk, scavengers, no one scavengers up. He goes and sells all things to the sun. But I got a pop, no one sells, they sell it. Same thing, always. I just got a whole bunch of homeowners. It was summer, and I just attacked the whole thing to give us no heads up. Enough for what happened, like attacked the whole band. So I'm watching someone sitting down there watching movies, eating his jail tray, slopping down the slop. And the story comes across the room, so that man right there, that late, that young woman. And I mean, young woman, I'm talking a child, 86 years old. They go on talking about how this little girl was in the hospital, still waiting for she sustained from the assault from this gun that was very complicated. I don't know how to do it overall. I don't know much more than what I just told y'all. But that young dude that was sitting down there for a moment today. And as he sat there finding out what had happened to one of his family members, didn't know he had been on the phone, nobody was on the camera. Found out from watching the news. And as he sat there in disbelief of what was taking place, he looks up and listens. His on TV, crying about the ordeal. And then man sitting there just eating his food out. Like he would just violate somebody from the worst possible way. That young woman outside is there. Give it to him, you know, fighting the older, I say older, like his 50s, bigger dude, what do you call that? He wasn't having that man fighting, but he was actually whooping the young one. So the young one telling all his homeboys what had happened, and he's standing in his doorway, snapping, crying, and he's got a good little squad of people supposed to be with him. He's talking to medical, and he's going to 12 people standing there talking to him, and they mobbed up. Went down there, this dude who had to know this was coming. Trust me, everything that we told us, we've seen the people on there, we've seen the government stage for little clip, doing it from having that fight to the Hawks up there, going down there, running up against slugs and point that. This son is so proud to be stalking this man. This man spitting on him. And there was other dudes that didn't really go to attack. And as dudes started coming out, this dudes at that point, they turned that, they go right into the cell. To the point that Samuel had. They can't even kill them on this blood. Everywhere. When I talk about violence, this is the definition of drugs. Dudes coming out with their knuckles spread from his teeth. They pulled that dude out of that cell and they burned the doors up on the stretcher, put the door up on the door, and they threw that big one on the door, and pushed him out there. This is no lie. As they were pushing this man out the car, they got their trail of blood from the out of his body. They locked him and a couple of other people up and sent him off to the home. And to me, that was happening. They should kill them. I do not know how much time the man was dead. I've never seen him in jail. I've never seen him in jail. They've been to different parts of the jail. I'm sure that they're keeping up with this. But just like that, sitting at the breakfast, that no clue. That was the monster. They didn't say who it was. They didn't show a picture of him, but I guess by the on channel and speaking of the nephew sitting right there watching like the rest of my mom was do like true story. Watch the ones you have around you and more please watch the ones you have around your children.
After paying his direct cash, please send Buy Now Pay Later solution for your business, powered by Passion, to reach more customers and drive more sales with a Buy Now Pay Later solution that's built for today's millennial and Gen Z shoppers. The future of payments is here with Apple.
Let's get into it. These are stories I don't really like. I don't like thinking that the predators, the guys who bad times. Like I said, there is no special law here in Virginia for these guys. There was at one time a prison that they housed these other men. Then they shut that prison down and they flooded all the other prisons. All throughout the state. So what the vast majority of these guys don't get tried to cover one word. One particular book just housed the sex offender, the Klansmen, like they kept them away from us. But over time, like everything else wasn't that far away. We started to get together with there, these guys, everybody got together. Now people will talk good about, oh, I would never do around nobody. I would never, you haven't killed one, haven't stabbed one, haven't beat one up, haven't done any of that. And this is all the bullshit. The average man is not going to go killing, crimes committed, and throwing the rest of his life for that situation. They beat him up, but he's not going to go there and just take his life off. He's now going to spend the rest of his life. It's not like the movies. You don't just care about it. I told you, somebody's always watching, somebody's always listening. Very seldom that you do something and nobody's. And if you get caught, they'll go, oh, man, that was weird. Everybody would know that. No. Well, they look at it as a man who took his life, he's going to take yours, he's going to spend the rest of yours again. So before we get started with the story, I don't hear what you wouldn't do because you would. I I talked about Shakur on my sports, right? Shakur was a strong-ass black dude who got into the Spanish cartel on the side of the field one day. They were gonna chop Shakur up because Shakur kicked an old dude in his shin, and George just got kicked in his shin. It was a crazy ordeal. Shakur had a son, Bash. Bash, let me paint the picture for Bash. Bash was maybe 24 years old, Asian and black. That was his race, that's his mixture. I don't know what type of Asian. Barely tell him that. He just listened to the other guys that had Asian. Shakur kept about one more deal out there on the side of the border. One of the Spanish guys that was like, what you looking for? That's what pops, right? We get a blow. It's great, man. And now, before we go any further, let me make this very clear. I put this question on. Do background checks on their game. They may say yes. Some of them do. Do they know facts? Now I'm talking about listening to Cali. I'm not out in Cali. Cali, in respect to their Cali. Over here, do they check with these guys 100%? No. Do they prove their entire history to find out what they've done? No. They're more concerned with who pops off. You had 20 guys because those are 20 guys that make the paperwork, or you know, they have 400 guys and you know what? Not really worried about the paperwork. It's solid. That's what it is. Guys will tell you anything. And I'm like, you just start thinking about yourself, and in due time, you don't have to say it anymore. If I was going to listen and what I think said, and I got 3 bodies in a life sentence. If I think back to people over a period of 4 or 5 months, 6 years from now, was J Rock before? I mean, you got 12 bodies and 7 life sentences. The woman carries himself. Guys will take a picture of why they're locked up, and it's a lie. I'll hold on those guys about bad charges. Guys aren't just saying, hey, it's not happening. It's not just such a good. I got a plan for bad charges. But they're not going to say that. They're going to lie, they're going to spin it, they're going to take another picture. Because at the end of the day, they don't want to be played. They don't think whatever they did to happen to them, so they're going to lie about the charges. Bash was not going to lie about his charges. Bash said he had a whole bunch of money in their hands. Bash knows he stole a bunch of guns out of the house. Bash knows he stole cars on the streets. These are things other guys said about Bash. He was a client. Now, not keeping a lot of people. Strongers are all when it comes to game. Right up there, I see what Bash did. Bash was more of a follower. He's not a leader. He's not somebody that's going to take charge. As soon as this dude was into the cell, I see Bash going to ice machine, coming back, 2 cups of ice, and his old boys got to sit there and get the ice for him. They'll sell him. He's making food. He's doing all these things that got messed up. Nothing like office. About to make your food. Bash is making all this food. I knew. You know it. You see it coming. You got time long enough. You know, I'm affiliated dude of that caliber. That's my game. Just put myself with somebody that does what you do. It's like progress until you see them squat it up all day. Because you can't think for yourself. The game is the perfect role for you. And not being a leader, and not being a stand-up guy, and not being one to take charge. When he fits right in, but I'm going to join game criteria. But with Mr. Games, we're talking about the situation and these type of guys. A whole bunch of smokes in the stars, right? These one who's going to constantly interact with other groups, whether they would score somebody that wasn't someone I have or something, or with other gangs, but even amongst themselves, there was always something going on in their organization.
Free iPhone 11 for California residents. If you have California Intel or SSI, you may qualify, plus up to 10 gigabytes of data included. Buy online 2 weeks, search free across households. Phones are limited. Check eligibility
citizen at times will throw your ass out because they will let everybody else know what you did without letting them know what you did. They put the statement on the bulletin board stating that NTSC policy, all sex offenders must be registered. While in Department of Corrections must fill out this form, state the word, known addresses, family members, prior to release. They make this paper up there and they tell everybody on such and such day, Constitution shall call a man, the sex offenders, and they'll confront these neighborhoods. So you got everybody documented. What I'm telling you, you can see the work we have been doing. And a lot of guys have been lying about their charges. You can see it. Those guys walked up to that bulletin board, read that piece of paper. Some dudes was like, oh shit, we about to play our ass on blast. I'm going to sleep now, right? And then some guys walked up and read the paper, and you can see the sorrow on their face. Like, oh man, you did something. I didn't steal cars, I didn't break my house. I got bad charges. They're going to talk to the counsel's office in front of everybody. And they don't know. And the way they do it, when they do this type of things is, anytime there's something big like this taking place, that's a good thing in prison. To have everybody that's got a bad charge have to go to the counsel's office and register. They're calling one person after the other, after the other, after the other. Because then you can sit there and go, every single one of them got a bad charge. This game in particular makes no call. Some of these dudes that some of these dudes have been snapped up. These dudes have been destroyed. For the most part, these snapped up in some way or another have been dealt with into their bad charges. That's what they had to come to run. Teaching the law, all that laws, doing all this, doing all that, running all the blood calls, all that blood gang signs. 6 months has passed since he said his work. He's now become one. And now these members come out. The day comes around and they start talking to these members, to doing their counsel's office, fill out all these papers and fine details and who their associates are, where they went to, where they got locked up, and now staying in Virginia, their relatives in other states. They want to keep track of these guys. Slowly, as I said, they start calling offenders. Somebody used to sit like that, slap some tapes. They call Ash. This is come out the cell. Just in the cell. I don't know what he's doing in the cell. Watching TV, making old boys something. Picking cheese between his fingers. You know, they come over to the house, such. What's the counsel's office? You see everybody in the room. So, everybody in the room. Flash, both the bunch of houses, stole cars. It was a street they were jumping in bags. They called his name 2-3 times. He's still in the cell. He got sent from me. Somebody goes up there, gets a name. Counsel wants you in the counsel's office. For what? You know, he's got to be stupid. He's got to be like, although they was calling me in there for something else, I'm not like the other people. I know the 15 guys over there before me had sex offenses. I was 16 to get called in, but this was something. Now I know they can tell me they had no in. That's BS. Everybody knows they strictly call you sex offender. They ain't got no in for sex offender. He makes his way and has his office. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to go. No, I ain't mixed up. There's nothing to do that going on. I just do strictly. No, I don't know. I'm counsel's office. Knowing they got the sex offenders doing that, they're making a bad school. Everybody just, you got to spell you over the snap. Saying this is walk down the tear, goes to door open. And that's counsel's office. Another office, see what I heard, wash clothes. This is why you don't get door. You got to make New York from the front. Wash his clothes. Pay this man, and he will wash your clothes. Clothes don't have to get set off and washed. You know, all the rest of the nasty ass clothes, your clothes need to be washed and dried by themselves. personal. He hears and eavesdrops and constantly knows what's going on with our stuff. Stuff from the outside. Bass comes back out and tells me, no, man, son, I stuck in my paperwork. She wanted to talk to me about. He's in there, wow. I'm trying to, I gotta think about that. I told you something, I stuck in my paperwork. They had nothing to do with this. That's why she called me. Alright. New York was outside the office. But they watched me go in there, watch the file people, watch every single last one of them fill out the same form, get asked the same questions. You don't watch them ask you, everyone fill out the same forms, get asked the same questions. It's essentially. And before I'm asking them out, they'll tell exactly what it's going on. New York was on the way to get down to the road, what's the look. And New York was a more quiet group of people to push that thing, kept on in the long term, business people. So we pretty much stayed on the bus stand with that thing. Went down to the club and said, hey, look, I'm gonna let you know if you're working down there, trying to spin the bullshit. All boys are such a thing, right? Straight up in that office right now for about the same paperwork that everybody else is doing every day is filling out. That's what he's doing. Check into the background. The highlight to see what's up there. Back whichever announcement. Now they had another workers, let's talk about Southern State Boy, Southern and Dash, Southern State, Southern State Boy, Washington, Montana, Dash, is the day goes on and they push the button. And the button was the border. And all of us now watching this take place, we know that if we just shut that door, two things are going on. One is not going to let people know that nobody else nobody can see what's up there doing. And two, that's a privacy of ours.
Sometimes baby steps turn out to be giant leaps. How do you know when your language like? Listen to the squish. When life changes lead to tax changes. Don't have a fund. Get expert guidance from the tax pros and real life. Treat now streaming on Apple TV.
Just like a very cool way to put try to change the gig. It's like a very cool I just have this design here that I put together. I can just take a link, I can copy it and select it. And then I can go to there and I can basically use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my it was like 90% of the way there.
Talking about the roads, we're talking about, I'm assuming, you know, confronting about, like, you know, the council's office, you know, section 50 radio, and we told us she was locked up for this, the bashing was small, 24 years old, we got locked up like 4 years, but wow, I know we got locked up, got trouble on his 19 years, but he's 24 years, but now, 4 or 5 years, he started getting arrested as soon as he got to prison, and 19 years old, he started to steal, you know what? Bags was a disaster. Short window, people shuts the door. That's about 5 minutes. No fight takes place. There's no yelling, there's no emotion. Last time I got to sale, there's a touch of speed, now they have mixed up. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Y'all go right behind the section of it. For the most part, it seems like it's been forgotten. It hasn't. Duties in the settlement has been. I've told you. These dudes get in these gangs at times, and the gang don't know. But once the gang finds out, they do something wrong. Like they find out that you got bad charges, that's when they're gonna act on it. It's crazy to think they would take a conflict, I mean, that's locked up, murder, because we're all in here doing wrong. So you have to just believe whatever this guy says. They take this word, believe it, just like anybody else. It's simple. Self on somebody gets them to check who bad shit is. And it comes back to real money. It comes back to Nash's sister actually babysat a whole bunch of kids. One of them where they took Mary and watch kids out the same house. There's no license. I want to babysit companies that has no CPR certification, no nothing. Just drop the kid off in my house, $4 a day. raised to stay one of those type of kids. There was a big deal about things like this stuff. Maybe kids. None of them. Ash's sister watched for how much kids were given. Calls herself Mississippi's children. When these little kids comes out and says that he's gonna touch you. Talking about that. The parents get involved, the kids get involved. They send the people to talk to the other kids. Come to find out, all the wild mothers do have been terrible, arrested, touching children. I mean, it sucks. There's some they've been doing this for a while. So you take your child, you drop her off with this girl, and your kid's supposed to go and play, yoga, do all some crafts. And she's got a brother who's in the house that's older. So I'm looking at the store, not caught. He's just at that age, just started. I just know that the brother lived there, and everything came out. And he molested all these things. Now, I'm not going to say all, but I know within 5 or 6 years that he was convicted for touching. He gets off the phone because whatever they do, once a week, or a week, or a yard, mandatory things happen on these roads. Just like Sundays, the blood's down there, you see the blood scrawled up. Damn, is that right on the ground? Because it's so many of them that when they click up, you see, like, we're talking hundreds of guys, all gathering, and somebody's thinking, we're talking. Well, all of Bash, Daddy, intuition, anyone feeling it, I don't care, like, it's just, I'm not there. I know this summer had been told a couple of nephews and aunts about Bash, about the fact that the whole entire people sicko that get out there to have their meeting. The Bash is some way, I don't understand how that could. This summer is one of those who don't speak. Because now people don't have to do Bash. It's almost like once executives knew what was going down in Bash, and they said they're going to do Bash, because they bashed that everything. But he's standing there, and the buddy was talking, he's looking around, and he was just talking about things that fits into the organization. And one of them just standing next to Bash, he's in his face. No! It's not grabs him, and they down, he's in the middle of all these things. From the outside, you just walk by, you can't really see what's going on, because there's a tussle going on. They've got Bash in the storm. I'm talking, jumping up and down, storm right there. He's storm. Anybody, they're going to go get his got in, makes his way to his feet, goes up to the gate where the guards at, goes through the park gate, we're outside for 2 hours. So halfway through an hour into the gate, now he can't tell the guard I'm a sex offender. Also, they just found out, and pretty much everybody stuck. There's nothing to see figure out whether it be classic, I call it basketball, or fun track, whatever it is, comes up with excuse.
Smart kids, big win.
They take Afghanistan, it's all, they take Mexico, it's all talking about Malcolm's what love's not supposed to be. Contusions, cuts, bruises, abrasions. It looks like the entire game is just not class. You won't tell him anything. So, what the scenario is going to do, whatever you got going on, man, you did something wrong. That's why you made the change. So I'm not going to put you alone. I'm not going to tell nobody. And I told you this time, but tell them somebody. I'm not going to tell anybody. We'll figure out how to take the population. Going back downstairs, he's already got bad stuff rolling up. He's taking all his belongings, put them in a little sheet, tie them up, and push yourself. You'll find yourself. Now, check out the social. Here's the thing about getting X'd out of this game. It's one thing for you to X you out and say, "God with you." It's another thing for them to X you out and still and tell the rest of the population why you're locked up. It's violating the law. So moving forward, can't talk to Dash. If you talk to Dash, you are now kicking the non-sexual. If you talk to Dash, you are now enemies of that guy. So we as a program, we watch a lot of things like we're downstairs with open. We watch that all the time. He's by himself. Nobody talks to him. He talk to the other dudes that have weirdo charges. You can talk to the other dudes that end up going up there and signing their papers. I'll tell you what else happened to them. When I left prison, the last time I see Bash had been turned into, how do I say this? A female. Bash had a thing. One of their Bash, the two blood dudes were just, anytime they wanted something, they went to it. They was good, man. Yeah, show them. Whenever they slap Bash around, take from Bash, right? Bash had come, sir. Look at one that made the guy from. They were extorted. Wow, beat him up, slap him up, and ran him. The only way he could stop that, you know, he was showing up. Never, and probably paid for things. Most likely, that would be good. When Bash says, if you look at and say, hey, I'm break on some money. She's mine. I said, she's mine. The bottom of the board, don't do that because she belongs to me now. There's $150,000. So we got X down, and we got turned out. It's crazy when you look back at these things. If you don't know those weird things, you watch it right now. That kind of information, right out, you violate somebody, mess with somebody's child, or a woman, hurt somebody, stop. First of all, don't. Second, there's a place for you. There are people that go out and wait to give you what you deserve. If that's what you do. These are things you're going to do. Who wants to be anywhere near a person who's done something like that? Not me. They didn't tell me when I was young. That when I got locked up, I was going to have to get out everybody. Not just guys that don't get caught, not just stick up here, no. You're going to be around the worst of the worst. I guess it's fair to say the worst round comes around. Because the same thing that got Bash locked up, it's like, often can what you do even victimizing, being victim. But tough guy, put on his persona, lie about his charges, join his gang, and then they found out. I know you've been in a lot of time. But the judge said, well, I went to this court, I don't enjoy going to type of things. I don't like talking about children being born, women being born. But the reality of it is there's a sick, twisted world. People that do not look at children the way they do. I love doing stuff around my kids. I love doing stuff with my kids, with other kids. It's beautiful to see children just grow up and be kids. Like, I missed so much of my childhood, but I live my childhood. It's trying to figure out the kids. But to think that there's somebody out there that looks at the kids differently than I do, it's beyond the scope. And it's warning. So anybody watching, whoever is having that fun, and thinks they're going to do something like that, you've got something wrong with you. And you will get caught. And I hope that everything that Daniel Scott dashes as well. They say God will judge you, right? Maybe you ain't gonna earn a judge or a jury. Because they judges know they ultimately will decide the matters. Everybody's watching us in those bash. When some racist bash, you're a piece of shit. And you're very people watching you. Don't just take the kid, drop him off anywhere that wants $20 cheaper, that's what you can afford. Can't you afford to go through the rest of your life knowing that your child was going to figure it out because that was what you could afford? That was just your child. I know everybody on that level. You should make sure that your kids are on the right level. Make sure that you know your country goals and where your children are. That's not something you all can jeopardize or you risk. But anyway, the jails, the Texas prisons, these facilities, all of these things around the side of all these things, and there's all of these on local people just trying to keep you entertained. Are you not entertained? Life forward is genuine, there's life, but you're all on realize that the awesome world is watching, just still watching you. You're not on. So,
Information overload, local LM documents, and bylaws, audio overviews. These last connections from scattered sources, mind maps, and more. Surface data and sites for resources, Google Workspace. Steve reads the room, and goes again. If Daniel predicts, he is going to be decided to action about. Download Daniel predicts.
establish true relaxation in the city of the net. These rules as a task you don't have time for, like hunting down your credit card tricks are under 40. Cards optimized with links for credit card brings your card details together in one single place. Subtracting rewards and giving benefits is actually is a regress into a credit card. Download the app to get started. But one of those fights I think that
don't watch the fight, maybe this is the whole story of the fight that you walk closer. Also on the card, Shara Bullet, remains a kid, a very fun fight. Shake Up, Cody Ferguson seems to be becoming after 15 weeks straight to Michael Chiesa. And what about Figgy? No longer Figgy Smalls. It's Figgy Big Balls. He's up at 105. And afterwards, I think we'll back to see the loss of Shane. Okay, that's second to third prize. How many people are doing? I'm doing fantastic. I'm not prepared for all the time. Right. I've got a lot of women's boxing. Should we talk about that? That was oh boy. Oh boy.
With April 15th coming, there are taxes still not cancelled. They each now log online. Just drag and drop officers return, but follow clear step-by-step instructions. And if you need it, expert help is just a click away. You can even visit them on quickdrivelock.com. Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms, it's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Intibial from moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results immediately, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Intibial is the only blood-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right on ingredient. Infusion in serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Intibial may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PNL, a rare brain infection that can result in death, can't be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or Crohn's infections, liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it, and ask your doctor about gut-focused Intibial, including the Intibial pen.
Great, man. Yeah, baseball. Yeah, I can do that. Put on the show. Let me tell you, it's nice and tight. It's like an hour and 45 minutes. The lights, the music, they're having a whole show on the water, races. It's quick, it's thrilling. I mean, I got to see something like the Dodge in more days than this weekend. On Saturday. That's historic, it's 17. But just to see, it felt like Saturday night, so this show. I used to do big events on Saturday night and just felt like I had to go back. She's down, she comes back, last 50 meters, she makes the sprint, and Bruce Gold is just scored for the third time, and he's going to do. I was on the edge of my seat. It was like, I'm not a big swimming guy, I don't like to swim, I don't like to go out, I was loving it, and yeah, it's just been a big time. I'm not going to enjoy it. I will say, shout out to the great bunch of women who in 1996 won the men's 100 meters, fastest man in the world. Every Canadian of my age remembers exactly where they were when we did that here in Minecraft in 96, and the huge moment for us. 8 years after Ben Johnson won the same race, we got stripped because positive for steroids. So 8 years later, Donovan, legs that long. Canadian legend, and they love all across the country, and I got to interview them on Saturday at the women's 100 meters. And this was with me, and I could do a lot of things that were in the situation. I had sports usually, I had a newspaper, and I come on and I say, hey, Donovan, nice to meet you, man. I know who you are. I'm a huge fight fan. We gotta wrap this up. I gotta go watch the French Crawford fight. I'm like, what? Everybody knows who I am. That is absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Had a good laugh at that. Johnson. And when people say that I'm starting to cause I know exactly. If you were alive after 96 and 97, when they eventually went toe-to-toe in a very special 150-meter dash at the Stride over Toronto, these two are showmen. They're pro wrestling. They trash talk. It's the same thing as doing that. I'm just sort of invited to so anyway, great to see fight fans all around, and we have different shapes and sizes of fans. Let's talk about Abu Dhabi.
felt like Gibson was pushing the momentum off a little bit too fast in the sense that, okay, he's up at 60 mil, and he's obviously good, he's obviously talented. He doesn't have one single thing to say how he's done. How does this make sense? You know, he's getting his kind of love because he's in the Mark Madoff, he's getting his kind of love because they were thinking, like, hey, he is good, trusted, you know, a lot of people aren't excited about the fighter. Whatever, even like that, you get a 15, 45, 40 minutes, 46. Now the conversation can start again. Now you can say, all right, who can connect to the winner of Milad versus Sugar? That's how impressive he was. He's missing that one win now. And then it's great that he will fight besides being Hudson. But he was missing at least one of those wins. And Corey's a supremely talented guy. To get one of those wins in the resume, you now have a case to be next to the title. He's very good. That was good enough. Yeah, absolutely. These next in line, in my opinion, are all Alley kind of non-exact reaction. You say they push it too fast. I would actually say the opposite. I think what has happened is the same thing that happened with Company, the same thing that happened with this song, which is the latter part of it. That it's hard for them to get fighters. Nobody wants to sign up to enter that deep grinder that they've done. And now it's not to a lesser extent. I think you are and we both are similar in terms of that massive effort to take down and build up the thing around it. But you don't have that signature win. There's not a lot of guys that feel the same thing. Let's just call it what it is. There's not a lot of guys that are highly ranked. They put it all on the line. Guys with style, you really have to be careful for every entire game. And when you end up preparing for that style, you start again. What inevitably happens is you focus too much on wrestling and then striking. And then it's an impossible puzzle to solve. You spend all this time learning about the takedown, and their game is predicated on that takedown. But now they're doing better on the expected because that part is not what you focus on during the game. So it's a really difficult style to deal with. It's extremely impressive with mine. I was impressed with Corey. I was impressed with Corey to the extent that he looked like he was he looked like he was able to find some ways to get off of, but they're so real. Pakistan, so relentless with it that it can really something possible. That's not the way, but I was impressed with Corey from even more at May at certain times, but I never felt like I felt like he would do just enough to stay in the fight, but I never felt like he would fight or hoping he would be the latter half. So very impressed by both, but more impressed obviously by Mark. He's just right.
This night brings everything you need to make full frames in front of your fans, like t-shirts, waterbottles, totes, and running spirits, which means everyone can take your brand and sip it, work it, gift it, style it, build it, take it, with every permission. Whether it's one of a kind or one for your whole team, and this night, if you need it, we print it with 20% off for new customers at visitors.com.
So it's really, really impressive. I do wonder if just put the scenario is square card coming out, little over and let's say they're out in Vegas. You guys think there's a world where they could I don't think so. If Marab doesn't win, they'll win, right? Yeah. But what if Marab wins? They go back to Sean, and of course, more than clause. Yeah, this is just like a thing, just like this. If Marab dominates, yeah, that's Sean. He's able to get the ground. We're 46. Then I think it's going to be Sean's been a great champion. Yeah, still there. I feel like that's amazing. If you've got, it would be different if you didn't have a bad look, right? Where you know this is a guy who could be a long-term champion, somebody who can come out and be all and move back into the next every time with a title fight. It's just if it wasn't there, then you might go back and watch something out and go another track. But if you have Umar there, let's just keep the track rolling and see what happens. Sean O'Malley can come back to that title picture and do fights from that. You know, it's just a do that as an event. I like that. That it's the winner. I love the fact I feel like he's sort of on the sense that this guy's not Bruno. Bruno since picking up and picking up great money on all of you, great friend. Utah, very custom. It's putting on that. And it's going there. And it does what the seemingly possible needs on this drop it. You know, this guy should look at if he's out bringing up the Remax is it a crazy suggestion to say if they did run it back or whatever the first price controversy, why can't I get 50%? I think that's on the table. I just, as we've seen with all of this, and especially as we hear about the shit giving main events and all this stuff, it's never good. Right? If Umar's ready to go, they're ready to fire that ball. If he's not, it could be worse than Umar, it could be worse than maybe getting a title shot. Like there's options here, but it seems like the UFC days, the title shots are all based on who the hell is healthy and who can fight right now. It is really like the next shot situation at all times. And a lot of it is star power. It's going to do with guy who's obviously a champion, who's one of the best 25 we've ever done. He has all this success, and now he's moving into the title picture. Whereas last year, Alex Pereira came in, won the fight at 205. Yeah. Those three names on Figur's resume are impressive. That is a hell of a run that game started. And the way he won, really like, who did they Rob Long, obviously, Minnesota, Gardner, Chico Vera. He's unbelievable. I love the idea of no man's land, good for him. All that stuff. If he doesn't go far, it seems like he would be paying contractors keeps your business legal. But tax time? Active. The good news is that with Gusto, filing a 1099 is automatic, accurate, and totally hands-free. For starters, contractors themselves uploading W-9s, adding bank info, and opting in for electronic 1099 delivery. That there's going to have some review or clarity for them. After you get invoiced, pay both domestic or international contractors with just a few clicks. Buy direct deposit or check, all in one place. But best of all, Gusto automatically generates and files your 1099 NEC forms for federal and state agencies, and securely delivers copies to your contractors at no extra cost. Less paperwork, more peace of mind. With Gusto, 1099 e-filing is effortless, so tax time feels like just another payment. Boston Phoenix keeps it simple. You take one course at a time. With fixed and affordable tuition, no matter how fast you go, it is really first. Explore a built for your life model at Phoenix.com.
I'll take yacht. I'll take great fights that we had, and then I think my son yeah, we were like I would just feel like this for some reason the next time I understand how this happened and talk about that win. This is obviously fascinating. Love that fight. See how that plays out. But then also, how about this? Like, I know everyone thinks, how young people think that, oh, you know, it's really deserving now. Oh, you know, they're keeping on the sidelines. And I'll be honest, like, I thought you were waiting for how good that's Seguido, Chris Turner, he's out there very good. There are friends there. Even if there's a comparable among those with respect. If he beats Morales, and then play Dumont beats him, like, that's going to be great early title of all time. Considering his skill set, their skill set, considering their records, both of them, Morales and Dumont, what they've done in their last you know, the reason that's fun. And the way they play the question, the incredible acting was solid for O'Malley. He earned the he will be Conor McGregor reminiscing. That's they just about you know, with Dowdy and how he's now it's actual the wrestling. It's actually the champion. It's actually there's always that next kind of hurdle to jump over. There's the clear these ones. Oh man, verify that. Yeah, I don't even know if that's good. That would be so. That's tough. The difference is I think the difference is on now. Applying. Yeah. This is our Umar and Brown. Untouchable. And they do great things that people say about you isn't good at. I know that. That is the fun fact. This is closer to fast track than I think now. The name of the company, obviously, most time. Also, O'Malley would have been 4 or 5 countries. Yeah. Is he
specific thing that my dog was moved on that. He is loving it.
No matter what your portfolio is, H&R Block knows about all the regulations and rules, so you can make the most of your taxes and maximize your income.
Pittsburgh is from America's #1 selling fortune to science, ratchets, shopping. Pittsburgh delivers the reliability you need at prices that are convenient and at Harbor Freight.
Even said, I don't want to retire. Like, to me, I'm reading the tea leaves here. Oh yeah, this is the one. You got one. This is it. And so he's in there. Every time I walk that way, and say, I don't want to retire. But he won't go down. You have said, I don't want to play outside the UFC. If you say you don't want to retire, that tells me that you will. There will be a PKFC, there will be a Pilates contact, there will be an influencer boxing, there will be somebody who comes to the table and says, hey, here's some good money here, and they'll say, I'm not going to consider it. So, I think it was a good thing. Yeah, sure, yeah. But it is so random. That's so few. I feel like that's not that long ago. Like, there's too much at play. If that was the side of the show. There you go. So big for And there's that, and I know he wants to cut down to that, and God bless him, in the very early days of the pandemic, he was a lot to talk about. I was there, 6 p.m. Sports Center, we were all talking about World 2030s and Vice President, meet up to do nothing else going on in sports, other than doing his own ratings, and it's good by himself. He fights just to be through the institute of health, and basketball, and he has not fight since. So it's sad to see that when you watch him, it's not the same time. He's always been every time they have, and also, you know, I'm correcting. It's going to the, oh, I'm back to my old coach. Oh, now I'm doing traffic. Now I'm doing this. Now I'm doing that. Now I'm smart. Now I'm smart. And now he's getting finished because of that. And a guy that was I thought Chiesa handled it, you know, class. I mean, like this is his microphone and everything. And yeah, I mean, if you're from the first event, bad camera. I feel like if you're from the first event, you want to see a fight again. You want to see a fight with somebody who knows you can fight that you definitely do. Yeah.
What is that fight?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I can promise you that get plus 7 with something.
I mentioned it last week, but like, not going to say it out, but you know, second fight, Tuesday, when UFC comes over, not a bad. Look, I'm not trying to be the guy that's like, I'm really to show some weekend. But I am saying, like, once you get outside the UFC, the water, not as choppy, and there's opportunity there. He wants to keep fighting, but if he is going to fight, tell me 10-30 like no matter what. I just want to get anywhere but the UFC and something that is a competitive fight. That's all I would do. And so you can find that in certain places. I hope that
Yeah. Yeah, let's see, but it doesn't seem definitely doesn't. Calls out Nick Diaz, which I don't really want to see as well. But the dude is fun, you know, like the look is fun, the vibe is fun. It's like a medical situation which is fun, I've got a personal fight, yeah, you're like, but, you know, you're like, it's just anything, guys, anything. Yeah, this is, I was just gonna say, yeah, people talking about fights, and it's yeah, don't love the Nick Diaz call out. But yeah, he's definitely a player for the UFC. Yeah, I like when he was on the Kevin Holland track, and that was like the thing, and I don't really, you know, that I think he sets. I get the Nick Diaz thing, you know, good thing, but throw at him there, if you want to, I doubt that I'm super motivation to be to that fight. Yeah, he's a fascinating character. We'll see. He has the look, he's intriguing. We'll see how far he can push it. It will either a sideshow or it will be something that is actually looking at the engagement and along and find the ranks. But for now, it's too early to kind of say. We'll see how the level of competition increases. But for now, like, he's a guy who can go on a lot of people about the fight. And I'm not like, he ignores it. And that helps. Maybe the idea is something that not a lot of people have realized happening. A lot of prospects are just like, you're undefeated, or they have this record, you feel something that you have some kind of good that thing. So, yeah, you know, another tweet from Zara. And I'll tell you this, like on social media, when you post about Zara,
Having painting screens professionally installed in your home can lead to some surprising side effects, like sniffing birds. Painting screens say no to stuffy
yeah, see these conditions things, you see these slap fighting kids will never be able to flex their muscles. They're going to have to be much stronger in there, but at some point, without their health, it will be problematic. I believe I saw Mayweather's ranking at some point address this and said that there wasn't a U.S. Now, forgive me, I don't remember the sources, but I saw that he was but he recalled that there was confidence that it wasn't that. Again, championship aspirations will become a fun game society, right? Like I've been pushing back up there, but when it comes to dirt biking, like every single time, she's extremely tough and striking close. That's to a certain extent, but ultimately I think it's not being able to do anything ever, right? She's doing striking close, she's been striking close, she wasn't quite like that ability to let them all together. That could have been better. But I will walk the Benji girls on. I'm like, like every single time she's say, like, and she's holding the best of the best of the best. The best always on the ball. She was all done. It does lead to a very interesting scenario on that was slated to be the main event for Utah. Now there's a massive bump. I mean, Angola Green versus
what has been announced so far? I don't think they looked that far.
Well, it hasn't been announced, but everyone's still believing it. Also,
We're just gonna start with rap. I wouldn't go like that.
Yeah. On the Ford truck.
Yeah, exactly. Before Don, I agree with you. So, Don, I wouldn't be surprised if Don keep out so much through, like, just gonna go on there and sweep them into the title defensive. But no, I think we get some resolution. But yeah, I don't mind how it's I think it's good to see. Mysterio turns on Tommy. But at the same time, you got a team card, like stacked up, solid crowd, they're nice to sell out. Everyone's performing. Terrence Crawford, bringing up the one for the whole thing. Then the population, just one about Joshua Carter as well. And a very close fight. Some people do need to, of course, more risk of as a result, Terrence Crawford uses his title and his streak of stoppage wins, first decision in years, with a slower man, arguably the best fighter in the world. Close fight, fun fight.
Entertaining, provides detailed, personalized support to customers, quick responses, excellent transport of calls for any customer performance support.
Meet them, the number one AI agent for customer service that automatically resolves up to 86% of queries, answers immediately, any gym, any market, 24/7. For everyone, then back around. They confirmed to me that Dave Canelo is too big of a jump. I stick to my beats on this. Simply, I'd rather have that kid than too big of a jump. You know this type. There's really a lot of people don't know that. Like fights on the place and all that stuff. But the guy is I was a tough guy. How did you feel?
I felt comfortable and I had it 16-12. I thought that was the best part. I can grant that the disappointed and many people are disappointed because what inevitably happens in all of this
it was a close fight, but I didn't feel like Greenlaw was going to win the fight. Like, I felt like he was getting some rounds, but Travis was enough to find to like push, and then at the end, the last two rounds, Travis would sit back and figure it all out. I've never been stylistically interested in being on top of this Canelo because I already knew I don't think he's in the game. Like I think he's just interested. But I am interested in the idea of trying to talk to him and try to I believe he deserves that opportunity, and that is where I fall in that fight. I think he deserves that opportunity. I don't think he did. And I did before this fight or after. I will say, give some credit to his style is very difficult to figure out. Like he's a very unique boxer and somebody who's it's really hard to sit down and time. It seemed like at the very end, like I wanted to call down after the second finally I found it and felt like really pressed to put it on him. But it was too late by that point. You know, I think it's a round off. It was sort of way that he wasn't pressing enough. It's just stepped up and it's at the end. I'm interested in that fight between but not, I don't think I don't think it's a legacy program. A big video he loves it. Yes. Turkey was having a grand old time. Yeah, it's inducted into the Nevada Hall of Fame. How about that? On a card in California, we have a on a card in California. I was going to say, he's still fairly early with these boxing. This guy is like, Eminem, what do you think? I said, it's too late at night. But I understand. Just don't need it. It's just like, people look at amazing fights instead of that. Especially when, you know, he's poster and typically main events start around 10:30 and like we've already watched the entire UFC start the day to sit on the couch and I can do it now. That's what it kind of feels like, right? It feels like a bad kind of show. possibility. Like you can see, like, by the time you can see, to be honest with you guys, like, a few months ago, you know, I see too much about talking to people. It's like, I'm glad that there it is, and then, yeah, you know, what's going on, you know, you're not the best friend. It's like everyone's like, Oscar's there, Paul Aaron is there, it's really fun to see all these promoters together. Like, this is exactly what happens when it talks to people. That little part in the dude, you know, on there, gets to the dude, Morel is on there, gets a win. It's, this is physical box really fun. Just figure out the time and the basic. And, start to get over it. There's that. There's not, the thing is prolific. There's no time that is very well received. It just needs to take up. Forget the fights that he is delivering, right? Forget the fights that's out here, the fights that the promoters are delivering. It's the promise that there's no fight that's off the table, right? It used to be every single time that he was about to fight to come out to do it. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Never going to go. There's nothing that can't potentially be done. Now, it's a big and it's also materialized, but it's not, it does not feel impossible. It feels impossible. In the box, it's just a nice way to pass. Very, very good. That was what a freaking time. Like that was I was on the edge of my seat and just like any possible stick was for like 12. It was like that road. It's not huge. It's a great fight. If you want to do Tank Davis, he's had this fight in the last, I don't know, 4 years. I think that one for him as well. That's a huge one. You just have to watch him smile. He's my kind of place in there. He's just sitting there killing new stuff. And he's a, incredible point to solve. Just great out of boxing. And also, Sturgis, Saudi Arabia, there's Conor McGregor. Have you ever been? I've never been to that. What is it called? It's called like you never heard of that? No, I've only heard it called Sturgis. I don't know like what the motorcycle thing is called, but Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. There's like hundreds of thousands of people. Back in the day, there was from that same city called Hog Wild. The same thing where everyone's on their bikes outdoors. They just call it the Rent Motorcycle Rally. So it's Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. Really? It's a long thing. No, it's a huge deal. I mean, maybe I only know because it's back in the day. But like, I mean, Dennis Rodman and Tom Malone wrestled at that event. That's how they do it. Congratulations. About that fundraiser. Really lucky. He's all in. He's all in. All his boys started out in it. That was great. He cut off on that deal. I think he was done. He's lucky that he wants to do it. Oh, I think there is good. But I'm not supposed to be all I'll say is the value definitely there's a lot going on, and that also means I'm still actually unsure of how saw you guys debating on who deserves Oscar. I thought next night or not. I'm glad you saw that because I know decided that this three episodes. You want to do it yourself? No, I think I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. You know, you know, part of it, maybe. You know. Which I think is smart, by the way. To build that like interest in it before it's available. I encourage it for a while. I'm from like it makes it accurate. Like accurate, your side, okay, yeah. They do ice cream. Alright, this is gonna come from you. That's true. Are you good run right? It used to be. You know, this is a good port of it. I don't know, this is weird. What do you think is wrong with it? Oh, it's a classic. It's a basketball. Oh, no, it's a popular flavor. It's probably pretty much like it's rum flavored ice cream. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's good. I think. Yeah, because I could. I'm not a big fan of it. No, but it's just like, that's what I think of. I don't know if I've ever actually had rum. I think of them like sweet rum. Yeah, like rum is good with like sweet. So yeah, you could use it for flavor more so than like it's not like that strong. There's a lot of desserts that is like a drizzle. Yeah, very people. Another alcohol. Yeah, that'd be good. Don't raise it. I think I'm just gonna say, I don't know. What also do is, I just feel good. Oh yeah, Learn a bit. Learn a bit and just start playing our game. Not raising is like good. Wow, that's like, but that's the word there's two. I just had one like last night. But Connor, do you remember the dance had that everything? Like that last kiss? Oh yeah, I do. So it's like 90% off. Yeah, they have a book on the top. I was in Tampa for a little bit. Oh wow, I actually did like on fire. No? I'm not a big alcohol. He said it was disgusting. It's just too bananas specific. No. Is that better? No, it's like, see, that's what I always expect. Yeah. Basically, just like a hot tub of one house. I did not. I thought the next one was yes. I remember the first time I had it as well. I don't think I really got well, you should try it. Easy to try. I don't see that. No, the product. Still ahead of Tom McCall. No, it's actually not. week has taken all kinds of twists and turns. The settlement has been denied by the judge, and there's now a tentative date for a trial on October 28th. Judge Richard Boulware denied the fine settlement after years of being paid out $35 million. So that two separate responses filed by the federal discipline to not family and by money. It seems to get very, very interesting. So the judge is essentially saying, no, I don't like this. Remember when this came out, we were like, why did they settle now? There's so much for the trial. So apparently the judge denied it and say we're going to trial. So it's very, very interesting in the next few weeks.
Did you catch the additional drama?
I saw the I don't know what to make of it, but yes, even though the community was temporarily saying that they came into high school with this dreadful basically person. But they didn't do it. Interesting. Yes. So, that was one last thing. Update. Thank you very much for watching, for listening. We appreciate you all very much. We'll be back on Wednesday for another edition of the Person. I'm sure you'll do a great job. Maybe another guest, who knows? I mean, listen, you're still the booker of the show, even if you're not. So you can throw us somebody else. Can we get a tempo? Can we get a I think I can make that happen. I think we could. I think that we could if you want. But for now, though, we are out of time. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you, Frank. Back on Wednesday, same time. What was it the best trick you could do? Oh, so you could like run on the rails and like do some real stuff. Narimoto Usmir by Josie Grease. I feel like there's a lot of techniques and stuff. I mean, I was what the kids at the park called a poser because I would have like the soap shoes and like do the grinding on like park benches with like the shoes. And wear like Jinko jeans and like be into like a culture that seemed to be prevalent at that time, but I was not in any way. I was short of that. I had the Jinkos though, and I was like trying to vibe with the other people, but just like I didn't want to get shit on too. That was what stopped me from doing this. I tried to ollie or even like I was just even trying to like pedal and like go fast and like just. Did you remember the brand? Oh yeah, of course. But from Tony Hawk, it was more where I get that experience. Spitfire. Yeah, the Bird House. Yeah. Oh, and Tech-X. I had Tech-X, and that's the other one. Just want to ask you, Tech-X? Tech-X for after. No, Tech-X. I was in junior high playing with Tech-X. Okay. Maybe high school? I forget. I was playing with Tech-X in class. There's something special about that. I was like, I didn't know you guys ever heard about it. That goes after. That was after. This is everything. Did you ever introduce
I was wondering if you thought that was like too rain was big. I mean, you have to hit the brake and feel like a wheel is just like disintegrating in the brake. Oh yeah, you need to back in the speed over.
I just recently watched a TikTok of a guy purposefully, like a compilation of him purposely hitting the shit with a laser. That's how I think twisted too hard. I would argue he's got like the Tony Ferguson like unbreakable shins after this. Like I'm sure he's conditioned his legs up. I was gonna say, is that before you come? I don't know what that is.
It's what like there's a skateboard separated into like two pieces.
Oh, I've seen it.
You would build your own rope. I was terrible. I think it was called a wakeboard. I was so bad on that. I couldn't even rip on it.
Yeah, I've never ridden on that. I know what it is. As you said, like you were thinking, you were saying it's impressive to see people do the tech deck. I feel that way about like the people that are sick with the razors when they're jumping in like 6 spins before the land and shit. Like that's hardcore. That's very.
I mean, they got like YouTube. You can go on that. I mean, tech deck.
So you're just pulling that up. It's Thursday night, and you're just like, who's got the 10 minutes skills? This is gonna
I never got the tech deck out there. Consider generation one. You had skateboard, BMX bike.
Yeah, like the OG, like the high school thing.
Yeah. Then when you started biking, you know, but like for the end of the year, they were not biking on all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then you get parkour. I just think it's like,
What? I'm not. Why would you be in that group?
I'm not really down with that. Maybe I'm wrong. But I just remember that becoming like the internet sensation. Like, you almost have like, instead of like skate video, like here's someone biking in like the most random spots.
I don't feel like that would be part of like that specific culture. Like I'm tracking with like parkour, like BMX and that, the laser. I feel like that's separate. That feels more in the bucket of like the ice bucket challenge or like the people climbing on freights. That just feels like weird internet shit. Like it doesn't feel like the like sporting version of like doing death defying stuff. Because like biking's not like dangerous, whereas like biking.
Maybe that was my take. So I was like,
Yeah, I think you were making it more of a sport than just like dumb kids doing much.
I just said y'all several like that guy like
Some of your favorites?
The other thing that you guys said was you guys want to grab your kids to find
In New York.
and they do it at the bottom, like they're in a half pipe, and then it's into a setup with the like that.
Do you think they'll ever have tech deck in the Olympics? Or is tech deck now like fading? I don't know the scene. Okay, it's fading for sure. Because that highlight is old.
We call it fingerboarding. This is sort of the branding that I have an issue with that.
Tech deck is the branding and the recording.
I'm gonna have to pull it up. I might have to pick out my thing and start it back again.
In the lab, we get tech deck. I love it. Okay. Big Game Hunted. What's up, gents? Two quick ones. Do you both truly believe McGregor is going to fight again? If so, what is the champ? It feels like you want someone else, but what's the best you want to tell them? Let's answer that one first. Connor fights again?
McGregor.
Connor fights again? I'm not sure it's going to be. He is sticking on my gun. He is very clear that he will not fight on his own. In fact, we even had like Connor's Twitter ranking on us.
It's Twitter ranking a lot.
And he said, Michael was like, I should have known you're never actually coming back. And McGregor was like, oh, good. I'll fight Max Holloway. What's he doing? He's a real PFF. Like, let me go fight Holloway. So I think Chandler's on thin ice with like some of the displeasure he's had with Conor, because I don't think it's going to take much to push Conor in another direction. This feels like the UFC is going to have to be the ones that really want this, the way they really want John versus Stipe. Otherwise, I don't think McGregor wants to fight again. I mean, McGregor's walking out with the second time.
Four card style, dancing, rock band, being, nothing, gloves. You see that one girl with Frank Anthony? It's cool. That's cool. I was gonna pull up some McGregor's tweets, but it looks like he's doing
Did you see the version of the dancing where they had Conor just sick of her. He's just not, and obviously you can see the video for anybody who hasn't seen it. He's just not interested. He's not interested. So,
if he doesn't fight champion, at that point it'll be December, so it'll be over 2 years since the last time he saw him. Yeah, like, where are you at now? It's like, and you said all the time, doing that.
I don't feel bad because you have to do it if you're a kid, right? You have to take that opportunity. You have to pursue it. He didn't do anything wrong, and if it had been successful, it would have been the biggest video of his life. If it ultimately fizzles, I don't feel bad as much as I feel like, yeah, we lost some great years of Michael Chandler, but it's the type of, like, if I'm in your shoes, that's what you do. But after that, if it doesn't happen in December, are you done? Are you like, I have to have a fight?
So there's a lot of different things why it should be different. And the reason why I do go to workout is because I'm just like, if a person was interested in coming to workout, I would tell them that probably the main reason would be a small town like this. That's something like down in the city. And also too, this is the place for residents.
Switching at the end of the year, we need to transfer because no one has a message for them. Start to see our team is here to get transfer soon and as safe as possible. Any questions come up, we gotta get in contact with each other. Like, don't worry, there's no commitment for anybody out there. Before you know it, you've time to do it. It's a nice picture. That's the future of us. Switch out.
Just got into it the last few months and it was electric. There is a better line showing this from the fishing. So wow, we've got a skateboarding and fishing question. I love it. I do nothing. I have one, but I do nothing.
A very similar skateboarding thing, yeah, I do not fish. I don't know fishing pole right now, but I have fished. I've done it, from Georgia, obviously, lakes everywhere. People like go fishing on 30 days here than in New York. And then my grandmother lived in Florida as well, fishing so both my whole time. I've got pretty good fish. Got shark before, lemon shark. Got dolphin fish off the Key West.
Do you enjoy it? Like, are you, when you go fishing, are you like, this is great, I would like to do this, but I'm just like not more, or are you kind of like lukewarm to it? Like, what's your vibe?
I'm sort of like, I got one fishing trip every year. Okay, I go on for it on the effort to like get on the semi-annual boat, get on really, because then you go on a fishing trip.
So one of my favorite memories is from my bachelor party, we were fishing in Mountains. We went down, that was a bunch of things, and we're on the boat, and we're catching up redfish. And when we got down, we found a spot that hooks fishing tags, right? The guy who was getting amazing, right? He's like, you got this. And so it doesn't even matter if the fish is bad, it's bad. Because they find tags. Like, we were just so hyped for this. And so we're catching up a few, but they're kind of smaller. And they're like, okay, we get enough that it's going to make a good, fast forward, we get a good enough. But in the midst of that, one of my buddies, one of my best friends, throws out the line,
surface that's the key. He's pulling it. It's rough. He's fighting back. Oh my God, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He reels it in. He had hit land. There was a patch of grass. And we just throw one person in the window. He brings it in, and it was the most disappointing for all of us for this guy. I think the captain is doubled over. But I love that. It was good. I had a dream for a while, but a dream of mine to accomplish was to get a blue one, a giant trophy fish out off the coast. That's the ones I want to know. Yeah, there's the one that like there's real danger of bringing into the boat of like these fish potentially stabbed. I feel like all fish make this thing. Yeah. They do some or the tail or whatever. Sure. Yeah, because I just pay for the boat and the fish. That's not really concerned. The marlin fish is like, and for some other fish, like somebody was like, oh, no, Frank, you can fish. That's been like that ever since. And now you're like, I'm sure there are many fish that is true of, but there's also one that is not true of. But yeah, it's not really tail out there. I feel like you got to get your reps up though if you actually first of all, you're only going to really balance it enough. Then you got to get your skills, right? Once you get that thing on the hook, how are we going to reel that thing in if you're only going once a year? I've heard that it takes an hour, but you always have to have a year and like a war. That was my budget, except there was a patch of grass, and there was a cut there. And you can do a man, you do that for fun. And when you get in the boat, and when you try to stab your hard, and you dodge it, it's just like, and you get river, you want to get back to the river. I feel like that's the one that's in like 14 or 17. I think it's a very specific time. I feel like that's one of the ones that's in like every season, right? They got the plaque with the blue line. My grandmother caught the biggest sawfish in Florida history of time. I think and he still has the sawfish today. That's sick. I love that. See, that's the cool part about like I don't actually want to go fishing that much, but like you gotta feel like the trophy, the success. Yeah, I love the story. Okay, what's up, G? Ryder Skyler, Ryder Sklar says, what's up, GC Wicked Friendly? Very quick question. Please click on buying Wilson beers and something to what's the most realistic outcome that we can get to buying the car for that place. I think we all kind of like discussed this. It's going to be yeah, because the only other option is like where to go for airfall. Yeah. Other than that, yeah. But we did that, right? Anything would be the headliner again. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be that. I don't think there's much other option for them at this point because of the way that it played out. Yeah. I mean, I think we went through it on Monday, but yeah, you got to play an hour fighting. A few years later, allowing around about with people. And Kelly that had worked on the fight. DDP, Lucas, Fox, one. The only thing that I thought of, and I said it last time, was it ran very well with Mario, is an interim heavyweight belt. That's the only thing I can think of. Because Islam is going to be on the shelf, and that is why he's not running on W, and that's why you don't need Max Nola. And so, Armin versus somebody, Armin versus Dustin, Armin versus anybody, and I feel like that's a potential option, but like, it's not a great one. You don't really want to be kept up, especially if Islam's coming back sooner. Like, so, yeah, I thought you have Taylor versus Kevin Vieira, you've got Bolsar Aldo, you've got Pena Cody, you've got Aldo Ade. How about UFC just Aldo versus rising guy that we really like? Like, that seems to be the head of the never goes out. I don't know how. He's just going to strike him. Yeah, probably just going to strike him. I don't know how he got into this, like, lane for Jose Aldo, but God bless. Like, I'm never going to not watch Jose Aldo, but it just feels odd. Just feels odd. It feels odd that, like, this is what we've got with a legend like Jose Aldo. Like, everybody's like, Dominic Cruz, this, that, the other. It's like, no, like, up-and-coming prospect guy. It's, like, really good that we probably don't let the rail chain. Let's put him against a killer like Jose Aldo.
it's not a terrible, like, look, from top to bottom, like, there's some names on there that you want to see fight, and it's not terrible, but yeah, it is that thing, it's missing a little bit of youth, but King versus Ethan is a good fight, like one that, like, has some history behind it, and one that would move the division forward. Then you've got Kayla, and then you've got Kayla there, on the same card, like, I'm okay with it. I know, you know, the fans in Utah are going to be like, well, we're going to get, what we thought we were going to get, right? People were thinking, like, oh, we're going to get Max and Elio, or we're going to get Sean and Milan. Like, those were the things that were swirling around those gates. It's still a good card. We're fine.
But also, Soy City does a good fight.
Yeah.
They got the games before it.
Another one where it didn't seem like they had something and they did something, so maybe they could pull something out of there.
You never know with the UFC. You never know with the UFC.
Mr. Clean, with the return of Ngannou announced for October, I have a question. Seeing as Francis' MMA games largely based on boxing, do you think the other boxing training competition is better than ever as an MMA fighter? If you think time away from some other aspects of the MMA, but even with the weakness of the sport, I'll say this is purely it's possible. Training MMA is a way to fight MMA, and training boxing is a way to fight boxing. He is going to not be optimal because of time right now. And do some things to get back on track. The camp that he needs to be ahead of him in terms of training for MMA, yes, but it is not going to be like comes in there as some like superior MMA striker to even what we saw before because he has been training boxing. Training MMA is the best way to get that.
Yeah.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms, it's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Intibia from moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Intibia is the only blood-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and 6 surgical reactions can work during and after treatment. Intibia may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although it might be keyed out, a brain infection that can result in death cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or prone to infections, liver problems, liver. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it. And ask your doctor about blood-focused Intibia, including Intibia Pen.
Seeing as some Olympic sports are judged right, even when there's more than 3 judges, thus taking out the variability and inconsistent scorecard. A better method would be to have 5 judges who tell us out the scorecard before each fighter wins, thus leaving 3 most agreeable scorecard. Also, why are judges not giving any fighters 50% of the shot to help them win one decision, for example, significant strikes and control section? So, do you like the idea of 5 judges toss out the 2 most extreme scorecards?
What if they're not? What if there are no scores?
Well, then it's consensus anyway, right? If there's no extreme scorecards, then it's like all 5 agreed mostly, and then that's the right decision anyway. I don't hate that.
What if it's 48-47 on 3 judges scorecards and 47-48 on 2 judges scorecards?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, then the 3,
They can just throw out one or
you throw out 1 of each, and you've got the split for the one who have the 2, the more majority of the judges.
One judging idea that I've always liked, and I think it's very interesting, is you take the round by, let's say, so saying like if it's a judge scores 2 out of 3 for the round, that fighter wins that round. It's cumulative of the group score.
So what's funny is,
go ahead. I was just gonna say that you've seen it like about the Josh Allen play, and one of the reasons where it's like he technically 2 out of 3 different scorecards in 1 more round, but still lost the fight.
So what's funny about a lot of these is like this 5 judge throw-outs, you has been proposed before, right? As has just having 5 judges in general, as has
score by the round, for each rider by the round. For that one specifically, somebody that I was interacting with crunched the numbers on this, and basically like a handful of cards get overturned, and some of them are not even the controversial ones we have. The ones where it's like Cater and Emmett that are like gonna stick out in your mind are the actual ones that would affect, but the reality is they wouldn't shoot like the amount it would actually change, it would not change anything. And it would turn some that maybe were like more reasonable to the opposite, but it's like a handful each year, based on like what the statistical control from this person was. Maybe that has changed in this might be data from like 2022 or 2023. Maybe that's changed recently, but it doesn't affect a lot of fights. And so it could be, and it could open the lead to some better outcomes, but it's not going to really like affect it enough that it's like a big change in the sport, which I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know what the solution is. I'm at the point where I'm like, let's just try stuff. I'm okay with trying options. Like, let's just try some trying options.
Yeah, I don't know if this except the round is going to help that good week 2 or 5. They're not supposed to see that they got out from 30 to 25. Did that end up changing?
Yeah. There's no perfect, all these solutions are looking for like, what's the perfect way to do it? How do we fix it? And there's not going to be one thing that fixes it. We need to just try a few things, and ultimately, if you see the data works and success, let's go for it. Speaking of data, if you suggested giving data to the judges, I don't like that idea, because I think what happens with a lot of like advanced statistics and things in modern like sports is people just stick to that too religiously, like they're too strict with thinking like that. If you see like, oh, this person had more significant strikes, you're gonna be like, I must score the round for them, or you feel to be able to do it. I want them to be there doing it to me.
Okay, one other idea is that look like a judge's view, and they have no extra sensation by themselves, and they just watch on television together. Sitting very close to a game like the view on TV is in order to do better than the one right.
Not only that, but the judges are positioned in different parts of the case, right? So they're seeing different things than other judges are seeing. And so that creates that difference of viewpoint. And so what you're suggesting is put them in the back, give them the best possible angle on everything, and they all see consistent picture no matter where it's conclusion. I don't hate it. I think there's some things that you can see in person that don't translate on TV. And so I don't know what's better, but to the point that we're trying to make, let's try it. Let's see what happens if we give some judges that opportunity and see what they say.
Did like the crowd not influence the judges? Or the early at the apex, the judges could hear the commentary? Like, are there not factors that could be like into their decision?
Do you have them like have a soundproof room, earbuds, don't look at each other? Look, it's like it's a dystopian society.
You're sitting in a white room, like not one television screen, and you put on voice and headphones to watch the round, you score it, you hand it off.
Here's what I would say to that. They're going to have to put people to pay at the bare minimum if you want people to suffer through this torture. Because
maybe that's another thing. Maybe it's nothing to do. You raise the pay. People more account. It's just like, I think if they have to let them answer for it as well. It's just, there's so many issues, so many ways that you could make this a better profession. Yeah.
Peter Substack, what's the crack? Ariel Tresir, Frank, and the rest of the two simple question. This week, on a scale of 1 to 91, what grade is each statement?
Oh, man. I have to deal with it. It's glad you're not there. They would be how good offerings and fights. I think they did and the only other ranked fight is Ryan Martin in the Mexican division, which obviously is not a deep division at all. And yeah, it just feels unnecessary. Could have combined this card and the August 24th card and had a much better offer. And it's smashed right between 304, which is a great pay-per-view, Abu Dhabi, which is a great fight night, and 305, which is another really good pay-per-view. It just feels like they did this
baseball bat and beat the horse. But I'm just gonna like poke it right with my finger and just say, if you want things to change, you're gonna watch it. If you want things, if you will turn on Saturday night and you'll watch this card, this will continue to be something that happens once every day. If the viewership continues to be steady,
is content better than just
yes, because these are highly viewed. That's why content is better, because these actually get high viewership. And if people don't tune out, they're going to go off the shipping. No shipping is business. Besides the stuff with ESPN and UFC are teaching to 50 cards of this. So it is what it is. I don't know if this might be too specific. I feel like this might be a GC's wheelhouse. Leroy Jenkins, what's up, man? Email by Connor of War Lyles, Gold Medal Performance. Oh, by the way. What a performance that was. Insane. Also, all the pressure that he put on himself, I think everybody thought he lost. Like, but all the pressure he put on himself with that, like, shot at the Team USA basketball thing that went viral. Two world champions of blood, as everybody knows.
Oh, yeah, the shot at the NBA, yeah. I still don't know how to do it. Like, American, we're so quick. This guy was trying to bring us away from the first time in the NBA. Obviously, successfully did, but the amount of people that were way paid off.
I get it, because I have some friends who are basketball fans. It's Team USA basketball is such a pride for us. And feeling like we're talking about like the NBA, which provides the players for that, felt like a shock to those players into the NBA, into the sport of basketball. For those hardcore basketball fans.
If I'm not mistaken, he was saying that like the NBA champions on some world champions is ridiculous. But
no doubt he was. And I mean, we could make this a very MMA conversation, right? Is the UFC champion a world champion?
Well, I say yes, but I also think that the NBA is the world champion.
But that's the equipment, right? That's the equipment. The NBA is. And so people, if you said to somebody, this doesn't have the world champion, there are some people who just have an affinity for that emotion within the sport would be like, nah, F that, if whoever says that. So that's where I think some of that is coming from. But what a freaking went down for the first 40 meters and then just turns on the jets and hits it by a nose.
I thought he lost. I thought he did third.
There was such thing as a photo finish, like the literal definition of it, like you have to go to the things out. But
I saw you live. It was just like it's racing until like with the book Jerry Seinfeld skit of like talking about like the bag. Yeah. Second place. Never heard the guy. Yeah, I saw one where it was where it was a picture of Link alive, just fastest man alive. And then the dude next to him who made the boy 6 laps down until the second line. Yeah, it's just crazy.
The USA. In honor of his performance, what was the most company Rubio cards? Because unless I'm mistaken, right, Rubio card of the chain, like so
a version of Wizards. I think it's but there's different play formats, and there's a digital format. Where they have cards that can do things that you can't do with physical cards. So there's a lot of like old school alchemy. I like alchemy. I play alchemy. To do like to the point where my daughter is. We're gonna have daddy-daughter time. All you guys do. Yeah, that's nice. Well, for what it's worth, Frank, I sent you a request on what to do. Yeah, I was gonna give you the account, so I have to restart. It sounds like an excuse, because my God's deck is flames right now. You know, it's really hot. With the new Blueburrow expansion pack that just came out, like I've got some heat right now. Enjoy this time. Like, I'm on top. I didn't go through some like OG like bringing back crazy stuff. I have the physicals anyway. It's like, okay, this told me that you sold it. I remember that. Oh yeah, man. Red Eye. Okay, so I think I got that. We're really I never watched the show like sometimes it would be on in the midst of like Pokemon and all these other called Blue Eyes White Dragon. That could be Charlie, but there was just a thing about like Dark Magician was another one. The show was pretty good. You'd be the short guy's little kid and like he turns into like this blue version of himself and he gets a dark like deep voice and everything. I mean, I like that. I used to love some of my friends played it in my neighborhood, so we play each other and then we would all bring tournaments together and see how like well we could do. And we were playing like Roman the whole thing. It was a good time. Really good time. I thought it was Magic. Do they still make it? Or this is a business? System for like rarities. Just get everything in all rarities. Yeah, you get like you get the holographic, and you get the holographic with the gold lettering, the holographic with silver. It's like there's nothing like ripping up a flag into the red cover of the wood. Like it was the show was great. Make the IG books. The visual variant, uncommon card is, there's like, if they can, this is extremely hard to get, it's like, rare, uncommon copy, it's very nerdy and advanced, but thanks for that, trip down the road. You've got to get over to Starbucks. That's what all the fish are, but so the Rizzler is it's not extremely perceptive. It's word for word. Word for word. He sounds like he's a real big fan of yours. I want to see him. I'm scared a little bit, like maybe he wants you back too much. But yeah, the Rizzler stuff. Max, WWE Raw was amazing this Monday. Any thoughts if you were watching if you were Wyatt Simpson Reign? I'm not even going to read the rest of this because like it was I did not watch on the same. Did not watch that. We very rarely check in on this. Like we rely on No1 quite a bit, and he's kind of like being out of
still at the beginning of the Maniac world level. Beyond that, it's
Two quick ones, daily tap outs. Two quick ones for you boys. Just want your thoughts on the matchups. Ferguson versus Nick Diaz is a retirement fight for both.
I think what he should have been on this card.
That's fine. I don't hate it. I would also just like fight.
That'd be cool. Fair. Sullivan was over almost 3 years ago. And they were not.
Corey Silver versus 50. This is a great way for 50 to real title contention and the stylistic matchup that be so fun to watch. I'm totally down with that.
I mean, I feel like he's already in that title, but I'm also not saying
GC is the MMA you got a great break for the best takes in the game. Thank you boys for always keeping the show up to and access to the engaged. Thank you, daily tap outs. Appreciate it. Mike T. Hello, GC, Rick and Frank. Have you guys been paying attention to the Olympics and what are your favorite storylines from the competitions? Okay, so what's up? Like, they're wrapping up. What's been the highlight of the Olympics so far?
Yeah, the air festivals have gone pretty popular. It's great. Great. Dude, that was such a good moment. Yeah, the two of them. It's like we're fighting the medal and checking the team. I don't know, that girl was like 14. She like there was a couple of players that started fighting the medal as well. That was great. Djokovic finally getting the medal job to go competition brother. Obviously, like the Noah Lyles was great. The swimming rivalry between Australia and USA coming down to the final race. We're gonna have those gold medals. It's fantastic. Small Biles with your coach playing. Man, I'm really glad for USA volleyball. They just lost. And now they're like the bronze medal match for like an indoor men's volleyball. You guys are all like 6'8" to 6'10" and have like 40 verticals and like spike the shit out of this ball. I think one of the spike speeds was like 115 kilometers an hour today. Whatever is next, I just hop on. Circuit gold medal matches.
Like, it's on in the background right now for you. Like, are you just TV on Olympics?
Yes. When we came on, I was not literally watching TV.
It was supposed to something happened. Yeah.
Denmark and all that way to the 70s. Shout out. Let's go. I love that.
How's the betting been? Like, where are we at?
Yeah, great. Oh, heck, yeah. Yes, so I got some of my futures, which I was planning on doing. And then I just put $25 to find out the state, saw how much I could build it up. We're at 288 right now. Wow. Yeah, we've been doing it. Throwing a lot of, I've just been making sport that they have to the line bet on it. I'm just blind people on it.
I love that. Yeah, 10x again. That's impressive.
I think that really, oh, come on. I did a shot in USA exact with a 4x100 and swim method. They are like so excited. So I know parents like the movie too.
Olympic fever. My favorite thing has been Paris Tonight by the CBC. It's just such a tremendous program.
It actually is good, man. Like, I know we were getting it. I really thought it was going to be like a one thing that's just like, welcome into Vegas. And I don't see the same. We started at the pool where we did it. Canada, summertime dog got us silver medal. Yeah. The rest of it, other than that, was like party. It's fun. Everything is like, it's almost like it's like a fun show that's
yeah, I was thinking like I was doing like a suck up table, but it actually is a great show. My dad, my dad's number one fan of that too. Like he's number one fan of this show, and he's number one fan of Paris Tonight.
He's talking about like how we got like outfit stick. Yeah, CBC also CBC is a yes. So like I really thought it was really and welcome in. Man, how long have we started?
You're in for a treat when you see the skit and the dancing.
I can't wait. Yeah, really impressive.
So you didn't text me, so we're not going to talk about it. Yeah,
I've been blowing up the phone all day. So like, yeah, now. also was there and said the crowd, he said it was 10 times game 5 against the Pacers, and that's like, he was saying that the place was rocking to the extent that he's never even like experienced before. Because I love that.
By the way, I love that. The fact that like the breeze. I mean, that's another one. Leon Marchand, the French swimmer. Yeah, like the way that crowd is so hyped for them. So it's been so like the USA basketball game, like the whole crowd we're cheering for each other. Yeah, like I'm with your our gal. I think the breaststroke where you like go down and do it, I'll right back down like the ground ball going up and down. And each time you come off, so you can hopefully this is in soccer, but it's cool. I just love it. It's been with us here great. 3 weeks. That is watching like bullshit that you would never ever watch in your life. And we don't. And we don't see it.
I love it, but not to extent. You're a different level of hardcore. Like, I love it. I watch it, but I'm not where you're at. But I can appreciate where you're at. I respect where you're at.
Let's look at something.
Okay. I don't know if that would really do it for me, if I'm being honest, but I will say, here's an MMA-related tie-in to this. Do you think when it comes to the U.S., the level of support will be equivalent to what we're seeing internationally? Comparison, when we talk about fights in the U.S. fighters don't get nearly that level of support that you see, like, Cyril Gane is fighting in France, or something like that, just to draw the French comparison. Do you think when it comes to the U.S., Team USA men's, the swimmers, is just going to be like, it's going to be raucous?
Paying contractors each your business moving, but tax time, have to. The good news is that with Gusto, filing 1099 NECs is automatic, accurate, and totally hands-free. To start, contractors can onboard themselves, uploading W-9s, adding bank info, and opting in for electronic 1099 delivery. That's less administrative hassle for you, more clarity for them. After you can invoice, pay both domestic or international contractors with just a few clicks. Buy direct deposit or check, all in one place. But best of all, Gusto automatically generates and compiles the 1099 NEC forms for federal and state agencies, and securely delivers copies to your contractors at no extra cost. Less paperwork, more peace of mind. With Gusto, 1099 e-filing is effortless, so tax time feels like just another page.
Yes, because you are the U.S. Right. Like, these are, they're yes, I understand that they bring up the stars and stripes and they say that you're the U.S. today, and that's amazing and everything like that. But like in the Olympics, like it's the U.S. United States. It's everyone is a part of the U.S. Yeah, like you're wearing a jersey, whatever you have to wear for your event, it's going to say United States of America on it. But you get behind the guys. It doesn't hurt that much. The U.S. is so sick that to some things. Like we're close to China in the cold now. I think we're gonna start going away from the track and everything. But then like the total amount of time we're just screwing everyone. Like we are just always on point.
Ivan asks, where you buying or this one, top 5 fast food restaurants in the Union Harbor. So we got into a burger call before, but what are the top 5 fast foods?
Oh, this is great. We're doing a pound right? Yeah, fast food restaurant. Where's the line on fast food?
You suggest one and I'll tell you if it's over or not. Like, can't be like that.
Chipsy's is not fast food.
No, that's chain restaurant. That's chain restaurant.
Yeah. Like Chick-fil-A
fast food is pick up and sit down at an unassigned table. You know? Like,
okay. There's no hostess. No hostess, no maitre d', no reservations. No reservations, no hostess, and there has to be drive-through.
Yeah, that's no, because like Subway can be fast food and that's not drive-through. Okay. So no drive-through requirement. I mean, I'm simple. Yeah, drive-through preferred. I'm simple, like, I really like Taco Bell when I would do like McDonald's. But I get fast food these days, but like my simplest preferred thing is Taco Bell, for sure.
Chick-fil-A is one for man, that's very good.
Yeah, that's what I love, like Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is absolutely one. Love Chick-fil-A. It's great because I
the one at Penn Station.
It's like a, for the last 2 decades, my life was probably just kind of a chicken place that was pretty good. Now I like, I've seen people like gas it up to,
I have such a nostalgia for Taco Bell because I used to go with like my dad, and they had the Godzilla cups, and they had the chocolate taco. Yeah. I know every chocolate. Yeah, it's that one. Jean Renault. They had the freaking chocolate taco. You know,
cinnamon twist.
The cinnamon twist.
The cinnamon twist is like styrofoam with cinnamon sugar. And then like you could play the coin machine.
Yes.
Chocolate coin.
Yes.
That one.
I got three chocolate tacos out of it. I love that.
Wait, what's the chocolate?
Amazing, right? Yeah, it's the ice cream taco. But they don't have it as
Taco Bell.
Oh wow, you guys lifted that up.
Yeah, sure.
No, but at Taco Bell, we had Taco Bell like as dessert. No, it was just the branded chocolate taco.
I don't know if you guys were these people, but I was a huge animal and guy.
Oh yeah,
At the time, I had a pot, but I think it was so glad. You mentioned with us on the show.
I'm not a chili guy. I'm a gordita. Burrito. No, we had like
Taco Bell is a Taco Bell. I like Taco Bell.
how do you feel about the biggest one, right? Like, I'm not like a huge McDonald's, Burger King guy. Like, they're the tier below the top 5. Like, they're consistent. They are what they are, but like, there's better ones that I have.
Okay, so I never eat fast food ever.
Is it the same?
Top 30, but I love it.
When you say, all right, time out, backtrack. When you say about your friends, is it because the recovery from eating junk like that is too tough, or because you feel like it's for younger people? It's like, what is the?
As I have age, I've been more focused on my health.
Okay.
Like, I just do not want to,
Got it. I think that makes sense.
back in the day, like, I don't know what y'all call them, like, it's stupid, whatever you may.
First time I heard about those.
Man, it was something special. You go to kids and have double, double the chicken, and then you split the double, put the McChicken in the middle, bread and all, close the back of the double. You couldn't, you don't want to stare at me out. You don't want to look directly at it, but it was so good. You get 99-cent small fries, you get a cup of water, you go on the edge of your skin, and you're spending like $3.08 or something, and you get a full meal out of it. Now I don't know if I'd like to do it from
I love people sleeping. I love the name of that. I get my kids McDonald's and things like that from time to time. You'd be shocked to know what the price of that thing that you just said was $3 at that time is. Yeah, it's insane. It's truly insane the price of that. It doesn't exist anymore. Nothing on that menu is less than $2.
And then if you really want to get crazy, you can get the Royal Big Mac, the double, split up, but they're like $80 because they need shipping. Like, straight up freezer, like it was definitely low quality. And then they have like the Southern style fried chicken, throwing that out.
I feel like it's hard to do this top 5, especially because we don't really eat it now. I have more a tangentially related question.
For procurement managers, Ranger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to manage orders and deliveries from multiple suppliers, Ranger offers everything in one place, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more, all with fast delivery that helps ensure you always have enough contact information here first. Call 1-800-RANGER or Ranger.com to stop by. Ranger, for the ones, get it done.
I am a big believer. If you pick up the hamburger, it does not go back down. The hamburger stays in the pan, finish the hamburger, and then that's it. There is no up, down on the hamburger. Do you agree with this?
I can actually respect it. I can respect myself. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am eating until I'm done.
on the plate, I tend to eat them one by one as opposed to like mixing and matching and like eating these at various points. So it's more of a compartmentalization and like an organization thing. But I believe that you create mess and disorder and chaos and disarray when you put the hamburger down. Now you're dipping your fries here, that, the other. Take it slow, but eat with purpose and do it one at a time. That's my philosophy. How do you feel about it?
Do you ever dip your hamburger?
Oh yeah, you can do that, but you cannot put it down. You cannot put it down on the paper, on the wax nasty paper. You bite, you dip it, bite it again, and finish that hamburger before it gets in your burger. You better finish that thing.
We're talking about burgers?
Any burger.
Any place.
No, okay, sorry. This is like a big, no. Real fancy restaurant burger. Agree. Any fast food burger. Restaurant diner burger, of course it's going down because that thing weighs 6 pounds and like it's falling apart and all those things. Not the same. I'm talking fast food something. Diner burger, restaurant burger, different rules. Yeah, that's it. This one makes sense.
There was something in the Coffee Jack and Taco Bell was even $19.99. So the burrito was 99 cents. Taco was 69 cents. Nacho was 69 cents. And 69 cents. They were 89 cents. Total like $3.50. I saw a Chick-fil-A in 2008 and it disgusted me. It was like, what are we talking about? Give me a number. $5. Oh my lord. Yeah, right. Chipotle's like $20.
We as Americans are getting gouged on food both at the supermarket and at the restaurant. Like, there's just no limit. Food is insane.
It's just become like $10.
Yeah.
It's $10. It is crazy. Speed rankings. Chick-fil-A. Taco Bell.
Sonic.
I do love a good Arby's. That's good. It's good. It's good.
KFC and Popeyes are interesting because like I like them, but then there's so much better chicken out there. Like a Chick-fil-A is just crushing them, so it's kind of hard to find a way to do that.
These are alright. Last salad in there. Very tasty. And burgers.
My dad's a big fan. My dad loves Arby's. Shout out to Arby's.
I knew your dad. I knew your dad. I'm not an Arby's fan, but because you love me so much, it makes me. I just always think of the cheddar and the Jamocha shake is really right. It's not bad. It's actually pretty good.
It's funny. Oh, that. That's a
Jamocha shake.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like chocolate coffee shake. It's like one of the best restaurants out.
I also have noticed. I've also noticed that when you are receptive, and I don't know where that comes from. Why are they like hating? Why are they just like hating those very? Yeah, I don't hate articles. It's just not my favorite.
And you look out the restaurant. But you're not going to Subway and getting bullshit in there too. Yeah. It's all fast food. Getting toast, little beef and cheddar, curly fries on the side, horseradish, sausage, bacon, coffee shake, and wash it down. I can do that. I didn't know that Arby's more like just a spike and
Shout out to Arby's if you're interested in more cakes like this and Arby's fine products. Get them out.
Arby's isn't even cracking my top 5. I think I can get how much slack.
I get that.
It's actually
There's an Arby's right by my apartment in Queens. You and my dad just hustle out there, get an Arby's. Okay. Parker Turk, freaking boys, exclamation point. Do you think UFC will be successful if they launch a yearly subscription service? $400 a year to get access to every pay-per-view. Right now, $80, $85 after taxes. Thanks. So, what about the idea of like a subscription model where you can just buy the whole thing?
Yeah. $400 That would have something to
Totally. So here's my thought. You end up with that money and it actually might cost you less. Here's how. If Netflix acquires UFC rights, right? There's
this comes with your subscription package. I believe WWE is that. I believe WWE. Part of Netflix, right? When that deal kicks in.
So there's going to be like a Netflix, like live sports sector, or you're just in the WWE?
Well, they're in the WWE business. They're going to be streaming Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, which do not, right? That is not a pay-per-view. That is going to be on Netflix. It stands to reason, with them interested in live sports, if the UFC comes up and is an available option that they can acquire the rights to, and if they did, it would stand to reason that there is a model that they could have where the subscriber acquisition and the number of people that are watching this live might be worth their while to not have pay-per-views, right? And it's not a guarantee.
You're saying that there's obviously a price tag on the UFC knows how much money they make off of pay-per-views a year. You're essentially saying Netflix is owning that up to them.
Absorb the cost of that, yeah.
Yeah, we'll pay off pay-per-views and because making some of it more accessible. All you need with Netflix subscription, it's good for Netflix. It's good for UFC. You're getting more eyes on it. I mean, that would be good.
It really depends on the goals of the companies at the time of this potential deal would happen, right? And again, this is me speculating on the idea that Netflix may be interested just based on the fact that they're getting the WWE rights. If that relationship goes well, IMG, WME is right there, same ownership group, and the fact that they're doing the Tyson Paul boxing, right? There seems to be a momentum toward the idea, like if UFC comes up, you'd be silly not to want to be in that game, right? And especially as you're getting into live sports. And so there's a world where they just continue the same model, right? So one pay-per-view, but you get it through Netflix the same way ESPN does, right? ESPN still has a pay-per-view, but you get it through ESPN Plus. Now, you mentioned eating the cost of the pay-per-view. ESPN does guarantee them a number of pay-per-view buys as it is sold at X level. And so that is currently the system. Above and beyond that is where the UFC and ESPN profit into larger sums and split that. But there is a minimum. There is a minimum that is established now. If you're at Netflix, you could say, the minimum's up here, we acquire it, we're willing to pay that price up front, but the number of subscribers we're going to get, the attention for a product that we're going to get, the live viewers that we're going to continue to get, might be worth it from an advertising and content perspective that we don't need to make that big. We don't need to go above and beyond that number. And so I think these things are all at play. I think there's a lot of opportunities. They could also go pick it up. The UFC can also land somewhere else, working with ESPN. When ESPN says, yes, we'll do a package deal. If you want to be a UFC fan and you want to purchase all the pay-per-views for a year, I think that's on the table. It's going to get real interesting because the live sports landscape is changing. I believe it's pronounced Benku. What do you make of the BNQ? How would you pronounce that? That new amalgamation of sports products that's coming out where it's going to be, oh, you weren't aware of this, guys? Okay.
I don't know what this is. Yeah. I thought you were asking about BNQ?
Yeah, so Fox, ESPN, all the digital sports properties are teaming up to make one live sports product that you need to purchase that you get everything.
This is incredibly
But so like instead of paying for like a full cable package, it's just like, yeah, all I really watch is like a lot of sports.
You can buy
Like, I
sports.
don't need news. I don't know that good stuff behind. This is brilliant.
And you don't have to buy ESPN Plus separate from Fox, separate from all the other streaming from CBS. You don't have to buy them separately. If you were a sports fan, you get that one out. And so the industry, the landscape is changing. Like there is going to be a lot of different kind of like options as these things are happening. NBA just renewed their not renewed their rights, just went to different rights partners than they currently have. And so some re-up, right? ESPN still with them, TNT, Warner, Discovery out, and Amazon in. Like there's all kinds of different things that are happening. So I don't think there's a possibility that you get this exact dish. I also don't think there's a possibility that you get something even better from a cost perspective, where Netflix has UFC as part of your subscription and other different variations of this.
That could really get crazy.
It's a very interesting time for live sports rights. It's a very interesting time. What do you think? One more?
You've got ideas, a new project, a renovation that you need. Tower gives you the tools you need to build, fix, and upgrade at prices that deliver more for your dollar. That's an Idea guarantee.
Two more. Frank, you want to start over? Should we start over? Okay, T3 asks, what's up MMA crew question? Hello crew. As someone who just graduated college and looking to work in sports, what would be some of your advice for switching for a full-time position? We kind of touched on this at various points. Build your skills. Don't worry about applying for XYZ job that's on LinkedIn or wherever else you find it, because that's going to be a crowded pool. There's going to be tons of people like that there. Focus on building up skills that you feel will translate. If the jobs that you are seeking are related to video editing, you better have your ass on YouTube learning video editing, talking to people and mentors and other people around you that know that skill. Build up that skill set. Be varied. Learn the video editing, learn the writing, learn social media, learn all the things that are going to help you get ahead in that race. And then, as you're doing that, maybe create a website, a portfolio, something that you can show people quickly, so that will make you stand out from other people that are applying. Resumes are old. Nobody cares about resumes anymore. Like, if I see a resume, it's just a piece of paper with a bunch of shit listed on it. It's not really that fascinating to me. I don't hire based on that stuff. When I have a conversation with somebody, and beyond that, you can write on your resume that you know how to edit video. If I don't see you edit video, then I don't know that you can edit video. So show me something. Build your skill set, create a portfolio, create a website, do something that you can show people your skills, and then see where you get. That's my recommendation.
1,000%. I could not echo that harder. And you said don't really worry about showing the LinkedIn one, but like also apply your ass off to different places. Like it's going to take a million different applications in this industry before you find the right something. Don't get discouraged by those. Don't get discouraged by people not responding. Like just apply. Once you have your foot in the door, make the most of it, make as many connections as possible, because as I have learned early on in my career, connections can easily branch you into what is next and lead you to the next job. I think going back all the way to like my sophomore year of college, it has been some sort of connection that has gotten me every internship and any job that I've done.
Totally. Networking works, reaching out to people works. There's a lot of people who are scared to like ask people for a favor or ask people for their time because they feel like they're not accessible. Yeah, Frank is notorious for that. They're not accessible, or they're going to say no or shut you down or not have time. Let them tell you that, right? If you reach out to somebody, like how many people reach out to me and they're like, hey, I didn't think you replied. Let me tell you that. If you don't think I'm going to reply, take a shot. And if I don't reply, you'll know I don't have time to reply. If I do reply, then now you just made a connection that you didn't have previously. I just want to clarify one thing. I wasn't saying like, don't apply for jobs. You're right. It's a numbers game. Totally. What I was saying is go away from the idea of there's this one job on LinkedIn. It's the perfect job for me. If they only knew how great I was, that is a losing game. That is a losing game.
There's not one job. There's not one job. You're just gonna have to apply until you get hired, and go from there. Like it's really all about just
show them what you can do. That is the way to get it.
Because like you said, like going back to
This guy is signaling video. If I say you can edit videos on a resume with someone, being able to say that done for you is going to go up a million times over the
Treat getting that job like a job, and you'll be successful. Work hard at it. It's not just update the resume and send it off. That's not how it goes. Yeah. Frank, did you have anything to add to that? You seem to want to jump in.
No, you guys kept going.
Okay. Jesse, last one. Jesse, what's up, boys? Non-enemy related question here, but wanted to get your guys' opinion on something. I'm the best man at my childhood friend's wedding next month. Only problem is, oh boy, I like drama. This is very good. I'm not a fan of his fiance. Oh man. Despite several years of dating, he can't act like himself around here. He doesn't seem to be able to leave the house without her, so it feels as if I have lost my lifelong best friend. I know it's too late to bring up these feelings toward him. These feelings toward her, I'm assuming, but I'm wondering if any of you guys have been in a similar situation or how you cope with it. I'm dreading the best man speech at his wedding because I'm afraid it will sound disingenuous, but at the end of the day, I truly just want what's best for him, and I'm afraid that it's not her. Love the show, boys. First of all, I'm sorry for like grinning and smiling and enjoying this too much, but I do love drama, and so this is great for me, even though it's very uncomfortable situation for you.
Right, that's what it sounds like a conversation that should have happened over there. At least they're conversating.
Yeah. He's dreading giving his speech. What do you do? What do you do if you're Jesse?
And I think he's just being platitudes, just give else. Like, don't make it, just make it so no one remembers it. Like, don't really bombs or like, terrible. But like, don't say anything about it. Like, that was kind of weird that he said that. Just be simple. Okay. No, you don't have to go on like a, yes, you can.
Yeah, don't fake it. Don't fake it.
Like this,
yeah.
You know,
Okay. But this feels like you guys are putting a band-aid on something, right? The conversation around the best man speech is a symptom of something that's much larger, which is that the more immediate concern. Now, see, that's band-aid, right? Your immediate concern is you have to cut, put the band-aid on, but like to stop the bleeding, but like how do we treat the wound, right? How do we treat the infection? That's the problem. The problem here is that he feels like he's lost his best friend to somebody who is not what.
He lost his best friend to his, and we need to have communication about that.
Is it too late?
I think now the wedding season is too late. So either I've seen you're like, hey, the best man I am, but not this. I guess that's true. Like you haven't brought up the topic once around the whole relationship that giving you dating, and now about getting married. You haven't once been like, welcome to Mix Harmony, the Speedway Live, the next level control. Go on words, into a full website that is entirely based on meeting page, section, style, and art, your personal This is the new way to create Mix Harmony. Hey man, like, are we gonna hang out where like she doesn't come? Or like, hey man, why do you act so different when she's around? Like you don't act like this. I think you just say, I feel this way. And I ask you how she's always had I feel this way. Okay, two follow-ups to that. One is that, is it too late? Okay, that's what we got. You're saying when post, but like when he's already dead. Question two, if you do that for somebody who's maybe not in a situation where it's too late, are you open to the potential where they're like, well, I love my fiance more than I like hanging out with you. Don't be sorry, but you're kind of making up. So that's why you have to describe it other way. Like, this is how we have every right to do what you want to do. However, there is a way that's going to be. That's what's really important to us. Don't give them like a threat of like, but are you being willfully ignorant of the reality
reality that if that friend is like, I don't have to deal with knowing that you don't like my fiance, why am I going to hang out with you? That's a potential outcome. That's a potential reality that you can be facing.
You can also just be friends and know that your wife and your best friend
don't get along that well.
I actually had a friend that I actually because we learned this. I was at a place back in April this summer that his wife and his roommate of like 2 years, one of his best friends, really did not like each other at all.
Okay, so we have a specific exact replica.
Yeah, I just never picked up on it. Like riding over to something to get together. It's like, oh no, that's like you know, blah blah. But you never get along with them that well. And I'm just like, wait, really? No, yeah, no, they I wouldn't say they hate each other. They definitely don't like each other. I'm like, oh wow, I never picked up on this. And then when we got there, immediately I was just like, oh yeah, now I see it. They definitely don't like each other, but they're still they're so weird at each other. That might be what this guy's doing.
They can coexist, but it's they don't like each other. Okay, so maybe that's the future for this one. Maybe for Jesse, it's like you're gonna have to either swallow your own feelings on it, right, and just be a good person and be like, I don't like her, but I still want to be friends with my friend, and just deal with that.
This guy saying that
You did not. I'm
also
also.
what it is. When your friend gets married, like, it ain't gonna be the same. You're definitely going to see them less. Like you just need to accept that.
So
when
when
you find your friend that's dramatically less than mine.
What you're seeing is that feeling that you felt of I lost my best friend is now going to be amplified more. Like,
Oh,
yeah, that's
quite actually if he had, if his friend has, that it's
yeah, I agree with the take part. I'm with you. I'm of the opinion like people can coexist. Like your wife doesn't have to like your friend doesn't have to like your wife, your friends don't have to like each other, if they're separate friend groups, like, or even the same friend group, like people's relationship. I'm not the manager of your relationship with other people, right? Even though there are people who I love dearly and want to be all in the mix together, I am not managing your relationship with that person. If you don't like them, that doesn't mean I don't like you and I don't like them. That doesn't mean that I can't be friends with both of you. It has nothing to do with me. That's your relationship. So I would just say Jesse not liking the wife is their pairing and their relationship that either can be mended or sorry, jumping up, that either can be mended or not. But the relationship with the friend can still coexist as long as you can handle that. As long as
last thing I wanted to say is the idea of having an action. It can be looked at as two things. One is his authentic self around her. This is my authentic self. Now you have to decide is this person really my topic or my dog? Second, the way that he's acting around here literally is an outlet. Like he can take that part out. Just almost look at it as exclusivity. It's like, hey, he's authentic, he's figuring this stuff out. Also kind of look at it as a badge.
Last thing on this, there's a lot of growing, there's a lot of testosterone here. I would like to look at this aspect from a female perspective. I think that's an important part of this equation.
I've been in this position before, where I haven't like my best close friends and things, but I won't say.
You'll just tell them.
I'll just tell them straight up. It's like, what's the point? If you're not my friend, you'll say, that's the way I see it, right? That's me, so. But I'm like, if you're my friend, I actually care about you. I'm gonna tell you about it. I'm gonna tell you about it.
Who the fuck is we? Did it make your relationship with that friend stronger, the same, or worse? Like, what was the impact of telling them?
So at first, not any better. At first, there was a lot of like, well, then I'm just not going to tell you or create a whole message to them. But I feel like in the end, it brought a lot of stuff to light.
And it made it better because you were more transparent with each other, basically.
Yeah, I do feel like in the end, you were like even stronger. Where you were like, why would I lie to my best friend? That's the way I was.
Yeah.
Jesse, why are you lying?
But I did want to interrupt that. This is all I heard was just you like checking in on oh, okay, and then I heard who the fuck is you? And then more checking in and it's just dead. You didn't want to interrupt.
You missed some real you dropped some knowledge. She just said sorry to you for that.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay.
best policy, and it ends up being more transparent when people always. And in my experience, in my life, I try to live by honesty as the policy, and it always leads to a better outcome. Even if there's some pain at the beginning and you don't really want to say it, on the back end of that, everybody knowing where everybody stands is the best way you can kind of approach it.
It's almost like a therapy session.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Jesse. I hope, this navigates the best way you can. As I said, like, I was laughing because I really do like drama in that lesson, but this is your real life, and I'm hoping that things work out better. My suggestion, I don't think it's too late. I think you can figure out a way to elegantly kind of have a conversation about it, but it's not before this wedding, and it's not like you need some time to let that kind of simmer, because there's no rush on that, and life's going to change drastically. But I think you have to have the conversation at some point, but anytime soon, we gotta do something this way.
It sounds like a therapy session, and that's funny because that's supposed to be the name where it comes from.
Granger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. First of all, an office building with the noisiest time to get your experience to work. On site, the meters don't lie, and roller motors fail. But Granger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER from Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Better help online therapy. In some parts of your self-care routine, they should just be non-negotiable. And those priorities are demonstrations. Personally, I always try to work out, meal prep, spend time with my family. But it can get hard. It can get hard to make time for you when things get hectic. Then slip, sacrifice sleep, skip a workout, eat back and shit for lunch. That's right. This is all we make time for therapy each and every week. BetterHelp Online Therapy offers a safe space to work through stress and figure out what's really important to BetterHelp. It's a convenient, affordable way to get talk therapy to drive. It's entirely online. That this is like the money slap and shares. I'm really having a hard time getting through this. It's entirely online, flexible enough to fit into any schedule. You can fill out a free questionnaire, get matched with a licensed therapist, ready to help you write more emotional load. Never skip therapy day. With BetterHelp, visit BetterHelp.com/MMA today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA hour.
You know what's good therapy? Laughter. So I'm feeling it's a good.
Yeah, I would explain to that. You ever done BetterHelp?
Yeah, I had my first session with BetterHelp last week.
Wow. And for that, what do you feel about it?
It was great.
Oh, fantastic. I know Ed was good. So shout out.
There you go, right versus technology free. Yeah, it probably be really helpful. I think they are really good.
I got the feeling that Frank started like shoving food into his mouth and he like had to stop down there and then he
I'm trying to get the jar of something next to it and he just takes it and love every time he's on the dog, so he kind of sounds like he's chewing through something each time he gets on the Yes. We've nailed up, yes, we've nailed up. I just want to, I think we got along with it since the beginning of the show. I just want to remind you that we have what else to do with our live, probably we're on for on the 16th. If you didn't know, you can watch it. We'll be at the World Championship, but the song against Brazil, good job, Sarah, in that movie. We'll be at the World Championship. We'll be at the World Championship. Rob Wilkinson, he's taking on Turkmenistan zone. Davledzan Yashmuradov. Plus the Gazi Ramadanovas. As he was sitting in the World Championship versus the Canadian bad Michael Ford coming out of this attack. Push through. So get ready for an episode on Friday. Obviously, take time to get it. And just get a plus point. Grab ticket on ticket messages with you on watching PFL. Here's what we have. It's all for nothing.
All right, so I think it's time that we look ahead to Saturday this weekend. I think
this time. Yeah, Saturday's fight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the fight that was like UFC Fight Night. What did it UFC 95 is the main thing, right? We don't have any other like action. This PFL playoffs we're seeing next week, so I think this is good for us.
That's
Nothing like major in the boxing world.
The boxing call it on.
Oh, virtual is okay. That's easy. That's what you do.
Yeah, but UFC.
Okay.
Give us some cover. We can see that too. Yeah, really, I feel like Sergey Spivak's improved since last time, so we're interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, you got any thoughts on the event?
Let's Chevy Grasso, David Jackson. I like that fight.
Yeah, I'm with that. They added Chris Gutierrez late. I think that's long that. They did it from LFA. That should be decent. So from what Chris Gutierrez did now. Kenny Barlow, I think, too got is gone. So I do love that nickname. Great nickname. Great nickname. We've got two ranked women's bantamweight bouts. Los Santos and Jessica. Carl Williams, it went very ongoing, trying to get one on see. Yusuf Zalal was back after his late really few. Fantastic. Then we get another rematch. Both games rematches on this one. Stephanie Luciano is on that. Alan Carr, they drew on the contender series, and now, scores will be set in Las Vegas this weekend. Yeah, I go back to what I said. This is just it's just a fight I think that's necessary for the to the 24th, but this is what we did with the ESPN deal. It's a filler. It's not. It's a filler. It's a filler. It's essentially all it is. It's 10 bouts, hard to buy again. You'll be exclusive on the state points. And yeah, Ortiz didn't put this on. This might actually be on. It's no way. Really? Says you have broadcast on this game.
I don't know what to think of this. It just feels like a product of the schedule and the current broadcasting deal, and this is just, again, like, we're voting with your wallets, so there are enough people that are really going to watch this, throw this on, and then the train will keep going.
There will always be these segment events, like at least we have one, so always this, and then
the don't judge a card until it happens crowd, that crowd?
I enjoy states with all of these other states.
Yeah, that's right.
And the name value, personalities, everything like that is not really Hollywood stars. So yeah, I'm much more looking forward to that.
If you're a hardcore UFC fan, you can find stuff on this card, right? You can dig and you can go, I have a favorite here, and you can find some spots to enjoy. And if you're that person, like, I hope you enjoy it. I will also be watching, right? We're covering it. So, it is what it is. Just the line from that element. This is one of those cards that's just like, it's on, it's going to happen. The implications of this are not going to be far-reaching and not going to have lasting impact. But there's going to be probably some exciting moments, like, as you said, Jackson and Mariscal is a fight that, like, I think will be a good fight. But again, what is the, like, impact to the UFC ranking beyond this? Like, not much. There's not a lot to know. Heavyweight's kind of a really rough division to the point that, like, these guys, it might have some impact, like, on some upcoming, like, big fights, but I think this heavyweight is absolutely dumpster fire. So,
let's take a brief look at 305 next week.
Yeah, let's look into that, because I feel like that's the thing that everybody, like, this almost feels like, it's not my, what is it? This is just like the tip-off game, and then it's like the next one. Like, you're not like that fast.
This is almost like your favorite playoffs, and like once your spot, you just got one game.
That's right. That's a good call.
Main event next week occurs in Australia. Easy is already touched down. So you get a lot of love there. People see your draws on I mean, this is
This is the fighters that I want to say to my fights. This is, here we go. Loose bricks to the leader of the steakhouse around this. This is Stinks, right? This is a butcher shop. Outback. This is behind. Yeah, there you go. Little Australia. Get a little Outback next week. Shout out. Moving on here. Are you moving on again? I mean, thank you, Frank. It's just fried good. It's really delicious. So I read it out back. I used to go to yeah, love it. Butter's always fly. I used to give my dad take me to Outback when I would just I would not order anything. I would not order anything else. I would just eat it. So speaking of comedy, that oh, I can imagine. So I love that. I had a friend who they have the Outback meal of the year. Right? Yeah. He went to Indiana University and all he did was like we're gonna have a good season. We're gonna be out by going down like this is what I did. I did right. Sounds really pretty pretty ridiculous. So all season he preached Outback, go Outback, go Outback. They made the Outback Bowl. He went to Outback to watch the Outback Bowl by himself on a blistering wintry day in Connecticut, and he kind of moving on the bus. So respect, big respect, and Indiana lost. Oh, that's gotta be rough. It's a memory that we the puddle of oil that is for me when you're done with the blue and onion is stunning. If you don't do the oil shot, the blue and onion, you should really get out of that. It's probably been 15 years since that. There's a reservoir of oil at the very bottom when you're done. If you take it to go and get, you know, those like white plastic protectors, it is just like, there's a pool of oil by the end of the I wonder how sick that would be. Oh, saute mushrooms is good. I'll do that. I think I would get extremely sick if I ate oh my god, are you kidding me? I'm like, God, oh, I used to do it. And be fine. Oh, you're doing the whole thing and then again, drink the oil. You not hear him? No. I actually like not only the Outback, I would see the long necks. I don't know if I can find it here, but it's not possible to be the long necks. That's what I can find. I can find some TV long necks. I want to go actually. I'm going to go find some TV long necks. I'm going to tailgate in the Outback parking lot, crush 4 or 5 TV long necks, and then go in and eat a blue and onion and maybe something bread and just call it, yeah, like that. How it sounds. This is really coming together. I got big money. Drake is 2 + C versus Andrew Adesanya. In terms of fights that are booked, we talked about this a little bit last week, and I didn't agree. This one didn't come to mind. Yeah, for me, Holloway and Victoria, and then this one. That's one no doubt. And for actually the 3, I think that sounds right. Yeah, I mean, this is big. The trash talk that these guys have had with each other, the drama, and the fact that we are getting it, but he is the one that's holding the belt is just tremendous. Like, it's great theater, man. We have to remind ourselves, this is the first time we've seen Israel Adesanya since the Sean Strickland fight. Yeah, he got drunk up for 5 rounds. Sean Strickland was just like, he's past his prime. What is he going to look like in this fight? You know, it'll be close to a year. So it's fascinating to see what happens. When was the Sean Strickland fight? September of last year? No, September 9th, 2023. That's just like right at that time. How crazy is it that, like a little over a year ago, the conversation was, is DDP legit? Is he even any good?
is him fighting Rob Whittaker going to be the end of his contendership? He needs a real win. Now, and Israel Adesanya is doing Sean Strickland a favor by fighting him in that main event. Fast forward 1 year's time, DDP is the champion. Israel Adesanya is the guy who's coming back, and we're like, does he still have it? The roles are not just reversed, but like they've gone so far the other direction. It's mind-blowing to me that it's only been a year's time since we're kind of having this conversation.
Well, like 13 months ago, we did do like a plus 220 or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, here we are. It truly is just like, it's mind-boggling how fast the sport moves. Like, it is so hard to keep up with sometimes, and it's just like, it's just crazy.
But even just specifically the story of these two, it was like Izzy would be doing him a favor by giving him a title shot, right? It's like he's not ready yet. He needs some season and beat Rob Whittaker. And now it's Israel's coming back into champion DDP's territory to fight. I mean, this is crazy. This is nuts.
It is the thing to see that because they don't know what's going to happen. Because anytime that I've done he gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. Like, yeah, there's always been doubt. The thing to me about this fight is there's going to be some moments where they're saying some things to each other, but it is so clear that they do not like each other, right? The animosity feels so genuine, right? And it's based on a lot of things that are outside the scope of MMA, right? We're getting to some real dicey and complicated topics of their countries and their nations and so the basis of their like animosity and the foundational thing is very complicated, but between them can be simplified, right? They are in certain camps against each other, and it's not going to be the trash talk that moves it. It's not going to be this. It's not going to be you look at me the wrong way. They don't like each other, and you don't have to sell that, right? You can feel that, and fans gravitate toward that. They were kind of on like decent behavior at the press conference. There were some lines back and forth, but you could feel the genuine dislike, and it's perfect for a fight. It is perfect for a fight. I'm so looking forward to this.
Oh, sure, man. It's one of the lines that they said at the press conference. That's something that was supposed to be until like DDP was just like,
yeah, okay.
I don't know. But it really does just feel like they just do not like each other at all. It's going to be incredible, man. It's going to be sick. I'm very curious because when it was Izzy versus Sean, if I'm not mistaken, the public Australian crowd was kind of going for
very big Strickland. Oh, yeah.
I'm curious as to what's going to happen here.
I think some of this is like going to depend on how the week goes from that perspective, right? I feel like Sean did a very good job of winning over the crowd and getting people on his side. Certainly he has a fan base, but I think he did a very good job of kind of like rallying them and getting them on his side. I don't know if DDP has that intention in mind. I don't know if he even needs to or even cares. Maybe the fans will be on his side regardless. But it's going to be fascinating to see how that dynamic plays out. But ultimately, in the way that it wasn't with Sean Strickland, that was all window dressing, right? Because I don't think Sean Strickland and Israel Adesanya really have any need for a rivalry. Like, I don't think they really dislike each other. I think Israel will want that fight back, right? And I think Sean's had that with Israel. But it didn't feel like animosity, didn't feel like a real kind of dislike for each other. At the end of the day, that stuff was window dressing, right? Because that animosity wasn't there. In this case, that part doesn't matter, right? The window dressing part doesn't matter because when they are in the cage, there is nothing that either one of those men would rather do than beat them. And there's nothing that other person wants less than to have a loss to Israel to lose to